Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they start a 3-game series on the road against the Baltimore Orioles beginning tonight. Also, the Minnesota Vikings beat the Chicago Bears yesterday on Monday Night Football. Week 1 is officially over. The Pittsburgh Steelers coming up next. They have the Seattle Seahawks for their first home game of the season. That's coming Sunday at 1 p.m. And just continuing to look ahead at the schedule, Pitt, West Virginia play a football game coming up on 9/13. That's this Saturday, right? 9/13. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Only Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Real question. What if the MVP at your tailgate was the food that actually helped you lose weight? Not the sad veggie tray. Real wings, chili, meatballs, sausages. Nobody calls it diet food. They just ask for seconds. That's the point. Losing weight doesn't have to taste bad. I dropped 35 pounds with Awaken 180 and haven't put a pound back on in 2 years because the plan fits real life. If your weight loss plan can't survive Sundays, it's not a plan. This one does. Awaken 180's Tailgate Transformation gives you structure, coaching, and hundreds of client recipes built for game day. You still show up, you still eat, and the scale still moves. Travel, late nights, kids' schedules, fine. You don't sit out the season, you play in it. So here's the take. You can keep the tailgate and you can lose the weight. Tailgate Transformation doesn't pull you from the huddle. It puts you right in the middle of it, feeling better every week. Start your Tailgate Transformation now at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Listen here, kids are back in school. You're going to be driving them all over the place. How about that Expedition or the Explorer? Something to move them around, get them around to all their activities, to and from school, maybe even. Just that. Well, listen here. So much happening at Schultz Ford. Large selection of inventory. There's that. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and as you know, always online, schultzford.com. Mobile service. Something happens, routine service. They'll come right to your driveway, take care of it, and they're out of there. You don't even have to move your car. Something a little bit bigger, pick up and delivery. They'll grab it, take it to the shop, bring it right back. So there's that. All those great locations, and I'm here to tell you, the customer service cannot be beat. So go to the website or go to one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and always, schultzford.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage the young players out there with our Youth Football Showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Bellman Electric, Living Treasures Animal Park of Laurel Highlands, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Hi there. Good morning. We made it through Monday, and now it's Tuesday, which means we're closer to Wednesday, which means we're closer to Thursday, which means we're closer to Friday, which means we're closer to another weekend of football. Yeah, thank goodness Monday nights have some football. Got to see a relatively entertaining game between the Minnesota Vikings and the Chicago Bears. Vikings won 27-24 in that one, so that's it for NFL Week 1. It always feels like it drags getting to Week 1. But once all the Week 1 games are done, season flies by. Because you're just used to it at that point, right? You got your high school football on Fridays, college football on Saturdays, NFL football on Sundays. And it's just like clockwork. Bang, bang, bang. Really getting into the fall season as well. It's really approaching. Fall doesn't officially start till September 21st. I know several of you don't really acknowledge that, though. I know a lot of people think that, the start of school, Labor Day is the official end of summer, or you just recognize it as that. But now the real end of summer is the 21st. I feel like, the fall type weather is really coming through. Especially overnight. It's 49 degrees right now. If you're up early with me, look out. Maybe wear a sweatshirt when you're on your way to wherever you're going this morning. It's not warm. I don't like it. I don't like it. I always complain about the weather when it changes. I get really excited in March and April when I go outside in the morning and it's just warm. It's just the same temperature that it is during the day, almost. Or it's a comfortable temperature, then it gets hot over the summer. We're not there anymore. The weather's changed. It's official. The weather took a hard turn in the last week of August. Just took a hard turn. Here we are. Cold weather. So yeah, just look out. Like I said, 49 degrees. My windshield frosted. My back windshield frosted. There's a lot of frost. A lot of not ideal conditions. Not a fan. Not a fan of the cold. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. We can talk. Obviously, some football to dissect all the way around. Like I said, Week 1's over. If you want to call and talk about the Steelers, you can. Their performance against the New York Jets. Talked a lot about them yesterday. But if you still have things to say them. 412-928-9370. The ultimate consensus, it seems, is that the Steelers' defense played poorly based on expectations. The Steelers' offense played great based on expectations. The special teams was the special teams. That's about it. And I know people were talking about, too, are we complaining too much after a win? It's a good place for the Steelers to be able to win games and still have things to improve upon based on how their roster is structured. Because the Steelers came into this season not knowing a lot. And they still don't know a lot. There's a lot of stuff to figure out for the Steelers this season. I think it's going to take a few more games to really get those questions definitively answered. But coming into this season, there's a lot of questions that need answered, and there's a lot of ways that this team can still improve. And even after that game, it's nice to have a win, but there's still things to improve upon. The Steelers can still reach a new level of potential. And you also got to think about it, too, that this was the New York Jets, and there will be better teams that the Steelers play than the New York Jets. So it is okay for us to criticize them. That's my perspective on it. I know some people said, I heard the PM team talking yesterday, they felt that it was odd that there was so much complaining after a win. It's okay. I think it's okay. And I think Crowley said it, Adam Crowley on the morning show, the main one, yesterday was saying that you're in a good place when you win, but you still have some clear aspects to improve upon. So everything's fine. Everything's good. Everything's okay. I agree with that. I agree with the Crowley perspective. You're allowed to complain after that win. Some good fortune graced the Steelers into winning that game. That special teams mistake by the Jets was a big factor in the Steelers being able to come back and win it. And the Steelers are very fortunate to have a kicker who is an above and beyond talent. So, a lot of good fortunes there. Definitely a lot of ways the Steelers could have lost that game. So, the Steelers, yes, it is okay to criticize them because, like I said, there will be better teams than the Jets that may not make all the mistakes that the Jets did. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Let me know what you think. I'll let you complain. I don't mind. It's totally okay to complain if you have anything to say in regard to improving this team or just seeing what you saw. The defensive effort, like I said, based on expectations, like the Steelers' defense wasn't, I think, bad. But when you look at all the players that want to get paid and you hear coaches and players echoing that this is going to be a historic defense, you want them to play better. So based on expectations, you felt like they did poorly. Steelers' offense is the exact opposite. A lot of questions, a lot of uncertain aspects. So the fact that Aaron Rodgers, who's over 40, goes in and plays and looked a little stiff moving around, but he can still throw the football. You know, the way he was throwing the football, all the offensive weapons the Steelers were using, especially the receivers. Right? We didn't expect much from the receivers because there doesn't feel like there's a definitive number 2 receiver out there right now for the Steelers. It's on their roster. And yet a bunch of players were compliments as receivers in that game. Ben Skoranek, Calvin Austin, Jonnu Smith. And so based on the Steelers' expectation on offense, which was there's not a lot because there's a lot of questions, they seem to perform very well. Sports are weird. Steelers are in a weird spot right now. Definitely a lot to still dissect, so feel free to call 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33 if you want to type out responses to me. That's CALLAS_33. It looks like we got a caller on the line now that wants to talk. So, good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Hey, Chairman Rod.
Welcome back.
Hey, I'm not going to complain today because I did that yesterday about they need to be tougher up front on both ends of the ball. But when can we honestly say that the offense bailed out the defense? It hasn't happened since 2016 and 2017 with Ben. It's kind of nice to have a quarterback that can carry the team. I'll listen to your thoughts, and you have a great day.
Thank you for the call. I don't know if it was a bailout job because the Steelers' offense still had some areas where I felt like, I mean, Rodgers had a lot of shining moments, mostly shining moments. I mean, it wasn't like there was too much bad, but like the Steelers' offensive line, I think, hindered their abilities a good bit. Like Roderick Jones alone giving up 4 sacks, not a great day for him. So there's those aspects too. We don't want to forget about those. So I wouldn't call it a bailout job. I think that the Steelers' offense was scoring and was staying in range enough. The Steelers got fortunate on a special teams play. And the special teams guys have things to do with that as well. I mean, they still have to execute, forcing a fumble or hopping on top of it, so I don't want to discredit the special teams at all. But in all, I mean, well, there's good fortune there that the Jets couldn't secure the ball on that play where the Steelers forced the turnover, got the ball back. And then, the Steelers were able to score again. Special teams should get most credit for that, though, being that that's how the Steelers got the ball back in the first place. If they don't, the Steelers would have needed to rely on the defense to make a big stop and then have them get the ball back. So I wouldn't call that a complete bailout job from the offense. And then special teams credit again to Chris Boswell, who made a 60-yard field goal to win it. Again, I wouldn't call that the offense bailing out the defense because it was a 60-yard field goal attempt. That's not great field position. That's not comfortable field position. We can be grateful that Chris Boswell has developed into such a good kicker as he has. And if there's anybody I want to pay and give an extension to after this Week 1 game, it is him. But the turnover on special teams and the Chris Boswell 60-yard field goal on special teams, that's more of who bailed out the team, I think, in the end. So, no, I wouldn't say that the offense bailed out the defense necessarily in this one. Both the offense and the defense were set up in different points throughout the game to have success. It wasn't really lopsided. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Yeah, Mike from Freeport. How you doing, Cal?
Oh, I'm a little tired this morning, but I'm okay. What's up?
Hey, the defensive line, I mean, when you look at it, like last year in the playoffs against Baltimore, what have we really done different on that line and also the linebackers? I mean, we drafted the rookie, but he's not playing. And, I mean, I don't know why people would even think it would be a different team, against the run, just because of it's the same team as last year, basically. And our linebackers got to be the worst middle linebackers in the league, the worst. And Cam Hayward, he wants paid and everything. He looked like he was on roller skates. I think he batted down one pass. And did he have any tackles at all?
No.
So that's a major, major, major problem. Major problem.
Yeah, thanks for the call. And I've been saying this since Cam Hayward's request for a new deal came out. Like, I've been saying this since the beginning, since the public found out about it. And even TJ Watt's request for an extension also got this reaction. Fans just want to see that return on investment. Like, if you're going to pay players and reward players, you want to feel like it's more of a reward and less taken for granted. And Crowley and Doran argued against this on the morning show back then, and they and I got into some arguments just about, they got in arguments with fans, Pittsburgh fans, about why do you care? It's not your money. Players should get paid. And I've taken the perspective since, because I understand where fans are coming from, that fans just want to feel like that money's being spent to good use. Even if it's not technically theirs, fans still pay for tickets, for merchandise, for licensed things that all end up benefiting the Steelers and going into the Steelers' pockets. So fans feel like that investment is theirs because of all the money that the fans spend to keep the Steelers thriving, being a very profitable business organization. So all you want to see is that the money that's spent on these players is going to go toward winning football. That's kind of the trade-off. So, I mean, I understand where fans are coming from. when they've gotten upset with the extensions because the Steelers' defense gets paid. A lot of players got paid. And handsomely at that, T.J. Watt had the record before Micah Parsons got his extension with the Green Bay Packers. But Watt signed for $1 million more annually, I believe it was, something like that. Or maybe $1 million overall, I forget. But he became the highest paid quarterback highest paid non-quarterback, barely above Myles Garrett. And you want to see that, you want to see that type of pay that inspire better play on defense, and yet they looked like they did. They were not historic. They did not meet expectations. And that's kind of the point, and I get where fans come from. So when you watch the game on Sunday and you see how much they look bullied as the Jets were running the football, I get the frustration. Like, it's okay to be frustrated with the defense. I see no issue complaining about how they performed. Because if the Jets can run on you like that, as uncertain and borderline unstable as they're starting the season, there are going to be better teams out there that do the job and execute better and are better than the Steelers, which will take you back to that 9-8, 10-7 realm, and may not yield a playoff win. Right? And that's what I think fans are most concerned about. So complain. And it's okay to say that the defense played poorly. It did. It's okay to say, hey, what about all these expectations that you guys are telling us about? Hey, why do you guys want all this extra money? Have you really earned it? And that's the fans' perspective. Now, I agree. On the other side, just to play both sides real quick and defend the players. I mean, the players do deserve the money that they get because they have a smaller window to work than in any other profession in the world. Right now they are in their primes with their bodies and their fitness, and that is not forever. That's not guaranteed. So they got to maximize on profits now. That's why they get so much in one sitting. But Cam Hayward's asking for a new contract when he has multiple years left on his deal. That's what I think sits poorly with fans. And what he ended up getting, I think, was really ticky-tack, that he's going to get up to $3 million in incentives, mostly based on how the team performs. But I get where fans come from. You want that. You want to feel like there's a return on the Steelers' investments. And even though it's not your money, I agree. Your money is backing that team. Your interest in the team is financially backing them. Yeah, we as fans can have opinions. Players want more money while they're already under contract. Like, I think that's... when they haven't won anything as a team for a long time, I think it's reasonable to be upset. It's reasonable to complain. So I guess the moral of this morning's professional that I'm giving here is you can be upset, you can complain, even though they won. And it's a good thing that there's still so much to critique, even after a win. I don't mind the complaining. I don't mind if you're upset. It doesn't bother me. It is okay. It is normal. 412-928-9370. You can give me a call, react, tell me how you feel if you still want to complain. Maybe you're on the other side, though, and you think, we are complaining too much. Let me know what you think. Let me know your perspective. That's the whole point this morning, is to get some perspectives, and I'm trying to warm you up to the Sports Talk Day. So, as we continue to enjoy football season, we continue to enjoy Steelers football, college football, all the footballs alike. Let's just talk through it. Let me know what you think. I want to know. 412-928-9370. I'll take one more caller before I go to break. And it is this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, I'm Jim from Mount Lebanon.
What's up?
Nothing. I just wanted to say that I think that the fans have a problem because whenever a player gets paid a certain amount of money, it kind of essentially takes away from the other players. It's like a cost opportunity. That's all.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I don't think the Steelers have a money problem, though, so that's why I don't really mention that, because the Steelers have enough money to back this. It's just a matter of whether the players are deserving, whether the timing's right. But the Steelers have had enough money so far reserved for big splashes. So, I mean, they paid DK Metcalf. They ended up paying TJ Watt. Like, they've paid a lot of players. They have the money. It's there. It's just the feeling, though, of like, well, you've gotten your money. Like, Cam Hayward's situation was just special because he has multiple years left on his contract, and he still wanted another one the year after he signed. And the fact that the Steelers got demolished as much as they did against the Ravens in that playoff game, like, fans don't go into this offseason after losing to the Ravens like that and feel comfortable giving anybody money, no less a guy that's got multiple years left and who just signed that contract. So I think that's different. It's not about how much money the Steelers have. And there could become a point where they get close to the salary cap, and, yeah, maybe there will become a reality where they don't have enough money necessarily to pay other players, so they do have to watch out for that. That hasn't been a problem recently, though. It's a fair question. It's a fair point. But that's how I look at it. It's less of, do the Steelers have enough money, and more of, hey, man, you signed a contract and you guys have consistently not shown up in playoff games. Why should you get paid? It's a big question fans are asking. Why does the defense deserve to get paid if it doesn't really show up for the playoff games, and if it performs like it did against a team like the Jets? That's where the questions come from. So again, it's less about how much money the Steelers have. It's more about, hey, what has the defense done? What has the defense done to earn more money? And what has Cam Hayward done to earn more money literally after he just signed a contract? 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. I got to take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more. But call 412-928-9370. Get yourself a spot. Get yourself a phone line. And we'll keep talking. Coming up next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan in the Morning Show. And you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Mike Ham with NFL Network now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Week 1 of the NFL season is in the book after the Vikings beat the Bears 27-24 in comeback fashion Monday night. Minnesota trailed 17-6 entering the fourth before scoring 21 straight points to take control of the game. After sitting out his entire rookie season because of injury, quarterback J.J. McCarthy accounted for 3 total touchdowns, 143 passing yards, and an interception in his first start for the Vikings. Quarterback Caleb Williams threw a touchdown with just over 2 minutes left in the game to bring the score within 3, but it wasn't enough. Elsewhere, Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirmed that Russell Wilson will be the Week 2 starter despite the offense only scoring 6 points in Week 1. Tight end George Kittle expected to miss 3 to 5 weeks after suffering a hamstring injury in the second quarter of the Niners' 17-13 win against the Seahawks. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of a problem to start the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. We do have a transformer explosion in Mount Lebanon. This is at the intersection of Parkside Avenue and Sunset Drive, so watch for delays around that as crews roll up on the scene. Parkways east and west a little heavy into their respective tunnels, but mainly steady. Route 28 also mainly steady from Harmer down to the ramps for the Veterans Bridge that is now back open, as well as the ramps to East Ohio Street and the North Shore Expressway. It's all right on the Parkway North. That is fairly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is Ron Schlauff from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Waterworks in Collier Township. Fresh pizza, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every game, every Saturday and Sunday. Rival, your sports home.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results? Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You've had fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
My name is Eric Ellis. This has been the Family Morning Show, but I'm going to end it right here because I'm out of time. So we move forward very quickly to the Fan Morning Show pre-show. Crowley and Doran will be on that. Coming up next, you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Rogers Report. After completing 22 of 30 passes for 244 yards and 4 touchdowns, you have to be happy with what our new quarterback delivered. The 41-year-old found 7 different receivers, including the first touchdown that went to Ben Skoranek, who, Rogers jokingly told reporters, got an even bigger head. Following the game, Rogers said it felt good to beat everyone associated with his former team, and we couldn't agree more. Rogers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycled. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a Here We Go chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey there. You hear that? Right. You don't. That's what it's like to order food for your workplace with EasyCater. No hold music while you wait to place your order. No tapping as you type in special dietary instructions or long, complicated searches for options in your budget. No crinkling of paper receipts. Just...
Dang, these are some tasty sandwiches.
EasyCater, the better way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Crowley here for Zero Res. It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football season. That's right, with all the hype and action this season brings, we know things can get loud and messy quick. You get the buffalo chicken dip on the couch, the salsa, the chips, the crumbs. Before you invite your friends and family over to watch the big game, you better call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments in your home. And lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, upholstery, hardwood, every surface in your home can be Zero Res. So it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Don't do it yourself. Call the pros at Zero Res. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. Schedule your appointment, ZeroResPGH.com, or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate the month of September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backward or forward, it's spells the same, Zero Res.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Thursday nights are Triple B nights at Farrell Junction and Allison Park in Hampton. From 4 to 9 p.m., enjoy a Blue Moon draft and their specialty bacon burger. All for just $18. That's B for moon, B for bacon, B for burger. Only at Farrell Junction.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Area roadways picking up a little volume as you make your way into town for the start of the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on the parkways east and west, a little bit heavy into their respective tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, and so is the Parkway North. Route 65 with traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. If you're heading out of the South Hills, Route 51 pretty well steady with traffic light delays at the major intersections between Route 88 and the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. It's Dickerson. It's the well-dressed Nicholas Harry Callis on a Tomlin Tuesday. Good morning, everybody. How we doing, Dickerson?
Doing pretty good. Good morning. Callis, good morning. How are you?
I turned really terrible in a matter of minutes.
What do you mean?
I feel like a sick day's coming on tomorrow.
What?
I don't know what happened.
What are your symptoms?
I just have a headache, and I feel a little congested.
You walked up in here all dressed up, bouncing around like a bunny rabbit.
Yeah, and then I did that show. I talked for too long, and then I just was like, oh my gosh, I don't feel good.
I can see it in his eyes. He's not putting on.
Jeez. I can hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
Not good.
Oh, my God.
I woke up I was just like, eh. But now I feel like, ugh. If that makes sense.
Sure. You turned the lights off in there. That was a dead giveaway that something was going on.
Yeah, a headache, no good.
All right, so Callis is playing hurt. I know we've got a bunch of Advil around here. You should maybe pop something. Pop a pill or two. Make the headache go away. Maybe drink some tea.
Yep. Water.
Mm-hmm. Whatever you got to do to get through the game here, we'll shoot you up, get you out of the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
He does sound bad.
Yep. Man.
And you commented immediately, the lights go off in there, and you're like, what? Why did he turn the lights off? What's going on? Headache.
Bang.
Bad headache. All right, very good. So we're playing with 2.5 men here, like Charlie Sheen, and we'll see where the show goes the rest of the day. Mike Tomlin will speak today at noon. Last night was glorious. They're going to take Soldier Field away from us, Doran.
Yep.
They're going to take Soldier Field away from us. They're going to move to the suburbs. They're going to do what Cleveland's doing. They're going to get in the dome. And we all understand the why. We all understand that you can hold concerts and you can have more suites, and so you can make more money. But money is ruining everything in sports. College football's unrecognizable because of the money. And I just can't imagine the Bears not playing at Soldier Field. That is one of the truly historic dumps in all of football.
Yes.
And that place gets loud. It's rocking. The Browns playing indoors and the Bears playing indoors just doesn't feel right to me.
It really doesn't.
I get it. I do, but ew. It's soft is what it is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, money has ruined everything, not just sports. I mean,
Right.
And it has for years, but
Yeah, this isn't me breaking any news. Oh, wow, money is screwing sports. Just wait. Red zone, 1 minute of commercials, no one could tell the difference. The problem is that's the slippery slope.
Yep.
Once you start with, 4 minutes? Or I guess it was just a minute.
1 minute, yep.
One total minute of commercials, that's the beginning.
Yep.
That's the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And it stinks.
Yeah.
And we got the free YouTube game on Friday, but I think any other games that are on YouTube, you'll have to pay for YouTube, is my understanding. I could be wrong on that.
Probably.
I was surprised whenever I could watch it for free. I went on to YouTube's on the smart TV, and I was like, oh,
right there, yeah.
Can I watch a game? And there's Kay Adams smiling, and there's Cam Newton dressed like he's going to go to the Preakness. And, hey, but we pay for everything. I think they're probably going to have to pay for the stadium in their taxes, too, in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if the Steelers played in a dome in Cranberry?
I mean,
Don't you do it.
I could, yeah.
Don't you do it.
It would make a lot of sense, in my opinion.
Don't you do it.
It would.
It just loses the soul, I think. What would we put in place of...
Football's different now, though, too. I mean, the way that football has evolved,
I know.
It's so much softer now, just in general.
Jalen Ramsey can't even try to make a tackle if there's a guy in the way.
Exactly. Like, you can't even celebrate. You can't stand over a guy and flex. Like,
No.
That's about football. I mean, like, you can't hit the quarterback, things of that nature. Like, football is way different.
The hardest hit in the NFL in week one was actually Travis Kelce taking out his own guy.
Myles Garrett.
Jalen Ramsey.
And Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
Football is different. So, might as well get with the times with everything else.
I didn't know this. Texters, a lot of them writing in. The only reason it was free is because Mr. Beast paid to have it free for everyone on the YouTube.
Really?
Wow.
That's crazy.
I actually really enjoyed the pregame stuff they had, too. They had one of these tech wizard guys who has a YouTube channel that just explores all kind of interesting tech and does video podcasts about it. And he did a segment of the in-helmet communication in NFL stadiums, and there was a portion of that I didn't know. I knew that with 15 seconds left on the play clock, you can't communicate with your quarterback, you can't communicate with the defense.
Right.
What I did not know is there's an actual human being that sits in the press box whose job it is to, when the play clock hits 15 seconds, they hit a button and it cuts all the feeds.
It shuts it off, yeah.
I thought that it was just automatic. Like, 15, okay, it turns off. I figure we could make that automatic. But I'm not trying to take people's jobs away.
Mm-hmm.
Guy who hits button in press box, you are valuable. We don't need a robot to take your job, but a robot totally could take your job.
Mm-hmm. Easily. Yes. Yes.
Technology.
It's different.
AI.
Yeah. Got to get with the times, though. So, I mean, I wouldn't hate an indoor stadium. Convenience. I mean, think about it. Think about what you just said. So, we'll talk about this real quick. You're contemplating, and you probably will end up falling through, but you're contemplating on going to the game this weekend, the West Virginia Pitt.
I'm going.
Yeah, you'll fall through. But you're like, you know what? I could just sit on my couch Friday night. I could watch, the games, the college games. I could have a few pops, in my own convenience, on my, just sitting on my couch, watching my TV. Like, that's what everybody else is thinking. So how do you make people go to games and collect that, gate revenue and collect the The concession revenue. You make it as convenient as possible.
Man, you ain't wrong.
I mean, that's what everybody's thinking. You got these 80-inch TVs for like $800 now that are just, I mean, you're basically there. You're in your sweats. You can order, a food service that delivers wings to you. You don't have to go out and get anything. You can order, alcohol that can be delivered to you nowadays. Everything is about convenience.
I'll tell you this, much as I love my Mountaineers, if it were 22 degrees, I would probably go, but I'm not going to enjoy it as much.
Exactly.
When I was in college, in my early 20s, even mid-20s, have a couple of beers, you wear every piece of team apparel you got, and you just handle the cold. But the older I get, the less I want to put myself in miserable situations. If I don't ever have to be hot again,
right?
I don't ever want to be hot again. If I don't ever have to be cold again, I don't ever want to be cold again. I'm an adult.
That's what it is. Like before, 20 years ago, that's all you knew. That's all you had. But now you have the choice. They've given you the choice, and the choice is like, man, I'd rather just stay here.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to get with the times, and you got to figure out a way to create that revenue, that the in-game revenue. So you got to make it as convenient as possible. I'm surprised most stadiums haven't gone to just pure suites.
We're gonna get to the point where 40 years from now, every NFL stadium's gonna be a dome.
Yeah.
Which is
maybe less.
Which is such a such a bummer. Yeah, maybe less. Maybe less. Shoot. The first year of Three Rivers was 1970. They blew that sucker up in 2001.
Yep.
So we've now played 24 years in Acrisure Stadium. Can you believe that? The AC is only 6 years younger than Three Rivers wound up being when it died.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Crazy.
Texter, I saw Harry at the strip club last night. He ain't sick. He's hungover. Harry, your thoughts on that?
I wasn't at a strip club. I have a second job, and that's where I was.
All right, well, we're going to have to call your teammates at your second job just to make sure that you
There was a
have an
little
alibi.
council meeting last night, and I think I'm on camera just a little bit, and my name's in the credits, so I was there.
His name was in the
credits.
credits.
Nice.
How about that?
Nice.
That's an airtight, rock-solid alibi, Texter. You tried, and you failed.
Yeah,
Although
five council people saw me. You can call them. They got office numbers that are public.
I thought maybe because Callis is wearing the collared shirt today, and he said for no reason, that maybe he went out to the strip club last night with his collared shirt on.
And rolled in.
And just rolled right in.
Yeah.
Harry doesn't do that.
No.
Not unless there's a work event the night before where we're all dancing around and having a good time.
Right. The only way I'll go to the strip club is with my girlfriend. We've made it back.
Well, she might have been there. I don't know.
She was not there. No, I didn't see her last night. Very sad.
My wife and I got our will done last night.
Your will?
Yeah, got our will done.
Oh, I'm alive now. Whatever. What a transition.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you? From?
I'm 34.
Why are you taking time out of your Monday night in September?
Well, we're gonna travel together in a couple of weeks.
That's really, come on, man. That's really the thought process around getting your will done is because you're going to Ireland.
So that's what the attorney said. The attorney was like, "Where are you guys traveling?" We're like, "Ireland." He's like, "Oh, I thought you were like going to Syria or something."
Oh, ouch.
So we'd like to get this done in the next couple of weeks because my wife and I are going to travel together. He's like, "Where are you going?" "Ireland." "Oh."
You're making my headache worse.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
They go, "You're not going to Afghanistan?" Interesting.
Like, what?
Where you guys going? Cliff jumping? No.
Oh.
No. No, we're just going to watch a football game.
Man.
Have a couple of beverages at pubs, try to get to bed at a reasonable hour because we could finally sleep in a room without the kids in the house.
If you even make it there, obviously.
So you're saying that is my anxiety talking, that is not how normal people would behave?
That is not at all how normal people would operate.
Yeah, that's kind of how the lawyer was making it sound.
And, lawyers have seen a lot.
Yeah.
Did Doran and I get anything in this will?
Not you. Doran gets my kids.
Nice. Perfect.
He's raising 3, about to be raising 4. What's 2 more?
Yeah. Yep.
What's 2 more? They get along great.
Yeah, throw them in.
Why not? Why not? Actually, we this is, knock on wood. I'm such an anxious mess about everything always.
Wait, you're being serious, though?
100% serious.
Oh, my goodness.
And if something would, again, knock on wood, terrible happened to me and my wife, then her sister and my brother-in-law would get the kids. We're going on the trip with them.
Did they do a will, too?
No, of course not. They're normal.
Whose idea was this? Honestly, I need you to truthfully tell me whose idea was this. Was it yours or
Yes.
Leanna's? It was yours.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's tough.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. When the lawyer whom you're paying to do the document is like, hey, you probably are fine here. You don't need to do the document. You might go too far. Because I brought this up with Mackie, and Mackie's older than us.
Yeah, by like 2 years.
And he's got kids. And he was like, yeah, we ain't done that.
No.
Yeah.
You might be in the 1% here, man. The people.
Matt Cole just texted in.
Uh-huh.
Great man, Matt Cole.
Yeah.
One of the nicest guys ever.
Yep.
We have a will set up, too. We got kids. Anything can happen. It's like getting life insurance. Anything can happen. We did a free one, though. Didn't pay for one. Well.
Yeah, but you did it.
It wasn't free.
I think the point is that...
It was expensive.
I think the point was your motivation was because you were going to Ireland, that now you thought to do this.
Oh, you got to do it at some point.
How long have you been married?
10 years.
Yeah, that's something you want to, like, start, I think, like, maybe, like, a year or two into marriage.
Oh, what do you know?
Well, I've had a grandparent just die. I've been dealing with wills and stuff. I mean, it makes sense to not think about death when you're going to travel and celebrate, a new location of the NFL.
Crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, it's
Again, it'd be normal if you did it a year or two into marriage. Like, hey, anything can happen. We're starting to start our family. Get things settled. Let's figure this out now. But just to start it.
I can't imagine your mind on a day-to-day basis now. Like, I'm looking at you differently.
I'm going to Ireland. Oh my God. What if something happens to us at the game? Oh man, we got to get our assets settled.
It's what I think about every time I leave the house. What are all the things that could go wrong today?
Let's just make a new will every time you leave the house. I mean, do it make it a monthly thing then.
You know what? With this kind of back talk, you've just got yourself cut out of my will.
You said I wasn't in there in the first place.
I was going to give you all kind of stuff to furnish your new place, and now, screw it.
You can give me that stuff while you're alive. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't need a will for you to exchange things.
When are you moving in, by the way? Is
November.
that happening? Oh, let's go.
What did you say?
November.
Nice.
I got a month and a half to.
Holy cow!
To get stuff.
You gonna host Thanksgiving?
No, it's not. It's a tiny apartment. I mean,
do you need stuff?
Yeah, I could use some stuff.
Okay, all right.
A bed. I got a pull-out couch.
Oh, I was gonna offer you a pull-out couch.
No, I already got one of those.
I have a king bed frame.
A frame? Ooh.
I was gonna offer you a king bed frame.
No, I really do. In my garage, it just sits there.
Well, let's go. We'll have to make arrangements.
You just got to get a mattress.
These are assets celebrating life, Crowley. This is normal. See, this is normal. Talking about exchanging things while you're alive, not when you.
I can't believe you sat down and did a will with a lawyer last night. Think about that.
Did you have the Bears-Vikings game on in the background?
Abso-freaking-lutely we did.
You were just watching football, making a will on a Monday night with your wife. I mean.
Oh.
This lawyer dude was a trip too. This guy was a trip.
I'm sure. Oh my goodness.
You're making my headache worse. I'm laughing too hard. Ouch.
I'm sure we got some decongestion around here.
Maybe, but I'm just saying it's.
I can't even look at him.
The image is illustrated in my head now. You're just watching football with your wife and a freaking lawyer. Was he in a suit? You had a whole suit on? Was he all professional? Like,
Well, it was.
In a briefcase?
No, it was on the phone. It was on the phone.
Okay, I guess that's a little better. You called a lawyer on a Monday.
So you're paying by the minute, probably?
My wife took a shower at like 7:40. We exercised and she went and took a shower, and missed his call. She calls him back 20 minutes later. It's 8:05, right? We got all the documents pulled up, ready to go, and all that. And he goes, "Oh wow, why are you calling me so late?" She's like, "You called me 20 minutes ago. What's the difference? 7:45's okay. 8:05's not. Texter.
Yeah, well, his will, expertise, and knowledge stops at 8 p.m. because no normal person would call past 8 p.m. to do their will on a Monday night.
No, not when Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson are getting.
Well, I wouldn't say. Let me tell. A normal 34-year-old.
How far in advance do you have this scheduled?
Months. Texter, this is a great point. Stop judging Crowley. A leprechaun could attack him, drag him and his wife's body to the end of a rainbow.
Man, I'm blessed.
With your brain?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Man, if I could,
I would trade brains with pretty much anybody.
If I felt like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got me on pills now. Some anti-anxiety. That all it is done to this point is give me just horrendous, constant diarrhea.
I feel like you need to face your fears to get over them.
Well, what do you want me to fly the plane?
My girlfriend's brother is a pilot. He could probably get you up in the cockpit.
You want to talk about something that would...
He teaches people to fly. That's his job.
Let me tell you something that's never going to friggin' happen. Let me tell you this. Me getting in an airplane with someone who's going to one day be related to you. Ain't no friggin' way.
That's a shame because literally her entire family listens to the show now because...
Well, I'm sure he's a very nice man.
Yeah, there we go. So now we're sucking up. Yeah,
My buddy who lives out in Denver got a pilot's license so that he could surprise his girlfriend and fly her to Napa Valley.
Mm.
If my wife got a pilot's license, like, hey, we're going to go to the most magical place on earth. Could be anywhere. Hell
no.
No.
No way.
Hell no.
No way.
Anyway, I'm not normal.
Mm-mm.
Me and Starkey are very similar.
No. No.
Shall we talk football?
Please. Get your will done.
Wasn't cheap either. Probably charged us more because it was after
8.
After 8 p.m. He did that tactfully on purpose. Call it 7:45, knowing we ain't going to answer, but then knowing that it's important, call him back.
No, he probably called and then you didn't answer, so he probably was like, yeah, these people,
these people are sick. They need my help.
Well, yeah, it's like, okay, they didn't answer. They probably really don't need to really get their will done, so they'll probably call me tomorrow. It's not that important. Bang, 20 minutes later, hey, we missed your call. We need to get our will done. Oh,
no!
Shoot. He's probably like, shoot, I just sat down for dinner. Like, dang, relax.
He's probably pouring himself some bourbon, ready to watch Caleb Williams look good for one drive and only one drive. All right. Let's talk football. Let's talk Broderick Jones. We didn't really react much to what Trey Essex had to say yesterday. Also, the Steelers already could be in the market for a massive trade. This ain't a rumor, this is a report. We'll get into all of it. Great show playing for Yins today in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
That performance left a lot to be desired, and it's troubling. What makes it the most troubling is the fact that I don't know how it gets better. He has some fundamental technique issues that have reared their head at right tackle, and they're rearing their head right now at left tackle. He went against some good competition yesterday. Will McDonald is an elite pass rusher. Quentin Williams is an elite defensive lineman. No excuse, though, because there were a couple plays there where he didn't look like he belonged in the NFL with some of the sets that he had.
That's the great Trey Essex, Super Bowl champion, analyst, great man, saying that Broderick Jones at times on Sunday against the Jets did not look like an NFL caliber tackle. That's not me, Hot Take Crowley, who never played a down of offensive line in my life, say, well, that guy sucks. That's Trey Essex, who doesn't say things for reaction. He watches the games, then he watches the tape, he evaluates, and he gives his honest-to-God opinion. That's not to say that my opinions aren't truth, at least the way I see them, but we have Trey Essex on for a reason. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know the ins and outs, the nuances of offensive line play. Now, we could all see that Broderick Jones was bad on Sunday. That guy watched every single snap of Broderick Jones and then watched it again and says, this guy right now does not look like an NFL caliber tackle. And then he also said, I don't know how it gets better. And so here's the obvious question. Broderick Jones is supposed to be a big part of the future. One of the things we said last week was this Steelers season is a success if this offensive line grows, develops, and coalesces together. At what point do you bench Broderick Jones? Because Aaron Rodgers, despite what PFF says, and we'll get into that later, was elite on Sunday. He's going to be in a hyperbaric chamber at some point, not playing football games if Broderick Jones continues to play like that. So do you consider at some point benching Broderick Jones? 412-928-9370, Doran.
Absolutely. I mean, until Aaron doesn't win you games and you're skating by and it looks very bad, I give it maybe 2 more games. That's me. I give it, Seattle and then New England. I give it 2 more games. You got a home game this week, and then you're in New England, so and then you travel. So, Andrus Peat, he can play outside. He can play inside. He's a veteran. Calvin Anderson also can play outside at the tackle spot. I give him 2 more games, man, because you cannot move forward with this being an issue, especially if you have somebody who has played offensive line and has won a Super Bowl and knows every position of the offensive line, like Trey Essex saying that he doesn't know how to fix the issue. Because if he doesn't know how to fix the issue, I damn well know that the offensive line coach, Pat Meyer, doesn't know how to fix the issue either. It's not something that's going to happen overnight.
Right.
Clearly.
You don't go from being a turnstile and arguably the worst tackle in the NFL week 1 to, by the 4th week of the season, Aaron Rodgers can take 7-step drops and run the play-action game effectively because he knows his blind side's being protected. It doesn't work that way. He can get better incrementally, maybe, but he ain't going to be a great player for him. Not in the near future, for damn sure.
No, and it'd be different if it was mental mistakes too, but it's more physical, and that's the problem. Mental mistakes, all right, we can get him on the same page. We can, tell him, this is what you need to do. This is, the defense you're seeing. You kind of break it down and school them up mentally about, twists and stunts and things of that nature. Okay, just, stay in that spot and just use your, your inside hand to make sure you help the guard or whatever. It's not that. It's ducking his head. It's footwork. It's punch. It's the things that every NFL offensive lineman or tackle should automatically just do.
So what you're saying is it wasn't missed assignments, oh, shoot, I was supposed to get that guy. It was just getting worked rep after rep.
Yep. And maybe add in some of the mental mistakes, which is just a cherry on top of him being bad.
Right.
But it's more physical than mental.
Look, against 2 really good players, but this just in, it's the National Football League, and you say you'd give him a few more games. I say bye week at the latest. So that'd be the first 4 games, New York, Seattle, New England, Minnesota, see if he can figure it out. Because look what you got coming after the bye week. You got Cleveland and Myles Garrett. As much as it pains me to say this, Myles Garrett was the best defensive player in the NFL week 1. That guy was a monster.
Yep.
He had 2 sacks. He almost single-handedly, that defense and that pass rush almost single-handedly beat the Cincinnati Bengals in week 1. Myles Garrett hit the ground running in a way that we did not see T.J. Watt hit the ground running. How do you think he's going to fare against Broderick Jones? All right, no big deal. It's just a game. It's fine. It'll be fine. Okay, next week, Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks. You think they might line him up across from Broderick Jones? No big deal. That's just a couple of games. No problem. Week 3, the following week, Green Bay, Micah Parsons.
Oh, my goodness.
If he ain't figured it out by the bye week, you cannot roll him out there against Garrett and Hendrickson and Parsons in 3 consecutive weeks because, look, I hate to predict injuries. Aaron Rodgers played all 17 games last year, but you ain't making it out of those 3 games.
Nope.
Those elite pass rushers with that bad of a tackle? Hell no. And, okay, I don't like to predict injuries. So let's say Aaron's fine. You could lose that Cleveland game because Myles Garrett wrecks it.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably going to lose a division game on a Thursday on the road against a tough opponent because that just seems to happen all throughout the NFL against Cincinnati. But let's say you're in that thing. Trey Hendrickson can wreck the game. Green Bay's at home. I like the Steelers' chances. Green Bay looks really good.
Yes.
I think they're going to be one of the better teams in the NFL this year, but you're at home. It's an NFC opponent. Rodgers will be pissed off for greatness. Micah Parsons can ruin that game. Bye week seems like, at the latest, the perfect time to do it. And, hey, I think you got to give Broderick Jones a couple of weeks because you've invested a first-round draft pick in this guy, but I ain't letting that guy ruin the season.
No.
It'd be different if Rodgers didn't play well. It'd be different if it's like, okay, you're going to have to run a ball, play defense, do all that fun stuff. No, you can maybe achieve something this year because your quarterback was elite week one. You might have a guy at quarterback. He can't be a guy week in and week out. He can't throw 4 touchdowns week in and week out with the offensive line protecting him as poorly as they did on Sunday. That, to me, was an anomaly.
Yes. Yes.
He was great. You can't be great if you're constantly under pressure. None of the great ones. No quarterback can play great under pressure. Look at Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Look at when the Patriots lost Super Bowls. It's because they couldn't protect them. Aaron Rodgers ain't what he used to be either, from a movement standpoint.
I mean, what I asked Trey yesterday, too, and really with this level, this development, and there's levels to it of, having the decision of sitting Broderick Jones at some point. Like now this week, everything that you really wanted to do probably on offense goes out the window because you're going to have to protect him. You're not protecting Aaron Rodgers. You're protecting Broderick Jones, which is crazy. So you're going to have to keep a tight end in. You're going to have Jaylen Warren chip block, do things of that nature, not be able to get out in routes and actually expose the defense the way you want to.
Yeah.
So now your whole offensive game plan has shifted to protecting Broderick Jones and not protecting Aaron Rodgers, which is a shame. So if that doesn't work, then that's where my 3-game kind of like area is. It's like, all right, we need to make a move here. We need to make sure that Aaron Rodgers is the one being protected, and we're not protecting our offensive linemen with other players.
Right.
I think it's crazy.
And I've said, and you've said, we've all said, if he plays average, that might be okay. That might be good enough, especially the way that Rodgers played on Sunday. He's so far away from average right now. And we'll get into the Steelers' failures here. You should not be in year 3 figuring out if a first-round pick can be your left tackle. It's year 3. To your point, Jonnu Smith played 66% of the snaps on Sunday. He played 37 snaps. Pat Freiermuth played 28 snaps. That was 50% of the snaps. Darnell Washington played just 2 fewer snaps than Pat Freiermuth, 46% of the overall snaps. Didn't catch a ball. Why? Because his ass is babysitting Broderick Jones play after play, and that number's only going to go up after they watch the tape. He is a weapon. We saw him run like a deer down the middle of the field and get hit for a touchdown pass in preseason game number 1. That guy is a weapon, and they can't utilize him because their left tackle still has training wheels on. And it's their fault.
Yep.
Like he deserves blame, obviously, but it's their fault for how they've mismanaged this situation now going on 3 years. 412-928-9370. There are ramifications if he's not the guy. You want to draft your starting quarterback of the future next year. Are you going to have to shell out a whole bunch of money and pay a tackle? Are you going to have to then draft a tackle if you bench Broderick Jones at some point? Because once you bench him, that's past the point of no return. If you bench him 4 weeks into this season, he ain't your left tackle at any point the rest of the year unless there's injury. And that will probably spell the end for Broderick Jones. Is that all worth it? 412-928-9370, or do you give him a long leash and just see if he can develop over the course of the year? We'd love to hear from you. Open phones until 7 o'clock. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Minnesota Vikings were 27-24 winners in yesterday's Monday Night Football game against the Chicago Bears. Week 1 of the NFL season, it's over. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere. with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Through three quarters, Minnesota trailed Chicago 17-6. Then, all of a sudden, it clicked for J.J. McCarthy. Making his NFL debut in a divisional game in his hometown, he threw for 2 scores and ran for another, pacing an amazing 27-24 come-from-behind victory. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Real question. What if the MVP at your tailgate was the food that actually helped you lose weight? Not the sad veggie tray. Real wings, chili, meatballs, sausages. Nobody calls it diet food. They just ask for seconds. That's the point. Losing weight doesn't have to taste bad. I dropped 35 pounds with Waken 180 and haven't put a pound back on in 2 years because the plan fits real life. If your weight loss plan can't survive Sundays, it's not a plan. This one does. Awaken 180's Tailgate Transformation gives you structure, coaching, and hundreds of client recipes built for game day. You still show up, you still eat, and the scale still moves. Travel, late nights, kids' schedules, fine. You don't sit out the season, you play in it. So here's the take. You can keep the tailgate and you can lose the weight. Tailgate Transformation doesn't pull you from the huddle. It puts you right in the middle of it, feeling better every week. Start your Tailgate Transformation now at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Fog this morning, then mostly sunny, the high 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday Morning Rush shaping up. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway West, you are jammed inbound approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit tunnels, while the Parkway East lines up at the Forest Hills on-ramp to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Main Line Parkway North. Just beware, crews will be working in the HOV lanes today. They'll be cleaning up debris and other things from the last crossover and getting ready to construct a new crossover, which will shift traffic to the northbound side as that work on the bridge piers continue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Back to work, school, it's happening. Real life. Routine shouldn't be a bad word. How about winning rhythm? Lose weight every week with Awaken 180 and looking forward each day and every weigh-in. Fast results. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can also tweet us at _Adam Crowley, at Score and Doran, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Here is a text. I never thought I'd wish to have Dan Moore playing tackle for us, but then I watched Broderick Jones. I would invite everybody who's listening right now to go on Twitter and type in Dan Moore into your search bar. Doesn't seem like Titans fans were all that impressed with their $82 million left tackle.
Just as bad.
Yeah. Which sort of underscores the problem with the Steelers here. You've got Aaron Rodgers, who played a really good football game on Sunday. He can still clearly sling it at an elite level, and as we talked about all offseason, his brain is a massive weapon that nobody else in the NFL possesses. Like, you've got a good quarterback right now. And you're finding out on the fly if a guy you drafted 3 years ago could be the blindside protector? Why? So that you could play Dan Moore Jr. at left tackle the last couple of years. Why?
No idea.
That's one of the problems that the Steelers have had during this non-losing season streak is sometimes, it's one of my favorite phrases, they don't see the forest through the trees. You needed to find out about Broderick Jones before year 3. You needed to. And now here you are, and he almost got your 41-year-old quarterback killed.
Yes.
In week 1. They played Dan Moore Jr. last year at left tackle, even when Faltanu was coming back healthy, because they thought he was the best player at that position. Okay, but you need to learn whether or not a guy that you traded up for in the first round can get the job done or not. And you knew Dan Moore Jr. wasn't part of the future here.
Right, you knew you weren't going to pay him.
Right.
So that just never made sense to me.
Me neither. And we were critical of them at the time, and that's why I don't think it's cut and dry. Oh, you just bench Broderick Jones, because guess what happens if you do? He ain't ever going to be your starting left tackle. And then when you hit free agency at the end of the year, not great to mediocre tackles, they get $82 million. Yeah. So if someone would want to call up and say, no, you got to see what happens with Broderick Jones, I would understand that argument, because you don't want to then pour more resources into one of the more important positions in the NFL because you've punted on Broderick 2 years, 3 years now into his rookie deal. I get it. But I would bench him. Not now. I'd give him until the bye. You say give him a couple more weeks, but if you don't figure it out, you got to pull a trigger.
I mean, I'd look for who could possibly we trade for too. I mean, you have some money still.
Yes, you do.
Over. Like I'd be scouring the other teams in the NFL to see, like, all right, like which team, like who's the Dolphins tackle?
Right. Who sucks?
Who's terrible that wants to get rid of guys, offload guys?
Because the Dolphins, I don't know if you saw this, they were officially eliminated mathematically from playoff contention. How poorly they played.
Basically.
The Colts. They got bludgeoned by the Colts.
The Colts. Crushed.
Daniel Jones.
Indiana Jones are calling him. Indiana.
Doran, I can't tell you how much I effing love that.
It's one of the best nicknames, I think.
I hope they make the playoffs.
Indiana Jones.
I hope they make the playoffs and Indiana Jones plays great all season long and they don't draft a quarterback. 412-928-9370. So you and I say if Broderick Jones keeps struggling, yes, you bench him. Because it looks like you've got a quarterback who can still play the game at an elite level. You do not want to ruin him because your left tackle stinks out loud. I also think they actually would consider doing it. And the reason I feel that way is he was going to be their swing tackle last year.
Mm-hmm.
If Troy Faltanu was healthy, he was going to play right tackle. Broderick had, 3 penalties in that Denver game. And if Faltanu didn't get hurt, I think that was going to be the last we saw of Broderick Jones.
Yes.
It was going to be Dan Moore at left. It was going to be Faltanu at right. And Broderick was going to have to learn in the film room and get whatever backup practice reps you get. So if you were going to do it last year, and now he's protecting the blind side of an immobile quarterback, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility to think that they might do it again if his play dictates that they do.
It's just crazy because they basically told us how much better they thought Dan Moore was than Broderick Jones, because Broderick Jones couldn't overtake that position at left tackle, right? So they're telling us, like, Dan Moore is that much better than Broderick Jones. And now we're in this position where Dan Moore is just as bad as Broderick Jones, but still that much better than probably Broderick Jones.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
So, like, what are we doing here? Like, why not even – why this offseason, why didn't you just get an insurance policy this offseason? Knowing that this could possibly be the case whenever he's moving to the left side of the line.
Bostic's been saying it for months. He was bad at right tackle, and now he's supposed to be the solution at left tackle. And I understand their thought process. Hey, he's a natural left tackle, but that also spits in the face of what they've done for 2 years.
Right.
Like, you trade up to draft a guy to be your cornerstone left tackle, and the same franchise that played Kendrick Green from day one and gave a potential Hall of Fame center's number to, he gets to play, and Broderick Jones has to wait 2 years to start at his natural position? What the frig? So you're right, man. They aired this offseason not insulating themselves behind him, but they've been airing on this guy from day one.
Yep.
And playing Dan Moore Jr. in front of him. Dan Moore, a guy who never had pedigree, who did get better, but he never got good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to sit here like totally disrespecting Dan Moore. He was drafted in the middle rounds. He has been a mainstay in the NFL, and he's gotten paid. Good for him. Seriously. I do not mean that sarcastically. Good for him. But why are you playing that guy ahead of a first-round pick?
That you traded up for.
That you traded up
Makes
for.
no sense.
0 sense. Phone lines are popping. We'll talk to the people when we come back at 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Would you consider benching Broderick Jones? 412-928-9370. The reason that most Steelers fans are optimistic today is because of Aaron Rodgers. It's hard to be over the top optimistic about the quarterback, though, if we all think the left tackle is going to get him killed. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a 3-game series with the Baltimore Orioles tonight at 6:35. You can listen to the coverage of that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. That starts at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
When I was coming out of the womb, I was eating French onion dip. My whole life, I've been obsessed with French onion dip. And Daisy French onion dip is the best French onion dip I've ever had. I love eating wings and chips and veggies while watching the big game. And now Daisy's come out with a ranch dip. They're a game changer. As delicious as homemade dips, they're made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I do when I'm watching football all fall and winter long. Get yourself some Daisy French onion dip, some Daisy ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is Attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Pittsburgh, the Breakthrough T1D Walk presented by UPMC and UPMC Health Plan is back October 19th at Acrisure Stadium. A high-energy day filled with music, inspiration, and fun, all to help cure type 1 diabetes. If you love someone with T1D, you know how much strength it takes every single day. Walking is one way to show them, and thousands of others, they're not alone. Register today at walk.breakthrough-t1d.org. PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group are proud to support T1D awareness.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5. If it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Noticing a trend in a game? You can hop on it right away. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pittsburgh, you might recognize my name from the football field or my face from television, but now I want you to become familiar with my family. I'm Johnny J.P. Patrician, and in 1955, my grandfather opened Nick Chevrolet right off of Route 28. We have been family-owned and operated for 70 years. The number one priority of our standalone dealership is to treat customers like friends. Whether you're looking for a new Chevy or a pre-owned vehicle of any make or model, stop in and see my family. Before you buy, give Nick Chevrolet a try. 724-224-2700 or nickchevrolet.com.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. And September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Give us a ring on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The question, how long should the leash be for Broderick Jones at left tackle? 412-928-9370. We'll take some calls in a minute here. Texter writes in, we all knew that Broderick Jones was a project, didn't play much at Georgia. So how long does it take for a guy to figure it out? They were specifically asking you that question, Doran.
I would say, well, normally you would have the guy play his natural position if he was a project. If he was a super athlete, you knew that there was something there. Obviously, you trade up to get him. You would immediately put him at left tackle, but probably have him sit behind somebody and not move him, not mess with him. But they moved him to right tackle. He actually did decent whenever they did move him to right tackle. But then immediately put him back to his natural position after year one, after he was the right tackle. So, but normally I would say 2 years. This case, Broderick Jones, it's like 80-20. I give Broderick Jones over the Steelers of messing him up. But usually after your first year, going into your second year, after a few games, you should be with the pedigree that he has, ready to roll.
Right.
I mean, it is a different position, but it's still offensive line. It's not like he's playing tight end. It's not like he's playing wide receiver or defensive line. They didn't move him to the other side of the football. He played tackle. He played right tackle, and he's playing left tackle, a position that he played in college. I don't care how many snaps he got. He was worthy of a trade-up first-round pick.
Right.
He should figure it out pretty quickly, in my opinion.
People are crushing Pat Meyer, too, and I get it. I think Pat Meyer has been kind of a mixed bag. It's always tough to know, though. Zach Frazier. Does Pat Meyer get credit for Zach Frazier being good?
Mason McCormick.
But then on the same token, you have Dotson, who leaves and then plays really well and did not play well here. Dotson got paid. He's one of the better guards in the league. So it has been a mixed bag. I think you nailed it. I had no problem with them not starting Broderick from day one. it was okay that it took time before you inserted him into the lineup, but then you insert him at right tackle. You should have flipped Dan Moore to left tackle, have right tackle, have Broderick Jones start at left tackle, and you just take your lumps then.
Absolutely.
And you figure it out on the fly. You also made a good point. Like, when Broderick played right tackle initially, the Steelers' running game was one of the best running attacks in the NFL after the bye week, Kenny Pickett's rookie year. Or I guess, what was it? This is the following year. They ran the ball really, really well. And they ran it well behind Broderick Jones. Last year, he was worse. So that's where the player does come into it, too.
Exactly.
Like, you need to get better, and he wasn't a train wreck whenever he first got inserted into the lineup. 412-928-9370. This always comes up when we're having offensive line discussions. Hashtag bring back Mike Munchak. He wanted to get closer to family.
He's been gone for how many years now?
He ain't coming back,
No,
folks.
he's not.
Never mind. I have a family member whose husband left like 30 years ago. They never got a real divorce because she always thought he was coming back. Never came back.
No.
Zach in Pittsburgh, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just have a question for you. Do you think moving Broderick to right tackle and then trying to bring him back to left tackle is the problem? Like the change of
it hasn't
helped your steps and everything like that. Do you think that's the issue, or do you switch Fontanu and him and just let him run right tackle?
Look, Faltanu played left tackle in a lot of games at Washington. He was never considered to be a project. He played a million games at Washington. Was a left tackle for the offensive line that won the award for the best offensive line in college football. I think he could play left tackle, but you imagine if they flip-flopped him like tomorrow. Then you're just screwing with Jones and you're screwing with Faltanu.
Right.
Like you
well,
can't
you're already
do that.
screwing with both. I mean, Faltano's not in his normal position either.
All the draft nicks in that lead up to last year's draft talked about how he profiled as more of a right tackle. I never really understood why.
I understood that.
Okay.
He did profile because he's thicker.
Mm-hmm.
I did understand it, but if we really want to talk details, like he is playing a different position that he did in college.
Right.
So was Broderick.
Right.
So they didn't just draft a right tackle or just draft a left tackle. They've put both of them at right tackle, who both of them played left tackle in college.
You know what it sounds like? The Pirates.
Yeah, exactly.
Bob in North for Sales, hello.
Hello there, Mr. Crowley and Score and Dorn. I hope you guys are well, my friends.
Oh, we're great. Harry's a little under the weather today, but he's persevering like a champion. How are you, Bob?
Well, you know what? This Broderick Jones is giving me nightmares like the Pirates. And you know what? Moving him to the bench, I don't know if that will help because he couldn't even guard the water bucket at this time.
You got anything else, Bob?
No, that's it. Have a great day.
Hey, you too, Bob.
You too, Bob, yeah.
I love Bob.
Yep.
He just wanted to make a joke.
I do wonder if Aaron Rodgers can help a little bit, scheme-wise, to help Broderick Jones. But, like I said, it's more physical than mental. I mean, he's like, every time that somebody like almost engages, he ducks his head, and that's like that's a cardinal sin in football. Like, never duck your head because then you're looking down.
That's what Trey said yesterday. He's like, left tackle, right tackle, center, right guard, left guard, don't matter. If you duck your head, you're getting screwed. Yep. You ain't gonna make the play. Do you think the water bucket is more mobile than Aaron Rodgers?
Inside, the water is moving around.
You tweeted it out yesterday. You sincerely wondered how Rodgers is feeling.
Yeah, I was definitely curious, and that was a real tweet. I was like, I wonder how he feels because I know how I felt yesterday. I'm 37, and all I did was talk to you, and I feel awful.
Some might argue that that's more difficult.
Yeah.
Than having Broderick Jones protect your blind side.
Right.
He can't be feeling good.
No.
Doran, I'm 34.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the last time that I woke up and felt good.
No.
Like, we're not young and spry like Harry, like City Limits. Youth is wasted on the young. Rodgers has to feel like death.
I felt better after a football game than I do just waking up now.
Yeah.
Honestly. So I wonder If I had to play football now, how bad would I feel? That's what Aaron Rodgers is feeling like.
Yeah. He got to be in the cold tub. He got to get in the sauna.
Hyperbaric.
Little hyperbaric chamber.
Mm-hmm. A little heat.
Maybe a little marijuana.
Maybe a little bit of that. A little bit of lasering of.
Oh, you're going to get lasered.
Yeah, laser. Get laser.
Maybe
Heat
a massage
laser.
or two.
Massages.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't have him practice on Wednesdays.
He's not going to practice tomorrow.
All season long.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
No point.
He didn't play in the preseason.
Right.
And he came out and threw 4 touchdowns.
He doesn't need to practice.
If my man doesn't want to practice at all, he don't have to practice at all. I think we saw, and it's tough to tell, I think we saw one miscommunication on Saturday.
Where he was like,
yes, to Jonnu Smith.
Juxta.
Get vertical up the seam. Get up there. And I wonder if, because there was the penalty on the play, that might have changed the responsibility for Jonnu in Aaron's mind. Like, hey, we got a free play. You just take it vertical.
Right.
I'm wondering if that was it.
Probably. That's exactly what it was. Yes, it was a free play. Take it vertical. Yes, you did. That was a good call. You take it vertical. That's from Jonnu Smith not having practice, though.
Right.
Now Aaron Rodgers knows that.
That's one time. If old man Rodgers doesn't want to practice at all, he don't practice at all. I'm in love with him.
Of course you are.
I tweeted it out yesterday, and it got like 250,000 impressions. That I have not felt as good as a Steelers fan in 5 years as I did when Rodgers threw that touchdown off his back foot and gave the fist pump. I have a new lease on Steelers fandom life, man. Oh, glorious. If he doesn't want to practice, he doesn't have to practice. If he wants to host the McAfee show every day, you go right ahead, Aaron. You host the McAfee show. We ain't seen good quarterback play in half a decade.
Yep.
All right, your Broderick Jones calls at 412-928-9370. We will get to you. We've got Jeff Hathorn coming up at 7 o'clock. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:35 against the Baltimore Orioles in the beginning of a 3-game series on the road for the Pirates. Coverage on the Fan can be heard starting at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems for you on 28. This report brought to you by Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. A little bit of heavy traffic on the inbound side of Route 28 past an accident off to the side just past the Fox Chapel Road on-ramp, and it's causing some slowdowns, as I mentioned. You will find another delay right around the 31st Street Bridge heading toward East Ohio Street and the North Shore Expressway, as well as that Veterans Bridge on-ramp. Parkway West, you are stacking between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Ford Pit Tunnels, while the Parkway East, that's stacking before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gerken Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat feels like the front row at Rival.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
You've still got it. Your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
How long have you had sharp pains in your heel or that burning sensation on the bottom of your feet? Do you want to lose weight and exercise, but cannot because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain? Many people come to the Good Feet store and talk about these same issues. The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers.
The pain in my foot was so bad I could not walk for any length of time. I walked in the Good Feet store in pain, and I walked out pain-free.
Good Feet arch supports fit in all your own shoes. Ladies, you can now be comfortable in your favorite high heels. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
No shots, no surgery, and no medication. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Do you hear Becky snoozing on the 91 Butler Street bus? Shh. She's dreaming of coffee and concerts earned on the Commute Info app. Every time Becky bikes, buses, walks, and car or van pulls for work, she logs her trip on the Commute Info app. Then watches points pile up for perks on dining, entertainment, and shopping, all while saving on gas and parking with no rush hour driving. Get the Commute Info app today. Commute Info is a program of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Vikings pulled victory from the jaws of defeat last night, coming back to beat the Bears. Ben Johnson, a couple of screw-ups in his first game as a head coach. Saw the same thing from Aaron Glenn, I thought, on Sunday. Chasing points after the missed extra point, then the penalty, and then going for 2, and ultimately that really cost them at the end of the game. It takes a little bit of time for a rookie coach to figure out all the game management aspects, but I'll tell you, J.J. McCarthy was game.
Yeah.
He played bad early.
Figured it out.
He played a lot of bad, actually, but that dude's got a goofy level of confidence, and I thought he was unflappable for somebody who's starting his first game on the road, national TV, down early, and then made some of his best plays late. So that's what the Steelers got in 3 weeks in Ireland.
You know he's only lost 3 games in his career from high school to pro?
No.
Yeah. I think he lost 1 game in high school as a starter from, I think, sophomore year, maybe freshman year to senior year. Lost 1 game as a Michigan starter. Then went undefeated his senior year. And no, maybe 2 games. And now he's won again. So, yeah. He's like 70-something and 3.
That is incredible.
Or 68 and 3 or something.
Did you see the stat on Derrick Henry that's going around? Derrick Henry, who is a future Hall of Famer, I think.
Yeah.
Still doesn't have as many rushing yards in his NFL career as he did in high school.
Yeah, that's right.
Unfair. Unfair to try to tackle that guy in high school.
Crazy.
AJ's been waiting patiently. Let's talk about Broderick Jones. Hey, AJ.
What's going on, fellas?
What up?
Hey, you got to give him at least till the bye week.
I think that's fair.
You have to give him at least till the bye week. But what's not being discussed enough is the fact that Pat Meyer has been with the Steelers since 22. He supposedly had 2 bookend tackles, Sam-Malu, Frazier, had James Daniels for a while. He's got a late-round steal in McCormick, and he has Frazier, and the line has been nothing but putrid since he's been in charge.
Yeah, you pay Sam-Malu, who is a champ and a really good player. Still, I think, coming into this year, one of the better guards in the NFL. And you've got 2 first-round picks, and you've got a second-round pick, and they ran for 2.7 yards per carry, and Rodgers was sacked 4 times. It's unacceptable. Now, we didn't expect it to be a well-oiled machine for the offensive line week 1 because that unit, despite 4 of the 5 guys playing, the whole unit didn't play in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
But it needed to look better than it did. And it sure as hell better look better this week.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
I don't think this front this week's as good as the Jets front. And you're at home. You better run the damn ball.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can run the ball, that's going to help you in your pass protection too. So they were one-dimensional. It was a perfect storm for Rodgers to get mauled. It can't be that way moving forward, or he will get mauled. 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn going to join us next. Mike Tomlin speaks today. We'll get Jeff's thoughts on Game 1 and his comments on this Broderick Jones situation. 50-minute mark on the Fan was brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDK take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It could be a while before we see rain again. Right now, the next even chance for rain comes over the weekend, but the rain chance is very low both Saturday and Sunday. Still looks like our next good chance for rain's well over a week away. While we wait, enjoy a string of nice days. Highs today should hit the mid-70s with morning lows in the 40s. Noon temps will be in the low 70s with light winds out of the east. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
Small fixes to big upgrades. eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on Route 28. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. This accident now blocking the right lane as crews are on the scene on inbound Route 28 just past the Freeport Road on-ramp and causing delays. Now back to RIDC Park as you get by the scene in the left lane. A single lane gets you by. And once you get past it, you'll be a little bit heavy approaching East Ohio Street. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Football talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. I feel like Pompiani in a preseason game.
Law and Order SVU. This time, they have fresh fish.
Third down, Mason Rudolph drops back to pass, but make sure you catch Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone, and he sacked Broderick Jones, a turnstile again. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joins us now. Good morning, Jeff. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. The best where the shows is like next on Gilmore Girls. Has a tough night trying to figure out if Brad really likes her.
Jeff, you know who had a tough day on Sunday. I almost slipped up and said Saturday again, which Texter said I did it before. It's because I got Brawl on my mind. Great. West Virginia can lose by 1 million. Anyway, Broderick Jones, bad day. Do you think the Steelers, with a couple more bad Broderick Jones performances, would consider benching their left tackle?
I think they would, but I don't think they're there yet at all. I don't think, let me make that clear. They're not there yet at all. But if he has, 4 or 5 more in a row of what we saw yesterday, they've got to consider options because on Sunday, they've got to consider options because it wasn't good. I mean, you got to be inside and outside. Now, listen, I think there's some talent on that Jets DN group. That needs to be stated here, but I mean, Broderick wasn't good enough.
Who do you think that they would put in? Who do you think it would be? Andrus Peat? Do you think it'd be Calvin Anderson? Who do you think, and what direction would they go? Could they be searching for maybe a trade opportunity for another tackle at this point?
I mean, we're getting a little down the road, but I think internally Calvin Austin is their swing tackle. So I think he would probably get, and this is the guy who started in the league. And I don't think they would mess with Fautanu at this point. I think he stays on the right side. But, I mean, again, it's early. It's hopefully you see a ton of improvement. Like you want to see from the defense, that you also see that from Broderick on Sunday.
I'm sorry. I just pictured Calvin Austin.
Yeah, you said Calvin Austin, not Calvin Anderson.
I'm sorry, Calvin Anderson.
And I pictured Calvin Austin. I was like, oh man, that poor guy.
We all knew what you meant, but that would be something.
That would be something.
Arthur Smith in his bag.
What's interesting? In the locker room, it's Calvin Austin, Mason, and then Broderick. So when Mason's not there, it's like one huge dude and Calvin, and it's like I wonder if Calvin's like, Broderick, just sit down. Just when you're at your locker, just always sit down.
Like J.J. Watt and Ian Eagle. Did you see that picture?
I did see that. And my buddy called it out when we were watching at the restaurant, and I said, Ian, he got to be sitting down, right? He wasn't sitting down. Jeff,
I know. I was watching the game back yesterday, and Leslie's like, is he standing? Unfortunately, he is.
Yeah, JJ, a big man. Jeff, they obviously have a lot of faith in Troy Fautanu, and we heard from you and others how much faith that they had in Calvin Austin III. Haven't heard the same kind of whispers about Broderick Jones, so obviously it did not go well on Sunday, and you say they're not going to, pull the trigger on benching him anytime soon, but do they have an internal belief that he will ultimately be the long-term answer at left tackle, do you think?
I mean, I think they wanted to believe, and that some of the things you saw in camp, you're like, okay, because the last couple of practices of camp in Latrobe, like even the most critical fans that saw went, all right, there is some improvement.
Right.
When you watch the preseason games, there wasn't anything that was like, oh man. Now you have to consider the competition, but let's just take it at face value. The people he went against, he did a pretty good job. So you thought, all right, he's getting it on the left side. And maybe this is just one game. Maybe this was just because of the opponent, because of who it was. But I still think there is confidence. But again, if you were to stack a month or so of those performances, I think you've got to consider options.
Jeff, do you have confidence in this defense and defensive line fixing the issues that they had on Sunday?
Man, Patrick Queen, I think, laid it out pretty well. Like, they keep playing like that. It's going to be bad news. I mean, at some point you're going to add Derek Harmon. So that's going to help this group. I think we saw a few times with Peyton Wilson was either chasing or out of position. Like there are things when they watch the film back, I think they're going to go, okay, we did this. And all right, this was scripted. Like, just stay in your gaps. Don't make hero plays. Like, do what you need to do. I mean, I would say initially, wouldn't they have loved to have Landon Roberts for that game on Sunday? I mean, that is a piece that I look at and say, and Malik Harrison is hurt, so I don't know what his availability is going to be like for the next couple of weeks. But you hope it's just some of those things. And I will say this too. I mean, if Breece Hall played for a winner, everybody would know his name.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those cuts he made were elite NFL running back cuts, and then he's got that burst. And as he's hugging Aaron Rodgers, you think Aaron's like, dude, you want to come with me?
Yeah.
Like,
guy's a stud.
Because I think the guy is legit.
Fan Hotline, that's where we find Jeff, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I hate putting you on the spot like this because Tomlin is going to speak at noon today, but you think there's a decent shot Harmon plays in this game?
I think there's a decent shot. I think he's going to leave the window open for the week, see how the week plays.
Door ajar, leave a light on for him, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Let participation be their guide?
Yes, that's the one. Participation will be the guide, and we'll see. I mean, we haven't seen him out on the field, but I don't think it's out of question that he could play. But I mean, you guys can kind of figure it out. Like Herbig last week, limited. If it's limited all week, you kind of know the answer even before it comes out. But that would be a welcome addition to that front.
What about, in anticipation to Mike Tomlin's press conference, what about Joey Porter Jr. or Deshaun Elliott?
Yeah, we never really even got an injury for Porter. We know it was left leg. Hopefully it's just something he tweaked. Elliott, man, knees can be so tricky because, as you guys know, you could see a guy walking around with a knee and think, oh, okay, he's fine, and he's done. So I don't know. And there was no we talked to a couple of guys. Thornhill said yesterday that he was hoping that, he would come back quickly. So we don't know at this point. But, yeah, and I'll quote Thornhill again. He's like, man, we just got out on the field with all of us. And then all of a sudden we're without Elliott. And I will say, I think Juan and Clark made some plays in the backfield filling in.
Do you expect them to sign a safety or corner today or tomorrow?
I guess it will depend on the severity here. Mm-hmm. But I think they like I know people worry about Pierre, but that's someone that they've always liked. And I don't know what Trice's availability would be, but I think they have a couple of options there. But safety, I think, and you also have Beanie as a guy who's played games for you if you just want to move Ramsey around.
Oh, great. Put a microphone in front of him brawl week. I'm sure he won't friggin' say anything that'll...
It's funny, he came into the room late, and and it was almost like, oh, sorry, the room is closing. You can't go talk to Beanie.
Thanks to Bert for not giving Pitt any more bulletin board material for the game. Jeff, it was obvious. I thought, and I wasn't there, so this is why I want to ask you about it. It was obvious to me that not only can Rodgers play, but that there is a belief 1 through 53 that he is the right guy. And the reaction, not just from Rodgers, but from the sideline when he threw that touchdown pass, like I bet you if you walked in there, maybe you have, and you talk to every guy, they believe they've got a quarterback.
Yeah, I think the reaction is as much for Rodgers as that it was Skoranek with the first touchdown. Those guys, I know people get tired of hearing about him, but they love this guy because of how hard he plays and what he's willing to do. You watch a couple of those run plays to steal. There's Skoranek right up in there in the middle of the defense making plays. But to your point with Aaron, we had been seeing some of that, but it was the most Ben-like performance we've seen from a Steeler quarterback since that. Finding open receivers. It didn't matter who it went to. Being able to hold guys with play action, even when the run game wasn't going. He's still technical enough to be able to do that. And then a couple of those throws, his arm strength is still there. And you guys saw that in that game. He's still got it. And the receivers made some plays. Calvin Austin, that combat catch near the goal line. That's a legit play. I thought they executed really well. And I think he and Arthur obviously seem to be it's 1 week, but seemed to be on the same page. I think Arthur called a good game as well.
Yes, he did. Jeff, this was really good. It always is. We appreciate your time, and we will talk to you on Thursday pre-brawl and pre-Stillers Seahawks.
Big weekend. Mm-hmm. Looking forward to it. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, Jeff.
See you, Jeff. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. Find more of Jeff's goodies on 937thefan.com. One of the guys being affected, I think, by Broderick Jones' struggles is Roman Wilson. He played 10 snaps. He had a really good preseason. He played 10 snaps, and I think it's because you're going to play Darnell Washington a ton as the extra protector. He played, and now he might anyway, but he played 46% of the snaps, did Washington, and I mean, he wasn't running a ton of routes. And you need him out there if you can't trust Broderick Jones.
Right. And then it's like, okay, if Washington isn't out there, it's like, all right, who's the next guy? You got to have Johnny. You got to have Pat Fry out there. You got to have Calvin Austin out there. You got to have DK out there.
He's the odd man out.
He is at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as the season goes on, you'll see a little bit more of him.
I would think so, too. I was a little bit surprised, but hey, 7 receivers that Rodgers hit, 4 touchdowns. Didn't need Roman Wilson to go out there and make plays. But to Jeff's point, if Roman's out there, he's running routes, and he's open, he's going to throw him the football.
For sure.
But I'm itching to see what that looks like in a regular season game. It is 7:15. Time to make the call to Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Much to react to from Jeff, and we will when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a series with the Baltimore Orioles beginning tonight. Game time is at 6:35. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
Football brings out all the emotions. It's why we love the game. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit, getting hung out dry by your old sportsbook, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game day from now until October, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses. Guaranteed. Additionally, new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or winning money back in fan cash. You can use fan cash for anything in the Fanatics universe, like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can switch to the sure thing? Every single game day until October comes with the guarantee. Your old sports book, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So, how much will Detroit miss defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn and offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, who both now have become rookie head coaches? It was evident Sunday in Green Bay that key coordinators aren't easy to replace, especially on offense. However, I do think the Lions will get it right at home, and I think they'll settle in. Ultimately, this is definitely a playoff caliber roster. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Real question. What if the MVP at your tailgate was the food that actually helped you lose weight? Not the sad veggie tray. Real wings, chili, meatballs, sausages. Nobody calls it diet food. They just ask for seconds. That's the point. Losing weight doesn't have to taste bad. I dropped 35 pounds with Waken 180 and haven't put a pound back on in 2 years because the plan fits real life. If your weight loss plan can't survive Sundays, it's not a plan. This one does. Awaken 180's Tailgate Transformation gives you structure, coaching, and hundreds of client recipes built for game day. You still show up, you still eat, and the scale still moves. Travel, late nights, kids' schedules, fine. You don't sit out the season, you play in it. So here's the take. You can keep the tailgate and you can lose the weight. Tailgate Transformation doesn't pull you from the huddle. It puts you right in the middle of it, feeling better every week. Start your Tailgate Transformation now at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hello there, procrastinator. Yes, I'm talking to you. Yes, you. No. You. Yep, you that hasn't called Precision Pointing and Restoration yet because you've been meaning to, but you haven't, and you know, longer that you wait, more it's going to cost you, more damage it's going to potentially do. Yes, you have that masonry project, and you haven't called Precision Pointing and Restoration yet. Yes, they're the company to call. We've been telling you about that for months now. Water leaking through the chimney, whatever you have, well, get it done. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net. Stop procrastinating.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic woes continue on Route 28. This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. Crews are on the scene of that earlier accident. Crews are blocking the right lane on inbound Route 28 just past the Freeport Road on-ramp. Traffic is getting by, sometimes in a single lane and stacking back to RIDC Park. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Inbound, outbound, fairly steady out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East, you are stacking at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your local convenience store has brought back your local favorite. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and get one of their family recipe pepperoni rolls. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You ever seen like Ben McAdoo calling plays?
Yep.
And he's got the Cheesecake Factory menu basically right up in front of his face.
Mm-hmm.
We might need to be doing that on the YouTube stream.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the stuff we're talking about off the air.
I forgot about that. Yeah, good call.
It didn't hit me until I clicked over to see how the YouTube comments were going. Like, written lip readers out there. Although, you just heard from me, it'd probably be pretty impossible. The way I butcher the English language.
Yep.
Sometimes we're having such a good dude conversation off the air, I don't know how to get back into sports mode.
It is tough.
And I find myself in that position right now.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to tell you all out there to text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And we would love for you to tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The return of Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? We'll mix it up with a little trivia coming up in about 10 minutes. But I wanted to react to Jeff. Jeff said the Steelers aren't thinking about benching Broderick Jones right now, but definitely wouldn't rule it out. And there are some guys that are going to get to play and take their lumps and keep taking their lumps, and you're going to just hope that through playing they're going to get better. What I heard in Jeff's answer was they will give him some length of time to be able to do that, but he's not going to be on scholarship the whole season.
No.
Like, you're not just going to go out there and stink out loud, game in and game out, and, oh, because we drafted you in the first round, you just get to play. And I'm happy to hear that. It would be an absolute cataclysmic failure. The Steelers have done the right thing in attempting to build in the trenches. But they have, to this point, failed with Broderick Jones. And I haven't said this yet. I think that they failed to this point with Keanu Benton. He got bullied
he did.
On Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was really good as a rookie, man. I didn't think he was great last year, but I thought he was far from awful. I thought he was awful on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it was his worst game as a pro.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see if PFF graded him out higher than Rodgers.
That is just wild.
Broderick Jones and Aaron Rodgers got the same Pro Football Focus grade.
How?
I don't understand it, man. I'm not going to reference Pro Football Focus for a while here on the show. I miss our guy, Brad Spielberger, and we talked to him, and Brad knew what he was doing, and still knows what he's doing. He works in the industry, played the game. I don't know how you can, and for those of you who don't know, watch all the games on Sunday and tell me that 25 quarterbacks played better than Aaron Rodgers, because that's what Pro Football Focus said. They said 25 quarterbacks were better than Rodgers. And I think you can make a reasonable argument that like 5 might have been. I thought Lamar was wonderful.
Yeah, Josh Allen.
I thought Josh Allen was wonderful. I thought, that might be the list. Justin Herbert was really good.
Was really good.
But if you would have told me they gave him a top 5 grade, I'd have said, yep. And I would have referenced it, and I would have been like, look, even the Filmer Breaker Downer people are saying that Aaron Rodgers played great. I'm interested to see how the national narrative turns now. Because yesterday, all the analysis was, wow, Rodgers played well. He threw 4 touchdowns. Even some of the stuff that has already come out today on the morning shows nationally, wow, Rodgers played well. I'm wondering who among the national media is going to come out today and say, you know what, Rodgers didn't actually play that well, but that wasn't their opinion when they watched the game, but now that they got the bad analytics behind it, they'll say he didn't play all that well. Because it's coming for someone, and that person shall reveal themselves, Doran, as a non-ball knower.
Colin Cowherd.
Cowherd was saying they've got an adult at quarterback.
Okay.
It's very, very Cowherd.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
They've got a parent.
They have a parent.
They have a dad.
They do.
A father.
Mm-hmm.
They have a father at quarterback.
You would trust Aaron Rodgers to tuck your children in at night.
Yes.
That was the Cowherd take. But you're going to get someone today. You know what? Upon further review, Rodgers didn't really play that well. And I'm having a hard time understanding, because the advanced analytics would tell you that from a clean pocket, Rodgers was almost flawless. Okay, so if it's not a clean pocket and things broke down, whose fault is that?
Exactly.
Rodgers? No. Okay, he can't escape. Fair enough. There were a couple of throws on the run to his right, though. That still looked pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to escape the way he used to be able to escape, but you're going to hammer him for that? Whatever what the hell do we have going on over here?
What is that?
We have some sort of Trojan horse situation going on. There is a man.
Is that a plant?
I have no idea what it is. Are we getting plants delivered here to the station? I don't know what's going on. We'll effort to find out.
At least you got that will together. You're good. You're good.
All right. I didn't mean to go down the PFF Rogers wormhole there. Well,
it just doesn't make any sense to me, honestly, at the end of the day. Like, it's not like he was getting the ball out late. It's not like he threw interceptions. It's not like he had any fumbles. I just don't understand it.
Doran, Aaron Rodgers' grade by PFF was 54.5. Russell Wilson's was 54.1. So basically, according to Pro Football Focus, Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers played about the same level of football game. Russell Wilson's team scored 6 points, and his coach, I guess, lobbied the owner to play Jackson Dart Week 2.
Yep.
I can't take it seriously. All right, we'll take a brief break from the football and get a little trivia in. Test your trivia knowledge against us as we test our trivia knowledge against Southside Jake when we come back with Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Baltimore Orioles at 6:35. Coverage on the Fan starts at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cedar Brook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver, this season, Cedar Brook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedar Brook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today. Because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you want to be more active and start exercising, but cannot because you know you're going to have pain or discomfort?
I'm a martial artist, a pilot, mountain biker, hiker. The thing that brings me down is my feet. When my wife finally talked me into going into the Good Feet store, the salesperson there immediately started investing himself in my problem. This is not something that you could solve online. There's got to be somebody there that can help you find that fit. You put in the arch supports and the clouds go away and it's a good life. I wear them all the time. Good Feet has saved the day.
You deserve a better life, too. Come into the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. Good Feet products are proudly made in the USA.
This is the Bird. And on Wednesday, September 24th, the City of Champions is the home of professional wrestling as AEW presents Dynamite. Are you ready for some Dynamite tonight? Be there live for every unforgettable moment just days after going all out. And feel the real as the greatest professional wrestlers in the world deliver an unforgettable night. AEW Dynamite, live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh. Wednesday, September 24th. Tickets on sale now starting at $20 at AEWTIX.com.
Beginning September 12th, it's the biggest party of the year at Hoffer House Pittsburgh. Enjoy 3 weekends of festive fun featuring the original Oktoberfest beer, delicious traditional dishes, lots of live music, and family-friendly entertainment. From stein-raising sing-alongs to savory bites and balloon artists, there's something for everyone at our house, kicking off Oktoberfest in style. Join them Friday, September 12th at 7 p.m. for the ceremonial keg tapping with special guest Ken Reggett. Raise a stein as we launch the season with live music, great beer, and family-friendly fun to set the tone for 3 weekends of celebration.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Waterworks, and Collier Township.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right. Southside Jake back with us to test our sports knowledge. We got trees delivered, Doran. That's what that was.
That is right.
2 new fake trees in the conference room that, according to me, right now, look exactly like the trees that were just replaced.
Yep. Same ones.
Because fake trees, nothing bad happens to them. They're fake. Jake, how we doing, buddy? You have the bronchitis.
Yeah, I'm finally starting to feel a little bit better here. You know, it takes a little bit of time, but yeah, I'm good. All good, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you sound like death. You ready to test our trivia knowledge?
Yeah, I'm ready, man. It's, you know, you feel that weather outside, and especially here in the morning. You know it's football weather, and you know what else?
Damn right.
Time to get your furnace checked. Time to get that furnace checked. Let's go. But let's jump into the questions, I guess, right?
Let's do it.
All right, first one. Here we go. What is the largest point deficit the Steelers have failed to come back and win? Have faced to come back and win. I'm sorry.
What the hell are you saying?
I'm sorry. We'll start this over. Oh my goodness. What is the largest point deficit the Steelers have faced to come back and win?
Okay.
There we go. Does that sound a little bit more
So
right?
pretty much the biggest comeback in Steelers history.
Yeah. Yep. All right. A, 21 points. B, 17 points. C, 33 points. Or D, 26.
Do the playoffs count?
Yes.
I think it was that Browns Fuamatuma Afala game with Dennis Northcutt.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't remember how far down they were.
I want to say 26.
26 sounds big. What were the options?
A, 21. B, 17. C, 33. Or D, 26.
I actually think it's 17.
Okay.
But I don't want to be wrong and then you be right.
I think we go 17.
What? You sound horrendous. Let's go with 17 then.
All right. B, 17 locked in. That is incorrect, guys. It is actually A, 21. And that was to the Ravens. Another blown lead by the Ravens in 1997. 42-34 win Steelers. So,
Okay.
yeah, Ravens like to blow them leads, I guess, huh? All right.
Sound like Dana
Question
Holgerson
number
at a
2.
press conference.
What is the largest point lead blown by the Steelers?
Ooh.
A, 15. B, 21. C, 18. Or D, 13.
Man. I'm trying to think.
This one, I'll tell you this. It probably didn't happen in our lifetime. Just before we were born.
That I have
It
no.
was in the 80s.
50-50.
Yeah, let's do the 50-50. Good call.
Great call. Okay, staying on the board. Is B, 21 or C, 18?
I think it's a trick question. I think they're both 21.
I'm going with my guy Doran Dickerson.
B, 21.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
It is C, 18. Now, Steelers fans, Steelers tread lightly. This was against the Seahawks in 1981. So, 21-24 loss, 18-point lead blown. So, again, we don't want to see history repeat itself.
All right, hit us with the final question. We lost.
Oh my God, you're so sad. You're so sad. All right. Against this franchise, the Steelers have the worst winning percentage. 28 games, 8 wins, 19 losses, and 1 tie. A, Green Bay Packers. B, New York Giants. C, San Francisco 49ers. Or D, Chicago Bears.
Repeat the question one more time.
Against this franchise, the Steelers have the worst winning percentage. 28 games played, 8 wins, 19 losses, and 1 tie. A, Green Bay Packers. B, New York Giants. C, San Francisco 49ers. Or D, Chicago Bears.
I want to say the Bears.
I want to say the Giants.
Should we phone a Callis?
I kid you not. I was between Packers and 49ers. I mean,
I don't think it's the Packers because, I mean, at least in my lifetime, I remember a fair amount of wins over the Packers. I remember some gut-wrenching losses to the Bears.
Only reason why I say Giants is because of Mara, and I feel like that they played a lot because of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, they have played them all the same, it sounds like, roughly.
I will give you guys this.
Oh.
You two are very close.
How can we
You
be
two are very close.
How can we be close? There's 4 answers.
So one is the most. One is the other one is the second most.
All right, let's go with the Giants.
Okay. B, New York Giants. You are wrong. It is D, Chicago Bears.
Get the hell out of here. Goodbye, Jake. Thank you for your time. Go fix a furnace.
That was bad.
Go fix a furnace.
Bad.
All right, boys. I'll catch you later. Thanks.
Thanks, Jake.
And I got to read on the YouTube. I flip over to YouTube to see if they're making fun of us for getting slaughtered by Jake, and I just read, just a few more days till Pitt beats the team that lost to Ohio.
You excited for this week?
No.
Oh.
Of course I'm not excited. Would I be excited if the President of the United States got on national television and said, hey, Saturday a meteor's going to hit and you're all going to die, and so you know from Tuesday on that something terrible is going to happen to you on Saturday?
Hey, listen, Crowley, at least you got your will done.
Yeah, why can you not do sports right in your mind?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Those aren't comparable things. Oh, if the president says a meteor's coming down, it's going to hit us. That is not
in his mind.
comparable to a football
In his mind, it's comparable.
Why?
I know
Because
something
that's
horrendous is coming my way on Saturday, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's a fait accompli. West Virginia is losing the game, and then I got to deal with it for 4 years.
You have zero hope?
I'm always going to support my guys. There's always a little bit of hope. You got to spot the ball and play the damn game. But no, not really. I don't have hope.
You take fanatic to the opposite direction.
Well, I think a fanatic is someone who's fanatical.
That's what a fan is.
Right, and that means you're going to
eternal optimism,
No,
constant support.
I don't agree with that. I think it means constant support, absolutely, but it doesn't mean that you have to have an unshakable, unwavering confidence in your team. I think you support the team despite your lack of confidence. I think that's what makes the best fans.
You can't find one possible reason why WVU could compete with Pitt.
The only
Sure,
thing,
if that meteor does hit.
the only thing I think that should be the reason why that you should have any type of confidence, like Callis is saying, like one sliver of hope, is because it's the game.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Because it's the backyard brawl.
Right. Because weird stuff tends to happen
Right.
in this rivalry, in any big-time great rivalry. Yeah.
Yeah, like WVU's blown a couple of very winnable games in my lifetime at the least.
You know what they say in a rivalry game like this? You throw the records out. And I wish we literally could throw the record out. Just take that record, that 1-1 record, just throw it right in the trash. Much more on the backyard brawl as the week progresses. Crap. Coming up next, I got more for PFF, though, on this Rogers stuff. I got more. We have a very special guest coming up at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour, too. We'll tell you a little bit more about that coming up. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Just realized Pat Narduzzi spoke yesterday and spoke about the rivalry. Very nice. Mike Tomlin also has a press conference coming up this afternoon at noon to address the upcoming game against the Seattle Seahawks. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Rogers Report. After completing 22 of 30 passes for 244 yards and 4 touchdowns, you have to be happy with what our new quarterback delivered. The 41-year-old found 7 different receivers, including the first touchdown that went to Ben Skoranek, who, Rogers jokingly told reporters, got an even bigger head. Following the game, Rogers said it felt good to beat everyone associated with his former team, and we couldn't agree more. Rogers Report brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycled. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
One accident gone, replaced by another. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Crews have managed to clear that earlier accident from inbound Route 28 just past the Freeport Road on-ramp. Traffic just a little bit heavy past the area, and then you're in line approaching the Route 8 at the bypass. Pretty well stop and go down to the north side. Now an accident reported on the inbound side of the Parkway North near Venture Street. That is now causing solid delays all the way back toward Camp Horn Road. So just be aware of that. You might want to consider an alternate like Route 19 or Route 65. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Looking for the perfect spot to eat, drink, and take in the best view of the city? Head up to Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. From craft cocktails to local brews, juicy burgers to chef-inspired entrees, Shiloh Plate and Pour has something for everyone. Whether it's brunch with friends, date night, or happy hour, you'll love the food, the atmosphere, and of course, that unbeatable Pittsburgh skyline. So grab your crew and pour on the fun, only at Shiloh Plate and Pour, right on Shiloh Street.
It's FamFest night at Highmark Stadium on Saturday, September 13th, when the Riverhounds host Louisville City as the push for the 2025 USL playoffs continues. The first 750 fans receive wearable Riverhounds flags. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Listen here, kids are back in school. You're going to be driving them all over the place. How about that Expedition or the Explorer? Something to move them around, get them around to all their activities, to and from school, maybe even. Just that. Well, listen here. So much happening at Schultz Ford. Large selection of inventory. There's that. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and as you know, always online, schultzford.com. Mobile service. Something happens, routine service. They'll come right to your driveway, take care of it, and they're out of there. You don't even have to move your car. Something a little bit bigger, pick up and delivery. They'll grab it, take it to the shop, bring it right back. So there's that. All those great locations, and I'm here to tell you, the customer service cannot be beat. So go to the website or go to one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and always schultzford.com.
schultzford.com. schultzford.com. schultzford.com. schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Could be a big-time player on the NFL trade market sooner rather than later. And the Steelers could be interested. This according to one of the preeminent voices in all of the NFL. We'll get to that coming up in about 10 minutes. Aaron Rodgers was the 26th highest graded quarterback in the NFL, according to Pro Football Focus, going into last night. Did Caleb Williams pass him up? Did J.J. McCarthy pass him up? J.J. McCarthy accounted for 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
No quarterback has ever done that before in their first ever start. So congratulations to him. But the list of guys ahead of Aaron Rodgers, it makes my head want to explode. Cam Ward, graded higher than Rodgers, according to PFF. Joe Burrow. Get the hell out of here.
See, I got to see what these guys, the stat lines were, too.
I mean, Burrow threw for 118 yards.
Oh, that's crazy.
He stunk. It wasn't all his fault. He wasn't getting protected. He had to deal with Myles Garrett, but guess what? Rodgers didn't get much in the way of protection either, and the Steelers couldn't run the ball.
I need an explanation here.
I need one too.
I have no idea what they were seeing. Like, is this a glitch?
We got to call up Chris Collinsworth.
This is a glitch. Now, here's a guy.
You know what I had to laugh at was when he laughed when Lamar Jackson made that crazy play on Sunday night. Lamar was like 47 yards deep in the backfield, making dudes miss, and he got like a 15, 20-yard gain. And there's no commentary from Collinsworth as it's going on. You just hear Tirico, and Collinsworth is just laughing in the background because it was so absurd.
Ridiculous.
But his company sucks. And here's why I bring this up. It's like I have no reason to be personally offended on behalf of Aaron Rodgers. He threw 4 touchdowns. My team won. I'm happy. And we all know, with our eyes, he played well. But what drives me nuts is Pro Football Focus winds up shaping the national narrative to the point where Myles Garrett got a Defensive Player of the Year award, not based on eyes, not based on the typical counting stats that we usually care about for an edge rusher. No, he got the Defensive Player of the Year award because a bunch of people, and we don't know their criteria, watched him and said, oh, he's the best.
Mm-hmm.
And now the same company is telling us that Aaron Rodgers was the 26th best quarterback in the NFL. If Spencer Rattler, who graded out 23 points ahead of Aaron Rodgers, played for the Steelers on Sunday, do they win the football game? No.
What was Justin Fields?
Justin Fields was 9th. He graded out 82.2. Aaron Rodgers was 54.5.
Where was Joe Burrow again?
Joe Burrow was 14th with a 75.6 grade.
I think I know why that is, actually. Because he had 2 carries for 3 yards. That's what did it.
You know what? Joe Burrow's running metric here was a 48.1, whereas Aaron Rodgers was actually somehow a 60, which I also don't understand. I don't understand!
It just doesn't make any sense. I never put stock into this, and I'm going to continue not to. Never have. It's irrelevant, in my opinion.
The reason why I can't agree with you is because it's relevant to the people who make decisions. Like in terms of awards, which just boggles my mind. We can never again allow this to happen, Doran, where a guy can clearly be not as good as another guy, and the guy who's worse wins an award. And it's because people put a ton of stock in this. And I'm not trying to like rip the people who do it. I'm really not. Because, you know, these guys, they're paid, they watch the tape, they evaluate to the best of their ability, but they don't know all the assignments. They don't know what Rodgers is doing at the line of scrimmage. They don't know what he's checking out of. Like Rodgers, part of the reason why he played so well, I think, is because he's up there at the line of scrimmage getting out of bad plays. You don't account for that. That's what being an elite quarterback is. It's not just, oh, I throw ball. It's all the other stuff. And Rodgers wasn't just better than the 26th best quarterback in the NFL. Rodgers played an elite football game on Sunday. If I ever reference Pro Football Focus again, you can come over here and slap me upside the head. I'm never doing it again.
All right.
Unless I'm ripping them.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers is the second highest rated quarterback in the NFL by QB rating at 136.7. Who played better on Sunday, Justin Fields or Aaron Rodgers? I think Fields was great. But he had a running game.
I think it was equal, honestly.
See, I can buy that. That's fine.
It was equal. Some of the throws that Fields was making was impressive.
He looked better than he ever did as a Steeler.
But some of the throws Aaron Rodgers was making was impressive.
Yes. If you want to say they're a tie, fair enough. But one guy ain't 24 points or whatever it is ahead of the other.
Exactly.
It's laughable. Texter, does Baby want a bottle because someone doesn't agree with you about your quarterback? I mean, call up and make the case then for why those guys were graded higher than Rodgers. I'm just curious. I think it's an obnoxious misevaluation of what happened on Sunday, and I'm wondering, maybe I'm so used to bad quarterback play around here that I'm overvaluing Rodgers' performance, but I don't think that's what I'm doing.
No, you're not.
If people out there think that's the case, give us a ring at 412-928-9370. What do you think PFF saw? Because I ain't seeing it. You ain't seeing it.
Nope.
And I trust you more than I trust me. We ain't seeing it. Harry doesn't think that Rodgers is the 26th best quarterback in the NFL. All right, coming up next, you can call about PFF if you want to voice your frustrations. We'll also tell you about a hot new name in the NFL trade market who has been connected to the Pittsburgh Steelers. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, a high of 76, a low of 48, clear skies. Tomorrow, another beautiful day, sunny and 77. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Everybody out there, listen up. New customers, if you've never played on FanDuel before, you can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win now that the NFL is back on FanDuel. Week 2 action, Steelers going to host the Seahawks. It's a revenge game for DK Metcalf. I bet he wants to have a big one. You can bet his receiving yards prop or anytime touchdown reception for DK Metcalf in this game. And if your bet wins, you bet $5 and it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all over the FanDuel Sportsbook app. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the FanDuel app today and get started. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you hear Becky snoozing on the 91 Butler Street bus? Shh. She's dreaming of coffee and concerts earned on the Commute Info app. Every time Becky bikes, buses, walks, and car or van pulls for work, she logs her trip on the Commute Info app. Then watches points pile up for perks on dining, entertainment, and shopping. All while saving on gas and parking with no rush hour driving. Get the Commute Info app today. Commute Info is a program of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. Ends September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Delays from an earlier accident on the inbound side of the Parkway North, right around Venture Street. It's out of the way, but delays remain all the way back to Camp Horn Road. So avoid the area if you can. You might want to consider Route 65, but you have multi-light delays on that roadway inbound approaching the McKees Rocks Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed almost to the bend at Carnegie, all the way to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East inbound jammed back to Greensburg Pike. And Route 28 stacking between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2menandajuncktruck.com. At 2menandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Roger Jones, 54.5 PFF grade. Aaron Rodgers, 54.5 PFF grade. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. The same number. The same. And our Twitter poll for today is, would you consider benching Broderick Jones? I feel like the discussion on Aaron Rodgers is he going to lead the Steelers to the Super Bowl or not?
Right.
I want to keep pulling at this Rodgers thread as much as we can, man, because I am really thrilled by the way he performed. And I've been bullish on him for a while. I didn't think he'd be so great so early. You did, and he was. And he's changing the math a little bit on how I consider these Pittsburgh Steelers if they can keep him upright. So we'll get into that. But there's a hot and heavy trade rumor we'll get to in one moment. You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So this from Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. West Virginia guy who is going to be really disappointed on Saturday like the rest of my Mountaineers.
Sure is.
Mm-hmm. He wrote, quote, "There's already chatter in the aftermath of Sunday's win over the Jets that the all-in Steelers could go even more all-in by making a move for Tyreek Hill. Yes, Pittsburgh already has receiver DK Metcalf, who's making $30 million per year on a 5-year deal, but the Steelers don't have a clear-cut number 2. Hill would be 1B, if not at times 1A to Metcalf. Why wouldn't Rodgers want Hill? The more potent weapons that Rodgers has at his disposal, the better his first year," he writes, first year, interesting, "in Pittsburgh will go, and Rodgers would be able to deliver longer throws to Hill, who hasn't had a 30-plus yard reception since week 1 of last year." Also, and here's where I kind of lose the thread a little bit, between Rodgers and Coach Mike Tomlin and other veteran leaders, the Steelers could potentially manage Hill, who would likely be so thrilled to get to a contender that he'd be on his best behavior for at least the rest of the season. End quote. I know you're big time on go get Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
I'm enticed by it as well.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like offensively, they have the healthiest mix that they've had in years. And I'm worried about upsetting the apple cart on that.
What apples would you upset?
The ones in the cart.
Who's the ones in the cart? DK Metcalf?
I just think about George Pickens and why they got rid of him. And he's not as good as Tyreek Hill, believe me. I know that. And I don't know if you want to go down that path again.
He's not George Pickens either. Crazy-wise.
I don't know that anybody is. Pickens was trying to commit a 15-yard penalty in the first game of the season and thought better of it. And I was like, ooh, growth. And then he immediately clotheslines a player like 20 minutes of game action later.
I just think that if Tyreek Hill is on a team that has a shot, and if it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, like if he gets one catch a game for 15 to 20 yards, I think he'd be fine with it because he knows that he's in a better situation than he is in now.
And he'd get more than that.
Right.
He didn't want to play for Mike McDaniel.
No.
Did you hear some of Mike McDaniel's post-game stuff?
Yes.
If I were Tyreek Hill,
he didn't want to play with Tua either.
Well, okay, so I have a concern there too, which I'll get to in a minute. But I would sell my soul to get away from Mike McDaniel and go and play for Mike Tomlin. Yeah. Because people are blowing up the YouTube, people are blowing up the text line right now. Why would Tyreek Hill want to leave Miami for Pittsburgh? Oh, I don't know, because you want to go play winning football. And guess what you could do in the offseason if you want to go back to Miami? You can go back to Miami.
Yeah, you have enough money.
A lot of guys do that.
Yes.
Just because players stay here in Pittsburgh during the season doesn't mean they don't go off to Arizona and stuff in the offseason too.
Right.
Travel the world.
You think Aaron Rodgers is going to stay here in the offseason?
I do not. I think he's going to hang out in Malibu.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I did like that Florio buried it in there, though, in Rodgers' first year as a Pittsburgh Steeler. I like that from Florio. I mean, it's factually accurate, but it implies a second year forthcoming for Aaron Rodgers. My other concern is it's been since week 1 last year since he had a 30-plus yard catch. I think most of that's on Tua and on him being the primary weapon there, and then Tyreek was banged up and Tua was banged up. But I do wonder if Cheetah's lost a little bit of a step. I mean, a couple of years ago, he's a 2,000-yard receiver. He ain't that anymore.
Yeah, but if he's lost a step, it's everybody else's normal step.
Yeah.
So he hasn't lost a step. I just think that everything is just not going well down there, and I think he, like you said, he was banged up a little bit, and I think a little bit has to do with Tua, and a little bit has to do with just not believing in the probably the offense or what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of cashed out.
I mean, I heard Mike McDaniel's press conference after the game.
They have no respect for him.
How could
And we
you?
knew that. Like, I mean, as soon as he got hired, you knew that. I was like, yeah, he's laid back, and it'll be all well and good if you're winning. But once you start losing, nobody has respect for that. The grown men you're talking about.
Right. It's all cute when you're winning games and putting up 1,000,000 points. But when you start losing, and look, I don't want to be like overly critical of Mike McDaniel, but it was just droning on for 2 minutes about how hard they worked in the offseason and how it's a shame, but they're definitely a better football team than they showed, and there's zero passion. There was so little behind it that it makes you feel like he didn't believe the words that were coming out of his own mouth.
Right. Like he was just making it up because he does. I don't think he has the answer. And whenever people that are very smart like him, where you go Princeton or Harvard or whatever, and that's why he's in the position he's in, he's a schemer. Offensive schemer, he's very good at that. But as a head coach, like whenever he doesn't have an answer, they go haywire. So I think that like it's bothering him. He doesn't have the answers for the first time probably ever in his life of how to fix something.
Rex Ryan called him a nerd.
Yeah.
My wife commented on the whiteness of Rex Ryan's teeth.
Yeah, they're very white.
They're too white.
Yes, very.
It's worse when they do the shot of the entire crew.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you zoom in, you're like, man, that guy's got some white teeth. Those are nice teeth. And then they zoom out, it's like, oh my God!
Yep.
How can anybody read the prompter?
Fluorescent.
Mm-hmm.
I think if the Steelers were to get Tyreek Hill, and I mean, I don't know what the money would look like financially, or anything, but just like kind of baseline, I think that propels them into the conversation that we talk when we talk about the Ravens, when we talk about the Chiefs, and when we talk about the Bills. No doubt. I just don't understand. I just don't know how anybody's going to stop that. Even if you have Broderick Jones, you have those issues, you have those warts, even the run defense. I understand all those. You have to fix those in order to be a complete team. But offensively and skill player-wise, how do you stop Jonnu Smith, DK Metcalf, and Tyreek Hill?
And it opens up a lot, you would think, in the running game too.
Oh, God.
I'd play my safeties on the goal line.
Honestly.
I mean, right? When you got DK Metcalf and Tyreek Hill. I entered the segment without my mind necessarily made up one way or the other. From a football standpoint, yeah, of course it's tantalizing. But I also think, based on how these next few games go, if you're going to make a trade at the deadline, maybe the way to go is tackle.
I agree with that. I would take a tackle over Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Mike McDaniel went to Yale.
One of those schools.
From 01 to 04.
Yeah, those Ivy Leagues. You know what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah, I'm not correcting you.
Yeah. He's smart.
He's 5'9", 180. He can't be 180 pounds. I'm 5'9". He doesn't look like he's heavier than I do. Honestly,
he looks like you.
He looks like me.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like me. I got a little bit more razzle-dazzle and style. I mean, good for him. It's not hard to get over that hurdle, that bar. 0-1, and I walk in to talk to the football team. So I do believe Tyreek Hill's going to get traded. The reason I keep piling on Mike McDaniel is he doesn't want to be there. It's going to get ugly fast. He might get fired, probably will get fired, because they laid the biggest egg out of any NFL team last week. But if push comes to shove, I would rather have a left tackle than a wide receiver.
Yep.
Your thoughts on that? At 412-928-9370, would you be interested in Tyreek Hill? A new Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. And you can follow us on Twitter at _Adam Crowley at @ScoreandDoran. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We got a great guest coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll tell you about him next. We'll take your calls on Tyreek Hill when we come back. But right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:35 against the Baltimore Orioles. It's the beginning of a road trip. Coverage on the Fan of this game tonight starts at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Is your team or organization looking to raise money this upcoming season? Look no further than Keystone Custom Apparel. With their 24/7, 365 online spirit wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. My sons are involved in so many sports. They're dripped out. That's what the young kids say these days, and looking sharp in their uniforms and jerseys provided by the premier sports apparel company in our area, Keystone Custom Apparel. Check them out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285. Get swagged out. That's what the old people like me say with Keystone Custom Apparel.
Don't miss the inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2 didn't make the playoffs. It doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Dick LeBeau. The 88-year-old legend became Bengals defensive coordinator back in 1984. That would be my rookie year. Dick perfected the zone blitz, both with the Bengals and the Steelers. I'm Boomer and Science.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at Depend.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Real question. What if the MVP at your tailgate was the food that actually helped you lose weight? Not the sad veggie tray. Real wings, chili, meatballs, sausages. Nobody calls it diet food. They just ask for seconds. That's the point. Losing weight doesn't have to taste bad. I dropped 35 pounds with Waken 180 and haven't put a pound back on in 2 years because the plan fits real life. If your weight loss plan can't survive Sundays, it's not a plan. This one does. Awaken 180's Tailgate Transformation gives you structure, coaching, and hundreds of client recipes built for game day. You still show up, you still eat, and the scale still moves. Travel, late nights, kids' schedules, fine. You don't sit out the season, you play in it. So here's the take. You can keep the tailgate and you can lose the weight. Tailgate Transformation doesn't pull you from the huddle. It puts you right in the middle of it, feeling better every week. Start your Tailgate Transformation now at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Crowley here for Zero Res. It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football season. That's right, with all the hype and action this season brings, we know things can get loud and messy quick. You get the buffalo chicken dip on the couch, the salsa, the chips, the crumbs. Before you invite your friends and family over to watch the big game, you better call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments in your home. And lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, upholstery, hardwood, every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Don't do it yourself. Call the pros at Zero Res. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. Schedule your appointment, ZeroResPGH.com, or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending
spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents making the morning rush interesting. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews on the scene of an accident in Brentwood Borough. This ties up the intersection of Brownsville Road and East Francis Avenue. We also have an accident in Dormont. This is on Volkel Avenue, located between Potomac and Hillsdale Avenues. Watch for delays in that area. Parkway West, you are jammed at Carnegie all the way down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, outbound heavy from Green Tree down toward Carnegie, and then again jammed from I-79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North delays at Camp Horn Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Back to work, school, it's happening. Real life. Routine shouldn't be a bad word. How about winning rhythm? Lose weight every week with Awaken 180 and looking forward each day and every weigh-in. Fast results. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mike Flory of Pro Football Talk says there's already chatter in the aftermath of Sunday's win over the Jets that the all-in Steelers could go even more all-in by making a move for Tyreek Hill. Yay or nay, Steelers fans? 412-928-9370. Yes, Harry.
Hi, Crowley.
You got very close to the microphone there. Your eyes perked up. I know you're not feeling great. Did you have something to say other than hello?
I actually didn't even want to say that. I was just kind of looking at you because you're hosting a show.
Okay, very good. That was my surprise, is typically you're not looking. Typically you're doing something else back there. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. But I will echo that. I will say hello back. Hello, Harry. Would you want the Steelers to trade for Tyreek Hill? Now, I'll be clear on this. I don't think it's something that happens like this week. The Dolphins aren't going to, after falling to 0-1, immediately trade Tyreek Hill. This is something that would probably happen a little bit closer to the deadline. And so this will all work itself out. But if on the path to the deadline, Broderick Jones continues to stink out loud, then I would absolutely prefer going with a tackle over a Tyreek Hill. Because I think Rodgers just showed you on Sunday. He can make it happen.
Yeah.
You just got to protect him. I think Tyreek Hill would take them to the next level if he was getting protection, but if he's not, I think a left tackle that could give that blindside protection would actually take them to a higher level, if that makes sense.
I totally agree. But then then you're just kind of kicking Broderick Jones down the road. Not
That's
even
right.
down the road, you're kicking him out.
You're
done.
You are.
So I don't know if they want to admit that early, but I would do that over Tyreek Hill. I would try to get both if I could. Clearly, I mean, you've already done business of taking two of the Dolphins players. You might as well do business with them again and get two Dolphins players if they have a left tackle that is decent out there. Send us a left tackle as well with Tyreek Hill, and we'll give you a second-round pick or whatever. I don't know. I would do both.
We'll give you Broderick Jones.
Second-round pick, tackle, and Tyreek Hill. Not bad.
Because Tyreek Hill is Mr. go-down-the-field guy. They call him the cheetah.
Yep.
Got to hold up a little bit in pass protection.
Yes.
Get him the football. Because we did see it. There were some downfield shots from Rodgers. Not a ton, but there were some. They called more than that when Rodgers would turn his back to the defense on play action, and a couple of them were thwarted because Broderick Jones couldn't protect. 412-928-9370. We'll get to your calls in a moment. But coming up in the next segment, we got a really special guest. So Doran is going to be speaking on a panel next Wednesday at the Heinz History Center from 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock, talking about Bobby Greer, who broke the color barrier in the Sugar Bowl despite significant pushback from the segregationist governor of Georgia. Well, Rob Greer Jr., the son of Bobby Greer, he's going to join us coming up next, talk about a new book, to talk about that panel, and to talk about really one of the great moments in Pitt and college football history. So we will talk to Rob Greer Jr. coming up at the bottom of the hour. Brian in Carnegie wants to talk Tyreek Hill, though. Hello, Brian.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
What up?
Hey, good. Hey, listen, I agree with you 100%. Well, first of all, I wouldn't want Tyreek Hill just because it seems like the Steelers' history of recent wide receivers headaches seems like Tyreek Hill's got a headache, wanting to leave Kansas City, wanting to leave Miami, etc. So I think that's just number one. Number two, and I really agree with this point too, for sure, is we got to get rid of what the bust is in Broderick Jones. I think going after a tackle will be much more sufficient and much more long-lasting than a Tyreek Hill for maybe 1 or 2 years.
Yeah, I think you're not going to find much pushback on the second point here. I also don't love inviting distractions into the locker room, but if you're Tyreek, you are in football hell right now.
Mm-hmm.
Your team stinks. You probably don't respect your head coach. He's going to get fired, so who's the next guy going to be? You're not going to win anything, and you're not going to wind up putting up the statistics that you're used to putting up. So maybe it could be a classic change of scenery.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that. And I think that the first issue whenever he was with Kansas City was he wanted paid. So
he said he's regretted that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
But I also look at that different. Guy who wants paid is not guy who causes problems.
Now, off the field, he is going through some situations. He has, and he is right now. If that gets cleared up, then yes, of course. But off the field seems to be a little bit of an issue.
Look, a lot of people, and these aren't the same thing, and I probably should be careful in spacing them out, the sentences here. But, a lot of people don't like Aaron Rodgers. I could give a rat's ass. Go throw 4 touchdowns, right? And look, I'm not defending anything that Tyreek Hill has been accused of or anything like that. But do you want to win football games or do you not want to win football games? So I'm not against trading necessarily for Tyreek Hill. I would just look at tackle first if Broderick continues to stink. But hey, if Broderick improves, oh yeah,
you're rolling. You're rolling.
Do I have a lot of confidence in that happening? Broderick improving. Yes, insofar as I think he'll be better than he was last week. No, in that I think he's going to be their long-term solution at left tackle.
He'll be better this week than he was last week, but as you said earlier, there's a gauntlet that they're embarking on.
After the bye week, it is Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, and Micah Parsons in 3 consecutive weeks.
Oh, my God.
Do we think we could get Darnell Washington a couple of pizzas between now and then? A day. Maybe beef him up.
I don't think he needs it.
You're probably right about that. Just have him play left tackle. Smitty and Hempfield next up. Hi, Smitty.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I just kind of quick. I love the Tyreek Hill idea. I just don't know how it's going to work in a. He says that jump on a moving train, and I don't know how that sounds going into it. How much do we have to pay him? What do we have to give up for him? And I'll go after this. I just want to say, could someone tell DK Metcalf to stay on the ground when he's catching the ball at his hips? There you go. I'm done.
Thank you, Smitty.
Stay on the ground when he's catching his balls. What?
I have no idea what he said there at the end. DK showed you can catch the ball on the ground.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kansas City, the other potential suitor for Tyreek Hill, according to Mike Florio.
Yeah, clearly he would want to go back there.
Yeah. And they haven't thrown the ball down the field the same way since he left. You look at some of the passing charts for Patrick Mahomes' regular season anyhow, and he'll get you death by 1,000 cuts. Way back when, that was a joy to watch whenever Tyreek played for him.
Yeah.
So if they gave Tyreek some sort of say in where he goes, then yeah, I think he would clearly prefer to go back there. Was that PJ walking behind?
Yep.
He's wearing a tie today.
He is.
Someone's getting fired. I don't like it.
You just always go to negativity.
That's right. 412-928-9370 if you want to comment on the Tyreek Hill conversation. We will take your calls on Tyreek Hill coming up. We're going to talk to Rob Greer Jr., the son of the late, great Bobby Greer, who broke the color barrier in the Sugar Bowl, despite significant pushback from the governor of Georgia. One of the great moments, really, in college football history. We'll talk to him. Rob Greer Jr. next. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Baltimore Orioles begin a 3-game series starting tonight at 6:35. Coverage of that game can be heard on the Fan starting at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pony and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh, Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
When your drain is clogged, and I mean really clogged, call my friends at Sullivan Super Service. The heroes at Sullivan have been helping homeowners with stubborn drain clogs for more than 60 years. And right now, get Sullivan's hydro jetting service for $200, guaranteed to blast away clogs and grime, leaving your pipe sparkling clean. And after the hydro jet, Sullivan does a free camera inspection of your pipes to make sure that clog is totally gone. So when you've got a clogged drain, call Sullivan Super Service and ask for the hydro jet. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown hero.
Explore the legacy of Pitt football legend Bobby Greer on September 17th at the Heinz History Center and Western Pennsylvania Sports Museum. Learn about Greer's impact on and off the field with an all-star panel featuring me, Doran Dickerson, Brandon Myree, and more. Tickets at HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. We are in the heart of summer, Pittsburgh, and it is hot. If your air conditioning isn't keeping you as cool and comfortable as you like, don't sweat it. Call the honest professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Their certified cooling experts at McVeigh are ready to restore cooling comfort fast, from quick repairs to full system replacement. McVeigh has the tools, the techs, and the trusted reputation to get your home cool again. Beat the heat. Call McVeigh today or visit callmcveigh.com. McVeigh, your honest home service experts.
Football's unpredictable, but there's always a few guarantees. Like a team everyone hyped will fall apart, guaranteed. Some team will punt on 4th and inches to everyone's disappointment, guaranteed. And a ref will blow a pass interference call, guaranteed. But here's another guarantee. Fanatics Sportsbook has the best offer this football season. Introducing the Fanatics Game Day Guarantee. Every single game day from now until October, if your football bet loses, you'll earn up to $100 back in fan cash. We're talking college, pro, day, night, weekends, and weekdays. Even those late-night West Coast games with weird kickoff times. All games are on the table. If you bet on football with Fanatics, you're either winning or winning money back in fan cash. Guaranteed. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook this football season. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Your local convenience store has brought back your local favorite. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and get one of their family recipe pepperoni rolls. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Taps Brick Oven and Poorhouse, Greensburg. Ask about the new catering menu.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
No Greer, no game. That was the rallying cry of the University of Pittsburgh football team and its supporters in 1956. Bobby Greer broke the color barrier in the Sugar Bowl despite pushback from the governor of Georgia, a segregationist at the time. And the leadership of the University of Pittsburgh, Greer's teammates, Georgia Tech students and players, they all stood united. If Greer wasn't going to play, there would be no game. And Doran, you'll be on a panel for the event Game Changers, Bobby Greer, Wednesday, September 17th at the Heinz History Center from 6 until 8 p.m. And we are joined now by Rob Greer Jr., the son of Bobby Greer. It's a great honor talking to you, Rob. How you doing this morning? And thanks for jumping on with us.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
So a book is coming out as well, as I understand it, correct? No Greer, no game, how Bobby Greer and the Sugar Bowl Showdown changed American sports history. It's the story of courage, unity, and resilience, lessons every reader can carry into their own life.
Totally. We are so excited to have it come to life. We're just really, thankful.
Now, Rob, can you tell us a little bit about your dad and his legacy and why his story matters today? Just the things that he went through and playing for the University of Pittsburgh, all the stuff that he had to overcome. What is his story for our listeners?
Absolutely. So, Bobby Greer was the Jackie Robinson of college football. So in 1956, he broke the Sugar Bowl color barrier with quiet courage, helping to change both sports and America. And it wouldn't have happened without his incredible teammates as well.
Why do you think the story resonates with so many today? What makes it relevant?
Well, because courage never gets old. Bobby's story is about standing up for what's right, and that's as urgent today as it was in 1956.
Now, I'm very excited to be a part of this event on September 17th, next Wednesday. Just a big honor for me. And, my uncle, Ron Dickerson, was one of the first African-American head coaches in college football. And he always spoke highly of Bobby Greer and how much he meant to him and what he had to go through for my uncle to get opportunities like he did. Can you explain what the Game Changer event entails next Wednesday?
Absolutely. And listen, we are so thankful to have you. We appreciate it. So this isn't just another event. It's the beginning of a movement. So on the 17th, like you brought up at Heinz History Center, we'll reveal the book cover for the first time and then also premiere the trailer for the upcoming series. Then on October 1st, we officially launch the book. So from there, we're going to put all our focus and everything in place to move full speed ahead into pre-production for the limited run series.
It's the 70th anniversary of that 1955-56 season. Pitt beat Cal, beat Syracuse, held Jim Brown to his lowest rushing yards of the year. They went 7-3, including a 20-0 shutout of Penn State. They beat West Virginia, and then the Sugar Bowl invitation followed. You mentioned the book. What will readers be able to take from the book, Rob?
So, it's a story of legacy, courage, and unity and resilience. So really lessons that every reader can carry into their own life.
How can people support this movement? Where do they go? How can they contribute?
Well, the easiest thing for them to do is just come to the event, pre-order the book, and then join others who are contributing to the production of our limited run series, and then just share Bobby's story.
Rob, really appreciate you jumping on. This is really cool. Can't wait to read the book, and we'll see you Wednesday night.
Sounds great. See you there.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks.
Yeah, 2 years ago, saw my Uncle Ron, and you told your stories about my Uncle Ron. We were sitting there at a table at a family reunion, and he just broke out and was just talking about Bobby Greer and what it meant for, him to do what he did in order for my uncle to be what he became. And, it's, ironic that, 2 years later that, I'll be a part of this event. I'm very excited. Heinz History Center next Wednesday. And, just to grasp even more knowledge about college football, grasp even more knowledge about the color barrier and things of that nature that, helped me be the player that I could be in football today, things of that nature. So, I'm very honored to be a part of this event, and he means a lot to college sports and college football.
Pitt's got such a great history.
Yeah.
And this is one of the most significant moments in the history of Pitt and one of the most significant moments in the history of college football was breaking the color barrier in the Sugar Bowl in 1956. So go see Dorn.
Yep.
And get the book. I'm going to get the book because I think it's something, look, West Virginia, who cares? Whenever you're talking about stuff of this magnitude, I think it's a book that everybody should read, and I'm looking forward to it. 412-928-9370. We have people texting in about Tyreek Hill as well. And once we mentioned the Chiefs, a lot of people are like, yeah, it's not happening. He's going to Kansas City. I do think Kansas City, we talk about the Steelers being quote-unquote all in. I think Kansas City would probably be more willing to push more chips into the middle of the table for a Tyreek Hill than would the Steelers. And the reason I say that is because with all the Steelers have done this offseason, they gave up one draft pick. One. For DK Metcalf, a second-round pick. They haven't traded anything from next year's draft. And I don't think that they want to necessarily, but I think for a player of that caliber they would. But are they going to be willing to give up more than the Kansas City Chiefs would to revisit their glory days of Mahomes and Tyreek Hill?
Probably not.
Probably not. I do also worry about the whole jumping on a moving train thing. How many receivers got moved last year, and how many of them were truly impactful?
Well, I don't worry about that as much with a receiver like Tyreek Hill because he is all speed. And it's like, hey, man, we don't need to teach you the offense. This is what you're running, and go get open. Mike Williams coming on. He's not Tyreek Hill. And Tyreek Hill also did play with Patrick Mahomes in that highly complex offense. You could probably learn pretty quickly if you could learn Andy Reid's offense. So I wouldn't really worry about it as much. And you have Aaron Rodgers who will get you in the right spot and take care of you. You have a quarterback that is, not like a Tua Tagovailoa who's trying to figure out his own way. Aaron Rodgers knows exactly what he wants to do before he wants to do it, knows exactly what everybody else is doing before they know what they're doing. He'll get Tyreek Hill, if this were to come to fruition, up to speed quickly because of his knowledge. Now, I know Devontae Adams last year was a situation, but, the Jets are the Jets, and that whole situation was burned to, from the start.
I heard the Jets post-game show. They had on the SNY New York. They took great umbrage with the fact that Rodgers said he wanted to beat everyone in the Jets organization. And the one guy, and his name is now escaping me on the desk, said, they gave Rodgers everything he wanted. How could he possibly feel disrespected? I don't know. The coach walked in, talked to him for 5 minutes after making him fly across the country to come meet with him. It's not that hard to understand, I don't think.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Devontae Adams, I also don't think last season was, I mean, I know they didn't win a bunch of football games, but last season with the Jets, I mean, he had 67 catches and 854 yards.
Oh, yeah. See, like, that's pretty, I mean, and
It's
he
not
knew
like he
the
didn't
offense
play well.
because
Yeah.
the offense was Hackett's offense.
Right. So he comes into came into a situation working with a quarterback he knew how to work with, and also in an offense that he knew better than Tyreek Hill would be here. But I mean, even if he's just out there standing there, you got to account for him.
I mean, think about what they did with DK on Sunday. Like the screen passes, the bubble screens, just the quick get it out of your hand and get him the ball. Like that's what they would do with Tyreek Hill too. It doesn't have to be that complex. Like, hey, Tyreek, take one step and turn, and I'm going to fire it to you.
You know, Rodgers got knocked, according to Pro Football Focus, because he didn't make the big-time throws, and that's the throws where you get it to a receiver on target whenever he's got dudes draped all over him. And I think that's one of the most overrated metrics in college and professional sport is that big-time throw metric on Pro Football Focus.
The one that Calvin Austin wasn't?
They did not count that as one. So, A, that's ludicrous because that is a big-time throw. But B, look, if guys are
Pat Freiermuth,
wide, stinking open, those look like big-time throws to me too. Like he had coverage draped over him twice. One of them I thought should have been a PI in addition to being a completed pass. Those didn't count. Even if they did, if my quarterback doesn't need to make throws, pinpoint into coverage, and he's just throwing to the wide open guy.
That's even.
I think I can live with that.
Yeah, guys are getting open.
Rodgers making good decisions. I can live with it. And like getting the ball to DK Metcalf on that first third down of the game, he lets the ball go. And I was curious. I mean, how many times over the last couple of years have we, oh man, you throw short of the sticks on third down, this blows. The second the ball got into DK's hands, I was like, okay, he put it in stride in a way that we know that DK can make a play. And then DK Metcalf did what they're paying him all this money to do, and he went out there and made a play. That's not a high-level throw. That's not a hard throw to execute. But you know what? That was the right play.
That was knowing your guy. That's knowing your guy.
But it's not a big-time throw,
No.
so up.
Right.
We're docking him points because he didn't bounce it off a defender's helmet into the hands of DK Metcalf. Ridiculous. We'll go around the NFL coming up next. We got Jason LaConfara, who I think wants to fire Harbaugh at the bottom of the 9 o'clock hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Minnesota Vikings beat the Chicago Bears 27-24 on Monday Night Football yesterday. Week 1 is over. Mike Tomlin has his weekly press conference coming up today at noon. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Football brings out all the emotions. It's why we love the game. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and you're getting hung out to dry by your old sportsbook, that feeling is a thing of the past with Game Day Guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game day from now until October, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, guaranteed. Additionally, new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or winning money back with fan cash. You can use fan cash for anything in the Fanatics universe like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sportsbook when you can switch to the sure thing? Every single game day until October comes with a guarantee. Your old sportsbook, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A number of accidents causing problems. This report brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage. The latest one is in Richland Township. This is on Route 8 at Legion Drive. We also have one also in Richland Township on Route 910 near South Montour Road. We have an accident also being cleared in Dormont on Vocal Avenue. This is between Hillsdale and Potomac Avenues, and one in Brentwood still being cleared on Brownsville Road at East Francis Avenue. Heavy delays now on the westbound Pennsylvania Turnpike. No accident reported, though. This is between the Allegheny Valley and Butler Valley interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to corriganmoving.com.
That's the power of Bowser. Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations, Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. Well, that's the power of Bowser. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant.
Here we go!
Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. Ends September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Real question. What if the MVP at your tailgate was the food that actually helped you lose weight? Not the sad veggie tray. Real wings, chili, meatballs, sausages. Nobody calls it diet food. They just ask for seconds. That's the point. Losing weight doesn't have to taste bad. I dropped 35 pounds with Awaken 180 and haven't put a pound back on in 2 years because the plan fits real life. If your weight loss plan can't survive Sundays, it's not a plan. This one does. Awaken 180's Tailgate Transformation gives you structure, coaching, and hundreds of client recipes built for game day. You still show up, you still eat, and the scale still moves. Travel, late nights, kids' schedules, fine. You don't sit out the season, you play in it. So here's the take. You can keep the tailgate and you can lose the weight. Tailgate Transformation doesn't pull you from the huddle. It puts you right in the middle of it, feeling better every week. Start your Tailgate Transformation now at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. 10 minutes from now, after one game, are you reconsidering what you think might be the ceiling of your favorite football team? I'll tell you what I feel a little less good about now is the Vikings game. They got a great roster. They got a great offensive-oriented head coach. J.J. McCarthy was cheeks through 3 quarters. And then he went out there, man, and accounted for 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter. 2 passing, 1 rushing. That's the first time in the history of the NFL a player in his first ever start has accounted for 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter.
Yep.
He's game. I don't think he played well until he did. And that's his first game and a road game?
It was like an epiphany. It was like, he was like, all right, yeah, I can play this game.
I can do this.
Yep, I'm good.
That place was going bonkers, too. And there were some coaching mishaps at the end of the game by Chicago to allow the Vikings to win. But J.J. McCarthy was nails down the stretch. And that's usually not something I think is common in a rookie quarterback.
No.
Like, if I start bad, I'm going to play bad. And he did not. So
I don't know how the season's going to end for them, but, like, I mean, it's time to give O'Connell more credit. I mean, look, he revitalized Sam Darnold's career. If Sam Darnold needs to give him a couple $1 million for that.
Yeah, for real.
Seriously. And it seems like, I mean, his offensive structure, it just works. He gets it. Former player, former quarterback. I mean, he was at Hard Knocks getting cut, if you ever remember, from the Jets.
I do.
Good on him.
I think he's one of the best coaches in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, 14-3 with Sam Darnold last year. That's a hell of a coaching job. On now to college football, where West Virginia's #1 running back, #2 wide receiver, and potentially #1 inside linebacker could all miss the backyard brawl. The first 2 guys I mentioned will miss the backyard brawl. Well, Pat Narduzzi in his press conference yesterday compared West Virginia's #2 running back, Clay Ash, to Bo Scatabo. I have watched Clay Ash in every rep he's taken in college. He is not Bo Scatabo.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is Clay Ash white?
Yes. What makes you think that?
Because Narduzzi compared him to Bo Scatabo?
If I may, the only thing that Clay Ash and Bo Scatabo have in common is that they're both Caucasian.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm not even sure he'll start on Saturday. Pitt has opened, or at least the last I checked, they're a 6.5-point favorite on the road in a rivalry game. That's a pretty big spread.
Yeah.
On the road for a rivalry game.
Yeah. They're going to be pissed off, too. Pitt is.
Why?
Beanie Bishop.
Oh, they don't care about Beanie.
Okay. Are you sure?
No, I'm pretty sure they do care.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But if you need more bulletin board material in a game like this, are you really up to play anyway? Actually, I think it aids Pitt greatly. That and the guys who have all played in the rivalry before. West Virginia's got 81 guys who haven't.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, do you think that Rich Rod sat his guys down yesterday or today and is like, this is what this rivalry's about? Or do you think it's just like, hey, we got to figure out a way to just keep guys healthy and win a football game?
I think he is going to have them up to speed on the rivalry, but there's only so much you can get through talking, right? I think the first backyard brawl in this new backyard brawl era, the Devonshire Pick 6 game, I don't know that everyone got it coming in. I knew everyone got it coming out. And then you go to Morgantown and they play Sweet Caroline, and you know coming out. Last year, you could feel it. And Pitt's going to have that experience that West Virginia doesn't have.
Do you think that there's some guys on the West Virginia roster that don't know that Rich Rodriguez was the head coach in 13-9? Because half the kids would be, 2-3 years old at the time, and maybe their parents or, just college football and that being brought up. Do you think that there's kids on the roster right now for the Mountaineers that don't know that Rich Rodriguez was the coach in that game?
Yes.
They know that he was a coach before, but in that game.
Yes, I think they know. I think there are some that don't know,
right.
And I think that might be the one piece of history he will leave out in the week leading up to the game. All right, coming up next, after watching one game of these Pittsburgh Steelers, has your ceiling changed? Has their ceiling changed in your mind? We'll talk to you about that. We'll give our answers when we come back. But first, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Beautiful day today. High is 76, low 48, clear skies. Same forecast for the Brawl. Mid-70s, cloudless. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Hi, friend. Lanny Fratteri for Klein, Keppel & Koriak, a full-service certified public accounting and business advisory firm practicing for over 40 years. If you need forward-thinking advice due to today's economic uncertainties and challenges, the experienced professionals at Klein, Keppel & Koriak can provide that guidance. For a consultation, call 412-281-1901 or visit 3kcpa.com. Work with the experts at Klein, Keppel & Koriak because your business is your future.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors, and through the end of the month, save 25% off your whole siding job with 60-month zero-interest financing. That's until 2030. And your new siding purchase includes Polar Wrap for great energy savings. Save 25% on your whole house siding job, including Polar Wrap plus 60-month zero-interest financing. 877-351-SEAL or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Looking for the perfect spot to eat, drink, and take in the best view of the city? Head up to Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. From craft cocktails to local brews, juicy burgers to chef-inspired entrees, Shiloh Plate and Pour has something for everyone. Whether it's brunch with friends, date night, or happy hour, you'll love the food, the atmosphere, and of course, that unbeatable Pittsburgh skyline. So grab your crew and pour on the fun, only at Shiloh Plate and Pour, right on Shiloh Street.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of accidents causing delays, a couple of them in Richland Township, one on Route 8 at Legion Drive, the other one on Route 910 near South Montour Road. Accident also being cleared in Dormont. This is on Vocal Avenue between Hillsdale and Potomac Avenues. Also one in Brentwood, Brownsville Road at East Francis Avenue. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North slowing at Camp Horn Road. Stop and go toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan will showcase a different community each Saturday through the Youth Football Showcase with a special visit from members of the Fan staff. Do you want 93.7 The Fan to visit your game? Just email youthsports@937thefan.com with your group name, your group's main contact information, and potential dates. Details at 937thefan.com now. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Saloni's Italian Bread, and Pellman Electric. Aaron Rodgers was electric on Sunday, unless, of course, you ask Pro Football Focus. Rodgers after the game with Evan Washburn of CBS.
There's a lot of garbage being talked out, about myself or Arthur or whatever out there, how we're going to coexist. We got a great relationship. He called a really good game. I got to play a little better in spots, but happy to be 1-0.
My wife texted me immediately following the game, and she said, I love her so much. Did Rodgers just call you out? I said, what are you talking about? She said, were you saying that Rodgers and Arthur Smith couldn't coexist? I said, I think a lot of people were wondering about that, but I don't know that it's even so much about Rodgers as it was with how last season ended with Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith.
Right.
But, yeah, I think there's a curiosity factor for a lot of people. How's it going to mesh? Because of, again, what happened down the stretch last year with Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith, according to pretty much everybody, a pretty well-known secret, he would rather have played Justin Fields down the stretch. But I think you and I were bullish on what Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers could do. And after one game, I don't think bullish even is a strong enough word.
Mm-hmm.
Doran, how many times have we seen in recent years guys wide open? I watched so many games. You watch so many games, college and pro, and the truly elite coordinators, they help their quarterbacks out so much. How many times have you watched Brock Purdy throw to wide open dudes? There's all kinds of eye candy. Next thing you know, he avoids the rush, and there's someone running wide open down the field. That has happened so few and far between in Pittsburgh over really the last 6-7 years that it was almost staggering to see it. And so the question that I posed going to break was, do you think the ceiling for this team is higher now after watching game one? I need to see that for a couple more, I think, but I'm leaning towards yes. If you can get a little bit better protection, if you can get a little bit better in the running game, I think Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers are a match made in heaven.
I do too. I mean, it opens everything up. I mean, you think, like you just said, you explained it, perfectly. You get the run game going a little bit. You figure out a way to get some more protections. Maybe you add another protection that could help Broderick Jones. You add another player, but You think of the different types of things that they could do. I mean, with the underneath route, you almost have every level of the field kind of taken care of in the passing game. So, like, you take your deep shots, you run your play action off of the run game, and then all of a sudden you do hit that screen to Jonnu Smith underneath, and then he takes it, 50 yards, 40 yards. Like, those things are going to hit even bigger as things open up as the season goes on, if you do kind of shore up the other sides of the issues that you have.
There's a trust factor between the two. You can tell. You could tell.
It's Arthur Smith's offense, and Aaron Rodgers is driving. It's Arthur Smith's bus, and Aaron Rodgers is driving it.
Rodgers ain't out there drawing plays up in the dirt. Anything that he audibles into, out of, are plays within the Arthur Smith playbook.
Yeah.
And I think Arthur, at least through one game, it looked comfortable with that being the case. And some of those play designs, you go back and you watch, beautiful. Beautiful. You have a wide receiver. Orlovsky did a great job breaking it down, where I think it was Skoranek gets motioned, and he's in the C gap. At the snap of the football, Rodgers is pointing basically like, hey, block this guy. And so the defense reacts as if it's going to be a running play. And the next thing you know, he's wide-ass open.
Yep.
And they ran the same play twice. And it's just...
But you set that up with the run, and then that's why you use a guy like Skoranek, who's a bigger body, tough receiver, to go in there and sift block. That's what that's called, to go hit a safety.
Sift block?
Sift block a linebacker or a safety on a run play, because he's tough and he's big enough to do it, and then it's slip right by and then be able to hit him down the field.
Gorgeous. It's just gorgeous. Not only do you have a guy that you know is going to find the open man, you actually had open dudes. And then Rodgers made some tough throws, too. He did. One of the first third downs on that first drive, I want to say, the laser beam over the middle to Pat Freiermuth. Later in the game, same thing. Laser beam, Pat Freiermuth. The back shoulder ball down the sideline to Calvin Austin III. That's a great throw from Rodgers. But then he had easy stuff in there, too. And how many times were there run plays where Rodgers gets the ball and bang, just throws it off to the side? Gets it out of his hand quick because he knows, okay, I'm going to count the guys in the box, bang, get outside. Easy math that I don't think down the stretch last year, I mean, the eyes tell us this, the reporting tells us this, they were letting Russell Wilson do. Which, look, I don't trust Russ as much as I trust Rodgers, but that's almost criminal that they wouldn't let him do it. You were playing at a disadvantage, but I think Rodgers' brain and Arthur Smith can be a pretty damn good combination this year. And I need to see it a couple of more times. I thought Rodgers could play 4, 5, 6 games where he played at an elite level, something that I didn't think the other quarterbacks last year were capable of. I did not expect one of them to be week 1, so now I have all kind of visions of sugar plums dancing in my head. You do that week 1 without any practice, you're only going to get better.
Yep.
Feel pretty good about it. And I think he can win a playoff game.
But you just said that they weren't going to win a playoff game.
When?
Last Thursday.
Well, then I saw him play. New information. Because you know what we saw from the defense? We saw a Steelers playoff-level defense. Not what you need to win in the playoffs, but the level of defense that they've brought to the playoffs in the 5 games they've played the last 8 years. The difference? Their quarterback responded.
Yeah, against the Jets.
Oh, so what? You have to do it against who you're playing. I feel like last year they lose that game 32-12. With Rodgers, we saw the Jets just waltz down the field. And I think because of their own conservative nature, kicked a field goal. They didn't end a drive without scoring points the entire first half. And Rodgers was answering. They marched down the field, hot knife through butter, and Rodgers leads them on that 10-play, 71-yard touchdown drive. Bang, that was a response. Every punch they threw, he had a counter punch. We ain't seen that since Ben Roethlisberger was walking up and down the sidelines. And that's got me pseudo-optimistic that should you find yourself in a playoff game when your defense sucks, because it has for the last 8 years anytime they've made the playoffs, okay, you can warm to the fight. Not that you ever want to or you should have to, but instead of being down 20-0 after the first quarter like it feels like they are every damn playoff game, all right, now it's 17-14 and you can live to fight into the second quarter. Makes all the difference in the world. Texter, you're all over the place after one game against crap Jets. Calm down. The quarterback threw 4 touchdowns. Yes, Harry.
Why do you think the sports books don't let you change your bets mid-game when you get new information?
I ain't betting right now. I'm just giving my
but
opinion.
I mean, why do you think they don't let that happen?
As information changes, so too should opinion. I've always expected Rodgers to be pretty good. I didn't think he'd come out and throw 4 damn touchdowns and be second in the league in passer rating after a game.
And that's why you lost odds and ends.
I did. Substantially. To you, Mackey, and Doran. 412-928-9370.
I'm serious. Do you think that you cursed this team because you
cursed them?
Why don't you just keep your prediction steady? Why don't you stay confident? I think because you move around all the time, then you cause the Steelers to have bad fate. I think it's bad juju.
You think Crowley's the reason why?
Yeah. Maybe if Crowley would just stick to his
You're giving
prediction.
him way too much credit there.
I think Tomlin's listening right now. I think because I've changed my prediction, they are now motivated to win a playoff game when they otherwise would not have been.
No, you've cursed them. Now they're going to lose one because you're like, oh, yeah, now they won a playoff game. They won one game. No, they're going to win a playoff game. Yeah, they're good enough.
It's not what they did, it's how they did it. And we talked about it on Friday. Like they have for years had one path to victory.
Yeah, but you got to realize who they did it against.
I know, but I still think they'd have lost this any of the last 5 years. Like, you tell me the Steelers' rush defense gives up 185 yards and they rush themselves for 2.7 yards a carry and they give up 4 sacks. That's a loss 100 times out of 100 the last half decade.
I mean, if they don't get a fumble back, they don't win.
Sure.
I don't like
Sure.
it.
But the fumble wouldn't have made a difference in any of the last 5 years because they'd have been down 20 points. Like they orchestrated a different way to win a football game. Everyone should be dancing around in the streets right now.
They still came from behind. They've been coming from behind for years.
They were down 9 points. That's 2 scores. I would have told you if they fell behind 9 any of the last 5 years, I wouldn't have felt good about it. But I actually weirdly felt really good all game long. I never hung my head. I didn't think that I wasn't super confident that they were going to win, but I thought Rodgers was going to keep responding, and he did. I haven't had that feeling since 2018 Roethlisberger.
Yeah, but is he going to be able to do that this week? Is he going to be able to do that next week? That's the problem. Like, that's why I wouldn't be dancing in the streets right now, because there's a lot of issues that you need to fix in order for Aaron Rodgers to be at the top of his game and not have to win games like that.
Or maybe Chris Boswell could just kick 7 65-yard field goals in a game to help the offense
That's
score.
what he did week 1 last year. You're making my point. Like, that's what we're used to seeing week 1 is Boswell kick 18 field goals and you win a game. Your quarterback won you that football game, yes, with an assist, a big one, from Chris Boswell. We're used to seeing that. What we're not used to seeing is 4 touchdown passes in a game from a guy who didn't get protected and for a team that did not run the football. They got to clean stuff up. Of course they got to clean stuff up. They play defense like this all year, there's no hope. They run the ball like this all year, there's no hope. But I'm expecting at least the defense to turn it around, and probably significantly. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Weigh in on this conversation. It's a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Our Odyssey NFL insider, Jason La Canfora, will join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll see if he's heard anything about the Steelers poking around on Tyreek Hill. But we'll take your calls coming up next. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they start a 3-game road series with the Baltimore Orioles tonight. Game time 6:35. Coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, including one from me. They've done a ton of work on my roof, and they've done a wonderful job. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the pickle today at 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ken Dryden's passing at the age of 78 last week represented more than the loss of a Hall of Fame goalie who won 6 Stanley Cups with Montreal in the 1970s. The Cornell alumnus became a lawyer, a parliament member, president of the Maple Leafs, and a prolific author. His book, The Game, is widely considered the greatest hockey book ever written. What a legacy he left. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. The kids are back in school, fall is almost here, and that means it's time to refocus on the house. And if your windows need an upgrade, Universal Windows Direct and their exclusive Super Spacer technology can help. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, get 0% financing for 3 years. Schedule now and take $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier locally owned shredding and document management service since 1928. Steel City has been Pittsburgh's trusted name in business services. Today, Steel City Shredding continues that legacy with secure, on-site shredding you can watch happen. From paper and hard drives to media destruction and e-waste disposal, we keep your information safe. And we 100% recycle all materials. Steel City Shredding, secure, on-site, 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Week 1 of professional football kicked off with a bang, and now we look ahead to Week 2. One matchup to look forward to is when Philadelphia heads into Kansas City for a rematch of last year's big game. Philadelphia will look to reestablish their league dominance, while Kansas City has revenge on their minds for this year's matchup. Which all-star quarterback will be able to lead his team to a big early win this season? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? Well, what is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
morning rush continues to roll along. We still have some earlier accidents being cleared, one in Richland Township, the intersection of Route 8 and Legion Drive, also one in Dormont on Volkel Avenue between Hillsdale and Potomac Avenues. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at Shaler Waterworks, and then again approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You can join Chris Muller at the Verizon store in Monroeville on Thursday from 4 to 6. Verizon is registering customers for the chance to win a pair of tickets to the game versus Seattle, along with a basket of black and gold merchandise. Verizon is the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So go say hello to Mulsey. Texture writes in, what game are you watching? Steelers got manhandled. Time of possession, rushing, passing. I mean, the Steelers lost the game but won the scoring. You're making it seem like the Steelers are ready for the playoffs. No, I'm not. I look at that as a positive, though. They did not play well in most aspects, and they won the game. That tells me you've got a damn good quarterback. Got to keep him upright. Got to keep him healthy. I don't have a ton of confidence that they're going to do either of those things right now. But should they, then yeah, I feel really good about where they are because I like the damn quarterback. Did you see the way he jumped through the air, threw that fist pump up, Doran?
Yes.
Injected into my veins.
Yes.
They haven't had a guy throw 4 touchdowns in a game since Ben. Forgive me for being a little excited about it. It is nuts.
Crazy.
Kenny Pickett once threw 6 in a season. He threw 4 in a game. And that's not me taking a slight at Kenny. That's just how things have looked around here. I mean, my God. And the other thing is, here's another stat we went over on Friday. The Steelers have had, 9 quarterbacks going back the last 10 years or whatever it is. Only one of them has a losing record, and that's Mitch Trubisky. This guy's a lot damn better, at least what he showed on Sunday, than any of the guys that have been here since late career Ben. And he's got an arm that late career Ben didn't possess either. He doesn't move well. Ben didn't move well, but Rodgers' arm looks damn good, Doran. So I don't want to get overly ahead of myself here and snort all the week 1 hopium. I'm doing a little bit of that, but it's because, my God, give me some grace here. I haven't seen a quarterback come in and play this well in these circumstances for a really long time.
And it is nice that, I mean, you never want to overlook anybody, but it is nice that you have Seattle in New England coming up where you have a home game, you have an away game against a young New England team, and then a Seattle team that's just like meh. So it does give you a little bit of leeway to work on things, to fix things before you have to travel to Ireland, and then obviously division play is right around the corner after the bye week. So this does give you a little bit of time. You would hope that things get fixed this week, but these aren't 2 juggernauts that you're going against, is basically what I'm saying.
I agree with that. And who knows? It could look all kind of goofy in Ireland. Have you seen what's happened to Kansas State, by the way? So Kansas State opens up in Ireland. They lose in Ireland. They stink their next time out, but find a way to win the game. They don't cover against a not great opponent. And then they lose to Army, and Army had just lost to Tarleton State. Bad things seem to happen to the loser of these Ireland games. So go over there and win.
Yep.
Goofy stuff happens. We mentioned on Friday, the Steelers were 2-8 last year when giving up 19 or more points. They're already 1-0 now. The Steelers had not scored a touchdown on their opening drive of the season since 2008.
Oh, my goodness.
And they did it on Sunday. And the Steelers didn't score a touchdown on their first possession of any game last season. So forgive me about being excited that the Steelers have a quarterback that was able to help buck those recent trends. And would I like to see them not get manhandled? Duh. I don't want to see Aaron on his back. I don't want to see the running backs get hit at, near, or behind the line of scrimmage. I don't want to lose the man-meat battles up front, but that they did and still won, I think that's a good sign. Now, if they continue to routinely get manhandled on both lines of scrimmage, then that's going to spell disaster and sacrifice. But I'll give them some time to improve there. 412-928-9370. Should we go to Paul in Washington?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Crowley, I don't know what game you was watching, bud, but you need to stop drinking whatever Kool-Aid you're drinking because Hayward got manhandled. The defense have got manhandled. Slay looked like an old guy. There's a reason Philly didn't sign him. Joey Porter is a second-round bust. And I don't know who the rest of the guys are on the defense because they were nowhere to be found. They were MIA. Crowley, you gotta talk yourself back into reality, buddy, because this is all make-believe right now. So
Paul,
think about that before you go drinking that Kool-Aid, bud.
Paul, they're 1-0. Their quarterback.
They're 1-0, Crowley.
Their quarterback threw 4 touchdowns.
Jets. You've lost your friggin' mind. Oh my God,
Paul!
Paul, I can see if they're playing the Ravens.
Crowley, and get your ballerina slippers on because you've lost your mind. If you think this team is good, seriously, let them play a real team and see what the hell happens, Crowley.
Well, sure, they can only play who they were scheduled to play on Sunday, Paul.
I understand that, but if Fields doesn't give the ball and he holds it, they make 2 other scores. And they beat the Steelers.
They lost the game, Paul. You can't. Oh, if they win the game, then the Steelers would have lost. Thank you, Paul. Listen, was that a Ace Ventura Pet Detective reference from him, I think? Put your ballerina slippers on because you've gone crazy. If that is, then I love you, Paul. Yeah. And maybe not. We can continue to have sports debates here. That's fine. You can disagree. We could yell at each other. It's fun. Yeah, they played the Jets. Like I said, you got to keep doing it. But Cam Hayward didn't look good. Do I expect Cam Hayward to be a bad player this year? No, I don't. He was all pro last year. He got poked in the eye. He probably wasn't thinking enough about the game in the lead-up. I expect that to be all figured out now. I think the defense is going to be better. They didn't have Derek Harmon. I'm not sitting here planning a parade. I'm saying they got a quarterback that could maybe help them win a playoff game. And he played. Did he not play good football on Sunday?
Yeah, he played good football.
Okay.
But around him wasn't good football, really.
Yeah.
That's going to be an issue because there's going to be a time where he doesn't play good football and he's going to need around him to play good football. You also didn't play the Ravens. You didn't play the Bills. You played the Jets.
Yeah.
With Justin Fields and a new head coach.
Yeah.
A win's a win, I get it, but that's it.
I don't think a win's a win. If they won this game 12-10, or what did I predict, 11-6, I'd be sitting here going, okay, same old Steelers. They got a quarterback that threw 4 touchdowns. That's got me excited.
So did the Jets, basically.
He took an L.
Yeah, well, when Paul says if the Jets would have done one more thing, the Steelers would have lost. I think the comparison there is not, oh, look, the Steelers would have lost if the Jets would have won. I think the comparison is there are plenty of better teams than the Steelers, and other teams won't make those mistakes that the Jets did.
It's September. Everyone's making mistakes. Every game, save for 4, came down to 1 score. That's the NFL. You make plays or you don't. You win or you lose. Every game's going to be close. Let's talk to Jason La Canfora coming up next. He's going to join us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Are the Steelers really sniffing around Tyreek Hill? We'll ask him. First, though, a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, so Baltimore Orioles start a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6:35. Coverage on the Fan starts at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. I want to tell you about my new obsession. That's Daisy French onion dip, one of my guilty pleasures during football seasons, eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. And now Daisy came out with French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip. They're a game changer. They're as delicious as your grandma's dip, made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I'm going to do this weekend and every weekend of football season, and look for Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Week 1 of the NFL season did not disappoint, and Week 2 should be even better. Right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are dealing with a ton of injuries in their wide receiver room, and they're going against one of the better secondaries in the league against Philadelphia. A lot of people will be on Philadelphia, but not me. I like the Chiefs to bounce back Week 2, and Travis Kelce to get in the end zone once again. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly, and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me, and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus and PA. Ends September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, it is Tuesday at 9:35, which means it is time to talk to Odyssey NFL insider Jason LaConfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast, In the Huddle. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Jason, good morning. Thank you for jumping on with us. And you're firing Harbaugh if the Ravens don't win the Super Bowl. I think he's frozen.
He's frozen.
He's frozen in the same way that Cabaldi was frozen yesterday. And now he is gone.
It was working perfectly. I don't know what he did.
He might not have done anything. It could be a doohickey problem.
Gremlin.
Could be a gremlin. Could be a doohickey. Who knows? Give him a call back. Jason, who has always trumpeted for Mike Tomlin, who has always trumpeted for Harbaugh, he said if they don't win the Super Bowl in Baltimore, then Harbaugh should be kicked to the curb. I don't disagree with that.
I don't either.
If you look at what Harbaugh has done and you look at what Tomlin has done, their careers are very similar. The difference is Tomlin started with the franchise quarterback. Now Harbaugh has the franchise quarterback, but he's had more failures of late with the franchise quarterback. I look at them as pretty much one and the same.
The same, yes. I mean, but they've been so close lately, and they have an MVP, and they have one of the the top 1 or 2 best running backs in the game. you got to win.
What's funny is I don't disagree with the take, and if I were doing Baltimore Ravens radio, I would be saying the same thing. Like, you win the damn thing, or at least get there.
Yeah.
Or you're gone. I'd be saying the same thing if I was doing radio in Buffalo.
No doubt.
With McDermott.
Yeah.
And I think both guys are really good coaches.
But you have the MVPs. At the hardest position.
Exactly right.
Gotta win.
Exactly right.
You can't have the best player in the game at the hardest position in the game and not even sniff it.
I think the best two quarterbacks in football, and I'll put Rodgers' performance in the top 5, maybe top 3 behind these two guys. I thought Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen were the best two quarterbacks in the league on Sunday night. All right, Jason is joining us right now. We got all kind of technical issues going on. Jason, not your fault. How you doing today?
No, I'm starting to think this is that we got Ghost in the Machine here. That this is not meant to happen. Everything was fine during the whole break, and then boom! As soon as you start talking, it just cuts out. I'm good. How's everybody in Pittsburgh? A win is a win is a win.
Oh, I mean, we got a franchise quarterback for the next 16 weeks, unless he gets hurt, and then we won't.
Well, yeah.
There you go.
And I don't know that you want him throwing that many times for that few yards. You know what I mean? Like that high volume with kind of not a lot of bang for your buck. I don't know that you're going to get through 17 weeks navigating that many passes for that little bit of a length and coming out with 4 touchdowns and no picks. But, hey, I thought the Jets defense was going to be better than that. I thought the Steelers defense was going to be better than that. And to see the Steelers win a shootout where you needed 33 to win. And Boswell is a legend in my house now because that kept a lot of bets alive for me.
Nice.
Boswell is on his way to my betting Hall of Fame. He keeps that up because I do like me a good Steelers money line pretty much every week.
Well, if there is a reason for Week 1 hopium, it's, to use Mike Tomlin's words, they were able to engineer victory in a way that really the last 5 years they haven't. They were 2-8 last season when the defense gave up 19 or more. They're 1-0 now. I'm interested, though, in what's going on with Baltimore, too, Jason, because you've put John Harbaugh on the hot seat, Super Bowl or bust.
He is for me.
I'm
not the billionaire who owns the team,
right?
Though, you know, who doesn't want to fire anybody and doesn't really want to, nobody's seen him around here in 5 years. He lives on a yacht in Florida. Like, if you're lucky, if you get into his booth and you're part of, the prawn and, the prawn sandwich and, filet mignon club, then I guess you know what he's thinking, but he hasn't bothered to speak to the fans here in a half decade. Yeah, I think everybody over there is really comfortable because as long as Silent Steve owns the team, he's not firing DaCosta. Like, he's not going to hold DaCosta to the fire. He's not going to fly all over the country, have to get off that yacht and interview people all over the place. Like, it's just not happening. And he's already said he'll sell the team. He's not keeping it in his family. So I think those guys are pretty comfortable that, we're good as long, he keeps giving us extensions and, he's not asking a whole lot of probing questions, and he's not saying anything about us on to the fan base. So we're good. Yeah, and to this point, look, it's just, you guys know Baltimore and Pittsburgh is similar. You guys have been asking me about Tomlin forever, and people have been asking me about Harbaugh forever here because he hasn't got over the hump in a long time. And I've always been, hey, he's still, he gets you in the dance every year, you could do so much worse. Who are you going to hire to replace him? How are you, but I'm at the point now where you open a season that way. You can't get your fourth quarter and end of the first half sideline in check. Like, you can't execute a smooth operation on offense, defense, special teams. You got too many guys on the field. You got a rookie kicker who, you can't get him out there the way you should. And B, you leave too much time for Josh Allen to come back on you. Then Allen's got to throw a sideline pass. They got no timeouts. And you tackle a guy out of bounds, and then you blow the fourth quarter. They're historically significant, blowing multi-score fourth quarter leads, and that's how you open the season? Nah, man, it's been going on too long. He's the common denominator. He opened the season already in excuse-making mode. People say we're Super Bowl or bust. You've never played the game. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Nah, bro, that's your plot in life. They pay you $15 million a year around here and leave you alone, and you got to show up in January and not have teams that pee down their leg when it matters most. It's unbelievable, man. It's unfathomable to keep blowing games the way they do. So, yeah, for me, he's on notice, but that doesn't matter because I don't think I think Bisciotti's beyond that. He's going to ride with these dudes till he sells the team.
Jason, have you heard anything about the Steelers sniffing around in a trade with Tyreek Hill and the Miami Dolphins?
I haven't. I mean, look, I've written about this at the Washington Post. Like they clearly are always in a different mode now. They are always in player acquisition mode. They're on top of everything that's happening in this league. They're at least peripherally, exploring. I think at a certain point in time, though, and you guys have seen that there, a couple of personalities, one thing, like a whole receiver room full of them. I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze. Like, they've been trying to dump Tyreek's salary for a long time. Like, this idea that, like, around the roster cuts, hey, he's available. They've been trying to get out from under it for months. Nobody wants it. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. They're billionaires not willing to eat enough of the money to make anybody even take a chance on it. I've learned now to never say never about them and anything, but I don't think that guy at this stage of his career with that attitude is going to solve, put them over the top even more. I don't see it. They got to figure out the run game, right? I mean, to me, like, you got to figure out your run game, and that can't be Steelers defense.
No, it cannot. It cannot. It looked like a continuation of that playoff game against Baltimore last year. And I imagine if Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson were on the other sideline on Sunday, it would have looked very similar. Jason, we'll get the squirrel running on the thing a little bit faster next week. We'll get you on in time. We appreciate you jumping on.
And I don't know, technical difficulties, but
it'll happen. It's week one. It's week one.
Wasn't meant to be.
Thank you, Jason. We'll
Thanks,
talk
Jason.
to you next Tuesday.
Thanks.
That's Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora. Strong from Jason there, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. He's come over to the dark side, though, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want him gone for not winning a Super Bowl, you can make all the same arguments for Mike Tomlin.
I don't think so, because they're a lot closer, and they just can't get over that.
Oh, but their goal is let's win the damn thing, and they can't. And our goal right now, unfortunately, though it's not the stated goal, is win the damn playoff thing.
Right.
And they can't do that.
Right.
So, right, Tom, if you're going to fire Harbaugh, you really should fire Tomlin. Right? Now, their issue is they blow leads at a rate
All
which
time.
is just unfathomable.
Mm-hmm.
Tomlin's issue is they ain't getting up for playoff games. I mean, they ain't even getting off the team bus before it's 21-0 or whatever it is. We'll talk to Jason next week. We'll react to what he had to say about Tyreek Hill. I think there's some good stuff in there. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com was this segment. Neil Walker couldn't join us today. Brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, home of the Mike Camlin Advantage Oil Changes for Life. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Minnesota Vikings beat the Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football 27-24 to end Week 1 of the NFL season. Mike Tomlin's got his weekly press conference coming up this afternoon at noon. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. It's Crowley here for Window Nation, and now is the best time of the year to buy new windows. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It's like Goldilocks, and whether you have old, drafty windows or cheap builder-grade ones, September's perfect because it's not too hot, not too cold. I just said that. And right now, Window Nation's offering their most popular offer. You buy 2 replacement windows, you get 2 for free. Plus, you won't pay any interest, any monthly payments, any down payment for 2 years. That's saving you money. Window Nation gives you the option to pay nothing until 2027. Plus, the energy cost savings worth it as well. With Window Nation, you get top quality windows, and they'll have them installed for you real quick in a day. And remember, you'll pay nothing for 2 years. Buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-90Nation or go online to windownation.com today to get your free quote.
93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Multi-alarm structure fire in the Squirrel Hill section of the city. Now it's in the 5600 block of Forward Avenue, but it's affecting a lot of the local streets like Forbes Avenue and Murray Avenue, but it's also affecting the outbound Parkway East. The smoke from that fire has made visibility right around zero and causing delays on the outbound side back to the Bend at Bates. Inbound, you have delays as well back to Wilkinsburg. Vehicle fire in Millvale tying up the intersection of Fornoff Street and Lincoln Avenue. Watch for delays there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang. That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is the Bird, and on Wednesday, September 24th, the City of Champions is the home of professional wrestling as AEW presents Dynamite. Are you ready for some Dynamite tonight? Be there live for every unforgettable moment just days after going all out. And feel the real as the greatest professional wrestlers in the world deliver an unforgettable night. AEW Dynamite, live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh. Wednesday, September 24th. Tickets on sale now starting at $20 at AEWTIX.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike, and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid on that. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart live.
Have some exterior home improvement problems and just don't know who to call? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they fix it all in the same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options, to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beautyrest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Ben Tenuta's doing that thing where he puts his phone in our face and says, hey, who's going to win the backyard brawl? Hey, what do you think about Aaron Rodgers? Then he puts together cute videos that do like 1 million hits on the Twitter, the TikTok, the Instagram, the Facebook. Who's going to win the backyard brawl puts me in a really bad spot.
Why?
Because
why?
It ain't going to be my team.
Who's it going to be?
Your team.
Who's my team?
The Pittsburgh Panthers.
There you go.
Yeah.
Held a pit.
He also blinded me with the flash. I legit have...
Whatever happened to your glasses, by the way?
Big green blotch. My eyes got better.
Oh.
I think...
Eat some carrots?
I don't know what happened. I am a disaster, dude.
I can tell.
I don't know if my eyes were bad or if I was just anxious that my eyes were bad.
My headache is not worse because of that. He had the flash on with me, too. But I'm trying to keep it
Do you have a
dark in
big
here.
green blotch in the middle of your eyesight? Because I do.
Yep.
Still, 4 minutes later.
Ouchie.
Lock on Fora said he hadn't heard anything about the Steelers and Tyreek Hill, but he also said, a nice little nugget, they've checked on everything.
Yep.
Anybody who's available, they're checking in on, which I think is relevant in the near future, even more so than in a potential Tyreek Hill trade closer to the deadline. We're going to find out from Tomlin today what's going on with Deshaun Elliott, what's going on with Joey Porter Jr., but I think Elliott's the one to keep an eye on. He's a good box-strong safety. If he's out for a considerable length of time, I do wonder if they would kick the tires on a Jabril Peppers. Because I think Peppers is pretty damn good and plays the game a lot like Deshaun Elliott.
Yes.
So we'll see what Tomlin says about him today. We'll see if Tomlin gets grilled at all about Broderick Jones and whether or not there might be a benching in the future. I have a terrible headache now, too. I can't see anything. I'm totally blind. I'm like staring at the sun, which you're not supposed to do.
No, you're not. Yep.
Didn't somebody on the Penguins stare directly at the solar eclipse?
I don't know.
I might have made that up.
Yeah, I think Odell Beckham did.
That was it.
How do you get that mixed up with the Penguins?
You can hit me. That was a mistake. That counts. That's fine. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Donnie Football is coming up next, filling in for Joe. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 76, low of 48, clear skies. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Red 42, hike! We're kicking off the Big Drive sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty, and you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details. Ends 9/30/2025. From kickoff to crunch time, when you expect more from your drive, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury during the Big Drive sales event. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Structure fire in Squirrel Hill affecting traffic. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This structure fire in the 5600 block of Forward Avenue near Murray Avenue, and not far from the Parkway East. In fact, the plume of smoke, the giant plume of smoke, can be seen from the Parkway on both sides of the Squirrel Hill tunnels. It's resulting in outbound delays on the Parkway East, just about back to the Bates on-ramp. Inbound, you have delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Accident in Stowe Township. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Robinson Boulevard and Ewing Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, right now, Window Nation has a buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room.
That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin will speak to the media today at noon. You're going to hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan as the Steelers prepare for Week 2 action. The Seattle Seahawks come to town Sunday at 1 o'clock. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Bob and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time for first with Minnesota. They had 17 interceptions. Fake the handoff. Rodgers under a rush. Wide open. Touchdown. Calvin Austin. Aaron Rodgers comes back to Jersey.
Even after a 34-point outburst with a good showing from DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin, what looked like great chemistry between a quarterback and his receiver. And I also have to eat crow on one of my takes from a few weeks ago already. I thought these guys would look rusty out of the gate. They didn't get much work in the preseason. That didn't matter. And I'm happy to be wrong about that because that was the best offensive game we've seen from the Steelers in quite some time. I know they had that one in Cincinnati last season, but this looks like something that could actually be a bit consistent. Vibes are high in Pittsburgh on this Tuesday, September 9th, and yet we still cannot escape wide receiver trade rumors. That's right, folks. We have another one. Donnie Football with you on 93.7 The Fan this morning from now until 2 p.m. Austin Bechtold, the man we call City Limits, is behind the glass. Our thoughts are with our friend Joe Starkey, who had to attend a family matter up in Buffalo, but he hopes to be back for these shows the rest of the week beginning tomorrow. I just wanted to put that out there, too, because I know the quick assumption with Joe on a day as beautiful as this is that, oh, he just took off to play golf, but that is not the case today. Off the top, that's presented by JP Roofing and Siding. A little rundown of what is happening on today's show. It is a Tomlin Tuesday. The coach speaks today, and we will go to that live right around noon. PFF may have officially hit the end of the line for me after their grading of Aaron Rodgers this weekend. We will get into that next hour, along with a pretty annual Hall of Fame question. A few guests on today's show as well. Stephen Fabian, Pittsburgh native from Inside Edition. He joins us around 11:40. Brian Batko, Steelers reporter from the Post-Gazette, will join the show at 1 to react to the Mike Tomlin presser. Former Bucco Michael McHenry will hop on at 1:30 as the Buccos open up a series in Baltimore tonight. 6:35 first pitch. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:40, and it is all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. But I want to start with the freshest wide receiver rumor out there. This coming from our friend Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. Quote, there's already chatter in the aftermath of Sunday's win over the Jets that the all-in Steelers could go even more all-in by making a move for Tyreek Hill. Yes, Pittsburgh already has DK Metcalf, who's making $30 million per year on a 5-year deal. But if the Steelers don't have a clear-cut number 2, Hill would be a 1B and maybe even 1A at times to Metcalf. Already, they have resurfaced. The Hill chatter was out there a little bit, but that felt like mere rumors and radio chatter and TV chatter. Mike Florio brings them back up after just one game. Hill is signed through the 2026 season. He is due to make $36 million next year with a cap number of almost $52 million. That all being said, it is pretty unlikely that he would be back in Miami if that ship continues to sink. And if you watched week 1 of the NFL season, the Dolphins looked like the worst team in football. I'm not sure how many other teams looked as bad as the Dolphins did, given their opponent in the entire week 1 slate. Austin, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I really can't think of a team that looked worse against the team they played. I mean, they played the Indianapolis Colts. It's not like the Dolphins had to play the Bills or the Ravens in week 1 or the Eagles. They played the Colts, who a lot of people think will also be a bad team, and they looked horrendous.
They looked disinterested, Donnie. Like, they looked like they were uninterested in being out there, one for themselves and two for their coach. Tua completely, fell apart again at the beginning of the season. Usually he's lighting the world on fire at the start of the year, and late in the season is when Tua is a disaster. It just seems like things have gone wrong enough in Miami where Mike McDaniel is going to be the first coach fired.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that prediction. That was just one of the random ones that I made going into the season. It felt to me that the nerdy head coach / boy genius gimmick that McDaniel has been going with for the last few seasons, given how last year went and given how this year has begun, that's going a bit cold for people. It works out fine if they're winning. I mean, they won plenty of regular season games with him early. They got to the playoffs a few times and fizzled out. People then realized, oh, these guys, they're almost like, I don't know, birds. Like they can't play in an environment that's under like 50 degrees. And he makes those snarky, goofy comments at his press conferences, and it just does not feel like he is in for the long haul. I have my doubts that when the Dolphins are here in mid-December that he is their coach. I think by that time he has been fired and replaced. So I don't even know if we see Mike McDaniel on the sideline with the Dolphins by the time we reach December. And given how week 1 went, it may not even take that much longer because it was ugly. So it would only make sense for the Dolphins to dangle a player like Tyreek Hill out there at the deadline. He could be this year's version of Devontae Adams. Big name receiver, great resume, Hall of Fame resume. And Adams, in his case, he ended up with the Jets with Aaron Rodgers before last season's deadline. He caught 67 balls for 854 yards and 7 touchdowns in New York. He has since moved on to the Rams. A decent day in his first game of 2025. For Hill, it was not. He caught a few passes, had 40 yards. A guy as fast as Tyreek Hill, a man they call the Cheetah, and his prime, absolutely the fastest player in the game. He has not had a 30-yard reception since week 1 of last season. That just doesn't sound right to me. That doesn't sound like it could possibly be correct, but it is. And Mike Florio believes that the Steelers and the Chiefs, Hill's former team, would be the front runners here. Because Hill is on a team, Austin kind of hinted at it, the Dolphins players do not seem to respect Mike McDaniel as their coach. And we do know that plenty of players around the league, they love Mike Tomlin, they love playing for Mike Tomlin, and beyond some cracks in that shield here and there, some people that have come through, some players that have come through and have not had the best of experiences. We know Aaron Rodgers is here because of Mike Tomlin, and we know he is a player that demands respect from his team and usually gets it. So the Steelers sitting as one of the front runners here, according to Mike Florio. I want to take some calls on this at 412-928-9370. You can hop on the fan hotline, which is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Tyreek Hill, the Steelers, are you really clamoring for it right now? I have a surprising take on this here, or maybe not too surprising to you out there. But after seeing what this offense did in week 1, I think the Steelers are in a position to wait this thing out. I'm not in a rush for them to pounce and make a move the way I would if, let's say, they scored 16 points on Sunday and they won a game 16-13 and it was a slog. They looked horrible on offense. They had Chris Boswell knock down a couple of field goals. They scored 1 touchdown. Kind of the way last season looked like at the beginning. How we saw the first 2 games, there was 1 offensive touchdown in 2 games. The Falcons game, it was 6 field goals. That game against the Broncos, it was just a defensive struggle. There was the touchdown pass to Darnell Washington, and that was it. But we have seen through just 1 game maybe an opening of some eyes in Pittsburgh. DK Metcalf, without question, he is the Steelers' top receiver. Calvin Austin looks pretty clearly their number 2. I had a little overtime show last night from 6 until 7. That was one of my takeaways through week 1. Calvin Austin is the clear-cut second target on this team as of right now. And definitely in terms of receivers, nobody is challenging that position. Just look at the snap counts. As simple as that. Calvin Austin played about 80% of the offensive snaps. They had Roman Wilson, Ben Skoranek, who did have a touchdown. Skoranek had a very impactful game despite the limited snaps. He also had a fumble recovery on kickoff. That was really the play that turned the game around. But Calvin Austin played 45 snaps. That was 80%. Roman Wilson, 10 snaps. Ben Skoranek, 10 snaps. Scotty Miller, 9 snaps. Pretty clear cut who the second receiver is. What comes to mind, though, after the game that Calvin Austin played, do the Steelers have something in this guy that could be discovered with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback? Austin with 4 grabs for 70 yards. He had the touchdown to put them ahead. And he made some impressive catches. I mean, he made some last season, too. We noticed last year, okay, this guy can be an option. Is he really a second wide receiver? Maybe not. I feel like we very quickly look at the stature of Calvin Austin, who is not a very big man. He's 5'9", about $160, and they may even be doing him some credit there with his weight. But could Aaron Rodgers really uncover the potential in this guy? And if you recall when Tyreek Hill first came around, and I'm not going to expect Calvin Austin to become a Tyreek Hill clone. He already would need multiple 1,000-yard seasons to his docket to do that. But Tyreek Hill, not really a big guy either. He also fell in the draft more for character issues than just where he was set to be selected. So that's a reason why Hill was picked in the 5th round years ago. Calvin Austin, a 4th-round guy. And he's also the lone true representative from that 2022 draft class that's keeping things going for Kevin Colbert in retirement. He's the only guy that looks any good from that class that is still here. Could he really be a second wide receiver option? I think there could be something there with Calvin Austin. So that's why I'm not in a rush, oddly enough. Maybe it's just the recency of seeing them put up 30-plus points. Their second wide receiver was just as involved in the offense as the number 1 guy. And we also saw last season the numbers for Tyreek Hill get pretty much cut in half. I know he had to deal with an injury to his starting quarterback. That seemed to really benefit Jonnu Smith, by the way, who scored his first Steelers touchdown on Sunday. But Tyreek Hill went through a phenomenal stretch from 2017 to 2023. Only one season was under 1,000 yards, and that was only due to playing 12 games. The guy has a Hall of Fame resume. 2 seasons ago, 2023, he had nearly 1,800 yards. 13 touchdowns. He averaged over 112 per game. 17 games last season, 81 grabs, 959, 6 touchdowns, down to 56 yards per game. Still good numbers. Like, you look at that season by itself, that's a pretty good year. If you're a number 2 guy, that's a really good year. But it's not the Tyreek Hill that we're used to. So then you question, has he gone a step back? Has he lost a step? I thought Doran brought up a pretty good point earlier on the morning show when he said, well, him losing a step means now he's on the same level as everybody else. He's at a regular step. Because this guy was the fastest player in football. And maybe the Hall of Fame resume will attract them a little bit more because they added a lot of big names this offseason. And a lot of them made impactful plays in that first game. Rodgers had the 4 touchdowns. Jalen Ramsey had some big moments on defense. He had the big hit to clinch the game. Jonnu Smith had a touchdown. DK Metcalf had over 80 yards and had a 31-yard catch and run. So maybe that's attractive, but there is always that price tag. There's a lot of talk about putting money into the Steelers offense. Do you want to put this much into it? So I'm not in a mad dash to make this trade happen. I do think in terms of draft capital, it would be less than what some people believe. I mean, I don't think it'll be necessary to drop a first-round pick, probably not even a second-round pick. And the Steelers, given the comp pick situation, they may be looking at multiple third-round picks in next year's draft. Third or fourth-round pick. That seems a bit more realistic, but do you want to go with that price tag for Tyreek Hill? You would have to rework some things if you bring that guy in here, to me. But I'm actually being patient on this because the offense looks like it has some real potential behind Aaron Rodgers. That could all change in the matter of days. They could go out, score 7 points against the Seahawks, and it could be back to panic mode with this offense. But it looks like they have a guy with the keys in the ignition who, I don't know if he can get them over the top, but they can have a pretty good offense with him at the helm. And they might just have the targets that are good enough to be out on the field with him. 412-928-9370. Are you clamoring for Tyreek Hill to the Steelers? This is the latest Steelers wide receiver rumor, even after 34 points in Week 1. This is what we get. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. He said Tyreek Hill is disgruntled in Miami. A poor performance in Week 1. The Dolphins looked terrible against the Indianapolis Colts. What say you? 412-928-9370. You can also join us on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Austin, where do you come down on this? You see this last night. Mike Florio puts it out there probably around 6 or 7 p.m. I think a little bit after that, actually. I think it was closer to the kickoff of Monday Night Football. And the Steelers have their newest wide receiver rumor as of this morning.
I would do it, Donnie, if you can get it for the right price. Now, I would imagine Miami would have to eat some money. What would that ultimately look like? I don't know, but I imagine, come on, the Steelers are not going to be able to realistically do this with that cap number unless the Dolphins are willing to take some. Now, that might have to increase what the pick's going to be. But if a player already wants out, and it kind of seems like that's the way it's trending with Tyreek Hill, especially with the noise in the offseason. And sure, the NFLPA poll might say one thing with the coach getting an A+, but I don't necessarily believe it, especially for Hill. If they can get Tyreek Hill for a 4th-round pick at the deadline, doesn't have to be right now, but at the deadline, and it's shown that they still need a wide receiver, even if they don't, for added insurance in case DK Metcalf gets hurt, yeah, 4th-round pick, maybe even a 5th-round pick, I'd be all for him.
Yeah, it would take the Dolphins having to be pretty flexible about everything. They would have to sit back on wanting the Steelers to cover all of the financials of the deal, and they would also likely have to accept that it won't be for a 1st or 2nd round pick. Maybe a 3rd. But I do wonder if things get serious, how much these Steelers are actually in on it. Because I just get the sense right now, and we've been wrong. I've been wrong plenty on this before because Omar Khan always seems to be wheeling and dealing. I get the sense that their first thought this morning is not, hey, let's go get Tyreek Hill. We just put up 34 points. There are some concerns on the offense, don't get me wrong. The 1st-round pick left tackle looked like a turnstile on multiple occasions on Sunday. They could not get a run game going. Jaylen Warren only had, 37 yards in the game. Kenneth Gainwell didn't add much. Caleb Johnson was only out there for a couple of snaps. They had plenty of issues on offense. Not at a single point in that game did I happen to think that wide receiver was one of those issues. 412-928-9370. Mike is in Bell Vernon. What's going on, Mike?
Hey there, Donnie Football. Great, big fan here. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
If you look back to how the LA Rams, they dumped everything they had into one season to get a Super Bowl win, and I can't see a better way to hush up all the people about not even getting a playoff win other than picking up Tyreek Hill and then go ahead and dump Broderick Jones and pick up another left tackle. I'm sure there's ways that Omar Khan can move some money around to make that happen. What do you think about that?
If they do bring in Hill, Mike, while we still have you, where do you put the expectation with these guys?
I honestly believe that we can make a run for the Super Bowl.
Ooh. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that call. Tyreek Hill, Super Bowl contenders? Is that what the Steelers turn into?
I'd like to see more than one game, even though I was encouraged by it. more than just 60 minutes of football this season, Donnie?
I also want to see, because here is the concern with Broderick Jones. He added a little note about him in that call. I don't know what I'm going to pull up what the tackle market looks like for guys that are still out there. And you'll recognize some of these names, but them still being out there, it's not really for good reason. And the Steelers actually have had a couple of these guys, now that I'm looking at the list. Chris Hubbard, we remember him. LaRaven Clark. I don't know if he was ever on, he might have been on the active roster at one point. A couple of guys with good pedigree behind them. Jedrick Wills, Isaiah Wynn. I think Jedrick Wills is hurt this year, unless it was last season he was hurt. But either way, it's not a very ample market when it comes to tackles. Now, who knows? I think Jones is prone to be benched at some point this season. It could be Andres Pete, who they have on the roster. He has a couple of Pro Bowls to his name, but he hasn't been that player in the last few seasons. They could have a real issue. But that all happens to fall under the umbrella that is the week one overreaction that we are currently all going through. Is the offense really that good? Is Broderick Jones really that bad? Will any of this level out? 412-928-9370. Jay is in Columbus. What's going on, Jay?
Hey, guys. This situation with Broderick Jones is at dire straits right now. I mean, the guy, this is his third season. He's a bust. He's terrible. He looked clueless. I mean, we're in a division where you got Myles Garrett, Hendrickson. You can't. We don't have the luxury of giving a second or third round draft pick for Hill, because we're going to need a left tackle next year and a quarterback. So I don't know who the O-line coach is, but they ruined that kid, and he's lost. He is going to get benched.
Pat Meyer is the offensive line coach. Thank you for the call, Jay. I mean, he definitely deserves some criticism too, given how things have gone with Jones. It's always fair to wonder how much say does the position coach have when it comes to a decision that the head coach wants to make, but it was not fitting for a working formula if you had the kid play right tackle the whole time, then you finally want to make him go back to left tackle. Now, he wasn't good at right tackle either. It's not as if he was playing well there when they made the move. But they could have a serious problem on their hands. And people bring up pretty regularly the amount of draft capital they have in 2026, and that's always a good thing. You have more picks, you have more opportunities to find impactful players. You can even afford to miss on a couple of guys, and you can still hit at a good percentage. They very well may need to use one of those early picks on a tackle. Troy Fautanu looks like he could be pretty good. But we know quarterback will be high on that list, and there is more and more concern as things go that tackle could be added as well. And what about receiver? Because that is what we started off talking about. The Steelers have been in the mix for all of these wide receivers. So many conversations around big-name wide receivers. They brought in DK Metcalf. They soon after traded George Pickens. So they haven't had two big names here at the same time. 412-928-9370. Sean is in Robinson. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. What do you got?
I don't think getting Tyreek Hill would it help the team, obviously, but I don't think it's necessary at all, because like you guys mentioned, we saw how the first game went, and we were all pleasantly surprised that we were able to put up 30 points. So do they need another receiver? Probably, but I don't think it would be smart to shell over a higher draft pick to now pay him the tens of $1 million that he's owed next year when he's 32. While I was sitting here waiting, I got an ESPN report that he might be facing legal trouble now. I think they need another receiver. I just don't think Tyreek Hill is that guy to get.
Sean, I appreciate the call, and I'm glad that there was also somebody who directed me to check on Twitter, because there is some stuff on Tyreek Hill, but we also have some Steelers breaking news. The Steelers are expected to sign Jabril Peppers, a surprise cut of the New England Patriots. So that is something we can get into coming up next as well. Let's take your calls on that. If you want to dive into the Tyreek Hill stuff and or the Broderick Jones stuff, feel free. But we have some Steelers breaking news. They are signing Jabril Peppers, the safety that was last with the New England Patriots. Let's get into that coming up next. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. You can also Follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, which is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jabril Peppers, Tyreek Hill, Broderick Jones, whatever you want to get into coming up next, but we will react to these Steelers news on deck right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So, Jabril Peppers is 29 years old, a former Cleveland Brown, former New England Patriots player who was a surprise cut in training camp this past year. He did not sign with anybody after that, waited it out, and now is another piece to the Steelers defense. It makes you wonder, though, what's the status of Deshaun Elliott? More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The September beer of the month is the Leaning Cask Brewing Company's Golden Doodle Blonde Ale. And the charity for September is Harmony Dog Rescue, working to make sure dogs are not left behind in dangerous situations.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. So which former New York quarterback enjoyed a better opener Sunday? Although both had days to remember, Daniel Jones led Indy to scores on all 7 possessions. How about Aaron Rodgers? He took it to the team that kicked him to the curb. So I give Aaron a slight edge. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
From kickoff to crunch time, when you expect more from your drive, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. During the Big Drive sales event, every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Looking for the ultimate place to catch every big play this football season? Head to Shooters Golf, where we're more than just a high-tech golf range. We've got the NFL Sunday Ticket, all your favorite college games, so you don't miss anything. Not a touchdown, field goal, or game-winning drive. With 30-plus TVs throughout our massive facility, plus indoor and outdoor bars, every seat is the best seat in the house. Grab a drink, order your game day favorites, and cheer on your team at Shooters Golf, the new go-to sports bar in Wexford, PA. And yeah, you can get some golf shots in, too.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. So a piece of Steelers breaking news. Former Patriot, former Brown, former Giant, Jabril Peppers, a former first-round pick. He was 25th overall by the Browns back in 2017. Jabril Peppers is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this was after the Patriots cut Peppers a little over a week ago, the end of August, right around cut day. Peppers still had $4.3 million guaranteed on his contract for the season that the Patriots will have to take care of. He will sign with the Steelers. That does make me wonder the severity of the Deshaun Elliott injury. I think we could end up hearing some bad news about that in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. This could be a reactionary move to an injury that was suffered in week one. I was in favor of the Steelers making a move on this to begin with, and I want to get your reaction to it at 412-928-9370. And I see our boy Troy on Mount Washington is hanging out there. We'll get to you in just a moment, Troy, as we react to this bit of breaking news. I was in favor of the Steelers kicking the tires here anyway. He only played 6 games last season, but he had a very big 2023. If you take a look at what he did in New England, he played 15 games. He had almost 80 tackles. He had a sack. He had 8 passes defensed. Had a forced fumble. He had a fumble recovery. He had a couple of interceptions. He did a little bit of everything in that Patriots defense. And I don't know if he will reclaim what his best year was going back to 2020, but 2023 was pretty close, and it was pretty recent. And he is somebody that has played with several different head coaches over the course of his career, several different coordinators over the course of his career, and he manages to make some sort of impact. 6 games last season, had an interception, had a forced fumble, had 40 tackles, and again, he only played in 6 games in New England. Now, one of the pieces of the story coming from Mike Vrabel, the Patriots head coach, he said a lot of things went into his team's decision to release Jabril Peppers, but scheme and fit in the defense was not one of them. And even though that was a surprising decision by many to move on, he said, quote, "That was not the issue. We are going to try to do what is best for this team. We have a lot of different schemes we can run in all 3 phases. We are just trying to build toward the season. This was a decision that we had to make, and I wish the best for Jabril Peppers." So it was not scheme related. It makes me wonder what happened there between Vrabel and Peppers, and that's a story that came from CBS News in Boston. I like this move for the Steelers. I mean, you add a piece to that defense
that was already a bit of a weakness. I don't know if many people looked at safety as a strength to what the Steelers' operation was, and they go out and get a guy that can be pretty versatile on the defensive side, and he is likely going to fill an injury role as well because of what the story is with Deshaun Elliott that we are waiting to be written here in just over an hour. Mike Tomlin press conference will be live right here on The Fan just after 12 p.m. If you want to react to this news, the Steelers signing Jabril Peppers, 412-928-9370. If you want to get something else off your chest from the Steelers win on Sunday, maybe you didn't get a chance to get in on any of the shows yesterday. Maybe you had a busier Monday than most. If you want to sound off from that game, 412-928-9370. Let's get to Troy in Mount Washington. What's going on, Troy?
What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Troy? What do you got?
I'd love to react to the first game and some stuff, but I got to react to Jabril Peppers. Well, I'm going to let you know right now why Vrabel and the Patriots cut him. About a couple months ago in June, Jabril Peppers decided to take a route to be a rapper. He started making music videos. He started concentrating more on a rapping career. He's come out on his social media and said that is his focus. I don't see a team, and I believe the song is called Point 'Em Out, and his name is Jay Pep, if you want to look him up and see. That's within the past couple months, including music videos. So that makes sense, that not being a scheme thing and more being of a personality fit for that team. I will say this. I trust Mike Tomlin to handle a little bit better than Vrabel. Vrabel just kind of seems like a complete no-nonsense guy, and he has a young team, and I think he's trying to shape them in a way that Peppers does not fit that. It shows that, yes, something is wrong with Elliott, which is the bigger concern here. Missing him is a huge part of our defense, I believe. That's why we paid him, but we're going to have to take Jabril Peppers, and Tomlin is going to have to work some magic to get him refocused on football and concentrating on football and not his rap career. So that's the first thing on Jabril. In terms of the team, because I like you said, yesterday was a busy day, didn't get the sound off. A lot of people showed us what we needed to see. That was our main topics. Jalen Ramsey shows you that he's going to play defense for this team and he can close out a game. Aaron Rodgers showed you that he can still throw the rock. Calvin Austin showed you that he can still produce in this league and possibly be a wide receiver too. Broderick Jones showed you that he is what he is. He's not a good player in the league. And I talked to Bechtold about this, and you're the perfect person to take this point across really quickly. It's about time that Malsey admits that his pick was just as bad as Kenny Pickett's from Pony. And I'm telling you what, if he continues to play like this, I wouldn't be surprised in a couple of years if Pickett's a backup in the league and this guy's not in the league at all. There's no reason to move him back to right tackle. We already have someone solidified there. You are in a position right now where after the first game, they have showed you enough that if you were to protect Aaron Rodgers, especially if we make a move to get Tyreek Hill, which I'm okay with, if they can swallow some of the money and we give a third, I think a third is reasonable for him. Other teams are going to be looking and they're going to give up a third as well. But we have showed enough in game one that says, hey, if we protect this guy, we might be able to do something. And the most important person in protecting this guy is the worst player on our offense. So we need to do that. I need to get away from this because the draft's in Pittsburgh. We absolutely have to take a quarterback. I don't know about you, but I watched some college football, and if you're going to tell me that any one of those quarterbacks is going to do something this year to show me that I want to trade up to get a quarterback or take one first overall, you're crazy. I'd much rather see Will Howard or Aaron Rodgers run it back another year and me take my future left tackle in the first round of the draft next year. So there's a lot of things going on. I know I touched on a lot right there, but glad to listen to you guys the rest of the day.
Thanks, Troy. I appreciate the call. I was going to follow up there, Austin, and ask him, what about your boy Drew Aller? He's not impressed by any of these college quarterbacks.
I mean, you got to give it more time, Donnie. 2 weeks in, I guess Troy doesn't like anybody.
There is now a good idea brewing in my head. I'm not sure how it could be executed, but maybe some of the brain trust here could have a conversation about it, because he brought up the Broderick Jones fandom and pick from Chris, dying on the vine, possibly worse than Pony's backing for Kenny Pickett. Now, I don't know if you could possibly have a stronger backing of a player than what Pony had with Pickett, but Chris was absolutely the top Broderick Jones fan. I mean, he ran around here and sang a song about it.
Oh, Malsey is cooked like that soup that was stolen out of the fridge that one day. That's looking like a bad take right now.
You didn't take that soup, did it?
No. I've never taken anything out of those fridges, to be honest.
Yeah, it was like our little mini fridge back there, too. That was odd. 412-928-9370. Mr. Old School is next. What's going on, Mr. Old School?
My guy, what's going on with you, man?
Nothing much. How are you? What do you got for me?
Good. Hey, yesterday I didn't get in, but I wanted to talk about two things. Jabril, first, a strength coach. You know, when you look at Broderick on Sunday and you look at our defensive line, they were getting no push and getting pushed back. I mean, that's a strength issue. That's not a coaching issue. I mean, the D-line, there's not a lot of coaching. It's hand technique and power. And it's almost like none of our guys had any power. How are you, Keanu Benton, getting blown backwards off the ball? And Broderick Jones is getting shoved into the backfield by a guy that's probably 100 pounds light. I mean, like 60 pounds lighter than you. I don't know what kind of strength training they've done, but it just didn't look good. And with Jabril, when he got released, I thought we should have brought him in. I think it's a good move. I think Tomlin will have him rewired, and nothing gets you refocused like losing your job. So I think he will come back in and say, "Wait a minute, man, this is my bread and butter, not a rap career." So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Mr. Old School. And yeah, I want to get back to that rap thing there, because Troy did enlighten me on that. It is a real thing. Jabril Peppers had the rap name J Pep, his new song, Point 'Em Out, that came out a few months ago, so I guess it's not a new song anymore necessarily. I mean, hey, the Steelers have had some rappers on their team before. Lev Bell, Antonio
AB.
Brown.
Oh, yeah.
What was the one? Whole Lot of Money or something?
They could create a whole band over here, Tony.
They could be like the next generation's Beatles. Who knows?
Do you think they could create a new version of Creed? Between Jabril Peppers, AB, and Lev Bell, they all come together.
Can you take me higher? Jabril Peppers, maybe he can with Mike Tomlin.
Maybe they can add Martavis Bryant, then they can all go higher together.
412-928-9370. There is a lot of concern about Broderick Jones. A lot more. I expected it after the game, like the initial calls after the game yesterday, and anything we got throughout the main day parts from 6 to 6, or even the, hour overtime shift that I had. I thought it would be about Broderick Jones. I didn't think it would carry as much into today, but it is a real concern. We saw Will McDonald work this guy over on multiple occasions the other day, and sometimes it was just an old-fashioned bull rush. It wasn't all about the speed and quickness off the edge. 412-928-9370. This one will for sure be fiery. Paul in Washington. What's going on, Paul?
You're doing glad to hear you today. Hey, as far as nothing on the PM team, he's had a bad couple of weeks. First, he did Michael Parsons restart with Cowgirls. And then he always has.
Paul, I think we're just breaking up with you too much there. Not breaking up with you as a caller, because we love you as a caller, but the reception in the area that you're driving through, just very difficult. to do so. 50-minute mark on the Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's get one more in at 412-928-9370 before a break. And we'll keep taking your calls on the bit of Steelers news. They are signing safety Jabril Peppers. What could that mean for Deshaun Elliott? We have not found that out just yet. Do you have any reaction to the game from Sunday that you were unable to get in with us yesterday? 412-928-9370. Chris is in Indiana. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, I just want to say, with the game yesterday, the offense is super exciting, which was really the question mark of the season. I think get somebody like Tyreek Hill or another second receiver that's a true number 2 receiver. If we're going all in, that's what you got to do. I think it'd just be super exciting.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, I appreciate the call. The offense did give us a lot to be excited about. I mean, you put up 34 points in the season opener. They put up pretty much double what anybody expected them to. A lot of the scores, it was capping out at 17 or so points. And even in the way the game went, not many people had it pegged to where it would be that close and also that high scoring. Some on the station absolutely thought the Steelers' offense would look good, that they could put up 24, 27, maybe even 30 points. But it always followed with a blowout result, and that wasn't what we got. 412-928-9370. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny today and a high of Joe Green. A beautiful day in Pittsburgh if you could get outside for a bit. Coming up, we will continue to react to this news. We'll keep taking your calls at 412-928-9370. Pro Football Focus, where did they rank Aaron Rodgers after week 1? You might be a bit surprised by that. We get into that next hour right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe, you have a message for the people.
My feet hurt. They used to anyway, the joints of my big toes to be specific. And then I discovered the Good Feet store and the Good Feet foot arch support system, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Here's the thing. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything else. It's all customized around your foot, your shoes, tennis shoes, golf shoes, basketball shoes, dress shoes, dance shoes, whatever you got. Whatever you got, they fit very nicely. You can get them extra firm. You can get them soft, but they promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot and every lifestyle. I got misdiagnosed with my foot issues. I never really got diagnosed in the end. At the end, I didn't care. I just cared that the pain lessened. It worked for me, could work for you. Visit one of the stores or go to goodfeet.com. I went to the store at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. And there's one in Morgantown, where Adam Crowley often visits to watch the West Virginia Mountaineers. How did they do this weekend, Limits? I missed the scores.
Not well. Well.
Who'd they play?
Ohio.
Oh, who won?
Not Ohio State, Ohio.
Yeah, who won the game?
Not West Virginia.
Indeed, there's a store at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, there was a possibility that Pitt and West Virginia was going to be the site of College Game Day this week. That is no longer the case, as West Virginia lost to Ohio at Ohio last week. So 2-0 Pitt meets 1-1 West Virginia. On Saturday, the Pitt football pregame show will begin at 12:30 with the Pitt football preview show. Bob Pompiani will have coverage before that as well, all leading you up to kickoff at 3:30. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Legion Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hi, friends. Lanny Fratteri for Klein, Keppel & Koriak, a full-service certified public accounting and business advisory firm practicing for over 40 years. If you need forward-thinking advice due to today's economic uncertainties and challenges, the experienced professionals at Klein, Keppel & Koriak can provide that guidance. For a consultation, call 412-281-1901 or visit 3kcpa.com. Work with the experts at Klein, Keppel & Koriak because your business is your future.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. Ends September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Thursday nights are Triple B nights at Farrell Junction and Allison Park in Hampton. From 4 to 9 p.m., enjoy a Blue Moon draft and their specialty bacon burger. All for just $18. That's B for Moon, B for Bacon, B for Burger. Only at Farrell Junction.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
The start of football brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back at an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't fumble away your season. Call New Flow Men's Health at 412-784-9000.
That's the power of Bowser. Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Hey, it's Scorin' Dorn for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel who are giving back to the community in a big way. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so get all your pink apparel right now through the Keystone Custom Apparel online store. Check and see if your local team has one set up at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. If not, start one. You'll receive 20% off all pink apparel with 10% going back to local charity, Pittsburgh Heart of Steel. Awesome stuff. Act now. Think pink this fall with Keystone Custom Apparel. KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Hey, it's Bob Pompiani. Labor Day is here, and West Shore Home is making it the perfect time to upgrade your home. From baths and windows to doors and even full house flooring, they've got you covered. They make home remodeling easy, handling everything from design to installation, so you don't have to lift a finger. And with West Shore Home, you can trust the work will be done right because they only use highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. Right now, take advantage of their Labor Day buy one, get one deal. Purchase a full bathroom remodel and get a tub-to-shower conversion in another bathroom for free. Or if you want to focus on some of those exterior projects, get a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Head to westshorehome.com/fan to learn more. Schedule now. Have someone out to your home as early as tomorrow. Lock in a price that's good for an entire year and save an extra $500 just for being a listener. That's westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details. West Shore Home, remodeling reimagined.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the Berg, and on Wednesday, September 24th, the City of Champions is the home of professional wrestling as AEW presents Dynamite. Are you ready for some Dynamite tonight? Be there live for every unforgettable moment just days after going all out, and feel the real as the greatest professional wrestlers in the world deliver an unforgettable night. AEW Dynamite, live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh. Wednesday, September 24th. Tickets on sale now, starting at $20 at AEWTIX.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat feels like the front row at Rival.
Sometimes greatness is born from big dreams, sometimes from big wins, but these, born from decades of oak barrel patience. This Bourbon Heritage Month, Fine Wine and Good Spirits is toasting with 2 great bottles. Resurgent Bourbon, the small batch star, now $5 off. Limestone Branch Distillery Yellowstone Select Straight Bourbon, about as bold as they come, and $10 off. Talk about a great lineup. Explore more selections for Bourbon Heritage Month at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end October 5th, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jordan Schultz of Fox with some news on Deshaun Elliott, saying that Elliott is expected to miss a couple of weeks with an MCL sprain, but all things considered, not viewed as a serious injury. Schultz saying that the goal is for Elliott to be back for Week 4 in Ireland against the Vikings. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every single Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for the first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Donnie Football in for Joe Starkey. Joe attending a family matter back home in Buffalo, but expects to be back for the rest of the week and what will be a great football Friday with us here on The Fan. Austin Bechtold is behind the glass. We are continuing to react to some Steelers breaking news. The Steelers signing safety Jabril Peppers, who was cut by the Patriots a couple of weeks ago. But then we also get the news, as you may have heard in Austin's headline there, from Jordan Schultz, that the injury to Deshaun Elliott, not as bad as originally expected, just an MCL sprain, out for a couple of weeks, and should be back really by the second month of the NFL season. So that would be a pretty big win all in all for the Steelers if they get Elliott back and they now have Peppers in the fold as well. You can continue to react to this as well at 412-928-9370, or maybe you have some thoughts on Broderick Jones, what you hated from him in the opening game, because we have had plenty of people calling in with matters on that. What does this do to the Steelers' defense with the addition of Jabril Peppers? 412-928-9370. We will have Stephen Fabian from Inside Edition. He is a Pittsburgh native, one of the seemingly millions of people that went to Plum High School. He will join us later this hour. He wants to chat some Steelers with us. He also has a story that came out recently that he will get into. The Mike Tomlin press conference is under an hour away. We will join that live as Tomlin takes the podium. We will react to what Mike Tomlin had to say. Brian Batko joins us at 1, Michael McHenry at 1:30, and you can join the show via the fan text line as well. If you can't call in, you can text at 412-928-9370. That is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll take a few more calls here on the Jabril Peppers thing, maybe some thoughts you had from the opening game. Ethan is in Gettysburg. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, Donnie. How are you doing today?
Good. What do you got?
Like most fans, extremely encouraged by the offense, but once again, the defense lets us down. It's like, what does Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin even game plan for on a weekly basis, let alone what Justin Fields is good at, and that the Jets have two running backs that they're going to try to force down your throat. So what exactly were you planning for all week? And once again, I know you pay your superstars to make impact plays, which for the most part our superstars on defense do make impact plays, but it feels like weekly, yearly, we're waiting to be bailed out every game by one play by the superstars. It never feels like a complete defensive win on the day. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it certainly it was ugly on a lot of fronts. I thought the defense had a pretty horrible game all around. I thought a couple of guys played fine. Like, I don't think T.J. Watt necessarily played a bad game. It seemed like the Jets had a game plan to avoid T.J. Watt as much as possible. He didn't get a sack of Justin Fields. He still managed, though, to make some impactful plays. Jalen Ramsey, I thought, was pretty good in his debut. He also had the big hit on Garrett Wilson at the end of the game to secure the victory. It was a very rough day at the office for Keanu Benton. Really, some of those early draft picks, those first few draft picks for Omar Khan and Andy Weidel, not looking very hot through their first game of year 3. Now, Porter, I don't want to say he necessarily played a bad game. He ended up getting dinged up in the middle of it. But it was an ugly game for Broderick Jones, and I think right up there with him on the ugly scale, it was Keanu Benton. That defensive line, especially on the left side, was getting brutalized for the majority of 3 hours on Sunday afternoon. Like, they made the Jets offense not only look competent, look good. Justin Fields looked good. Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, the Jets' makeshift offensive line looked very good.
Might be time to put Keanu Benton on that milk carton, Donnie. I tell you what, I had myself wondering, and I even said it aloud when I was watching the game, like, is Keanu Benton playing? Like, is he in the game? Because he does not make a noticeable impact at all, or at least he hasn't over the last year. Dating back to his rookie year where he showed a lot of promise, the last year plus has been a big disappointment from him. Like, he's not even able to shed off blocks to make tackles. Like, was he even in the stat sheet? If he was buried at the bottom.
Yeah, I know Isaiah Loudermilk played, I think, 31 snaps, and he had like the Tony Snell stat sheet. He just did not register anything in that game. But Benton is somebody who I liked a lot when they picked him. He had some really promising games as a rookie. He was pretty quiet for the most part, I thought, last season. Not a good start here, but also he is somebody that is absolutely playing a bit out of position. He's very undersized to be a team's nose tackle. Way undersized at that position in the NFL to be a team's nose tackle. So I think he gets picked on there a little bit. 412-928-9370 if you want to join the conversation. We'll get back to some of your calls. Austin, I wanted to play a little game here because Pro Football Focus, if they weren't at the end of the line with a lot of people, I think they are just about there now. Their grading and rating of Aaron Rodgers after week 1, rating him as one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. Going into last night's game, he was at number 26 out of the 31 eligible guys because Zach Wilson came into the game for Tua. And I imagine both guys last night, I haven't even looked. I'm sure they're ahead of Aaron Rodgers too, so why does it even matter? It's an awful system. An awful grading system. Do these guys, I often wonder with some of the things they put out there, do they really believe in what they are watching and what they are grading? And how could they possibly watch some of these guys play and put them over others? I mean, I'm not saying that you have to go the full box score watch because, that has flaws as well. Like Dak Prescott, who they did grade very highly, I will say this kind of in his defense. It felt like watching that game on Thursday night that he looked a lot better than what his numbers looked.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So we do sometimes get that to be the case. But that isn't really true for everybody. For instance, you're going to hear some of these names that they have ranked ahead of Aaron Rodgers, and there are a lot of them, and you're going to think, how in the hell did these guys watch these games and think that quarterback looked better than Aaron Rodgers, who, by the way, in week 1, if you didn't know, had 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions, and a passer rating of 136.7, the highest of any Steelers quarterback in almost 7 seasons. Yes, 7 seasons. That's what Aaron Rodgers did in week 1. So, Austin, I told you during the break, pull up the numbers across the board of what some of these quarterbacks did, because I'm going to give you a name. I'm going to give you where they ranked on the PFF chart, what their overall grade was, compare it to Aaron Rodgers. So Rodgers graded out at a 54.5, by the way, in his week 1 performance. How about the guy making his first career start, the number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward? How did he look in week 1, Austin?
Well, Cam Ward's right around the bottom of these statistical categories, Johnny. 12 of 28 for 112 yards, no touchdowns, and no picks.
So he barely threw for 100 yards in his debut.
He had a quarterback rating of 51.7.
A completion percentage well below 50% at 12 of 28. And he rated as the 24th best quarterback, according to Pro Football Focus. 57.4 was his overall grade in that game. Let's look at, let's say, Bryce Young. How did Bryce Young, another former first overall pick, look?
Bryce Young, 18 of 35, 154 yards. He threw a touchdown and 2 picks.
So 2 picks for Bryce Young.
He had the lowest quarterback rating of any quarterback that started a game this week at 49.
And PFF put him at 18. They gave him a grade of 71.1. 71.1 for Bryce Young in week 1. And a passing grade of almost 72.
He must have been running around for his life, avoiding a lot of pressure, Donnie. Not like Aaron Rodgers wasn't doing that.
How about Spencer Rattler, who started for the Saints in their loss against the Cardinals?
Spencer Rattler, 27 of 46, 214 yards. He did not throw a touchdown either. Did not have a pick either.
He was the 12th best quarterback according to Pro Football Focus at 77.3.
I guess touchdowns don't matter to Pro Football Focus, Donnie. If you reach the end zone, it's just an added bonus.
What matters to them is they like to grade these from big-time throws. You hear that phrase get put out a lot. And also turnover-worthy plays is what they put out there a lot. So where they dinged Aaron Rodgers was that he did not have a single big-time throw, according to PFF. Now, yes, he made some throws where guys were pretty wide open, and that shouldn't really be a discredit to Rodgers. That should be a credit to Rodgers and Smith for the offensive game plan. This was one of the first times I can remember that the Steelers had a game where we saw guys truly running wide open, and it felt good to watch the Steelers offense play. They also said that Rodgers had a turnover-worthy play. He did have that near interception that he made late in the game. But otherwise, a pretty flawless day. 4 touchdowns, no picks. And I would argue that he made a couple of pretty big throws. That's where I always wonder with PFF, what actually is a big-time throw? Like, what do you have to see in all of this to call it a big-time throw? So here is a quarterback that will likely be in the Hall of Fame one day, Austin. Let's get his numbers from week 1. But I know his team only scored 14 points. What was Matt Stafford's day like in week 1?
Yeah, Matt Stafford didn't have ultimately that great of a performance. Yards-wise, he was fine. Passer rating, he was fine. 21 of 29, 245 yards, 1 touchdown, no pick, a 109 rating. That's still not as good of a rating as Aaron Rodgers had.
So he was the number 1 graded quarterback according to Pro Football Focus. A 92.9 grade. He graded out almost a 94 in the pass game.
Better than Josh Allen. Better than Lamar.
Better than all of them. They said he had 5 big-time throws and he had 0 turnover-worthy plays.
Big-time throws, Donnie. That's our metric now. I'm not going to care about touchdowns anymore. I'm just going to go with big-time throws.
5 big-time throws for him in that game, and that's what put him up there. Well, that's why I brought up Dak Prescott, who was the 2nd graded quarterback from PFF this week. They gave him a 90. 4 big-time throws, 1 turnover-worthy play. And that's where I said I felt as if Prescott looked better than what his stats were, but you still have to come away from that game and realize there are absolutely guys that had a better week 1 than Dak Prescott. I thought the 2 best-looking quarterbacks all week, I thought they were the 2 guys that played on Sunday night. And I know that's easy to say. They are both favorites for the MVP. They were both the finalists the last season. Josh Allen finally winning it. But I thought Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson were the 2 best quarterbacks through week 1. If you just went off the eye test watching the game, what they accomplished, what they did, those guys were superb. Josh Allen was ridiculous in the 4th quarter in that comeback. I don't know if I would put Aaron Rodgers right behind them at 3, but I think he had a top 5 performance in week 1. He truly did. Now, will that carry over through the course of the whole season? I don't know. But Allen looked great. Jackson looked great. Justin Herbert, I thought, looked great. Your boy, Austin, I thought he was fantastic in that Friday night game in Brazil.
He was incredible, Donnie. That's why I think they're winning that division.
Even Justin Fields, who I wouldn't put ahead of Aaron Rodgers, Justin Fields played a good game. They had Justin Fields 17 spots higher, Austin, than Aaron Rodgers. They had Justin Fields at number 9. an 82.2 grade for Fields. And believe it or not, the running portion of his game did not do a lot of that work. He actually got graded poorly as a runner at 59. They gave Justin Fields 90.4 in the passing game. That was the second best passing grade of any quarterback through week 1. And I think he played a good game, don't get me wrong. I was happy that I was kind of able to have my cake and eat it too. The Steelers won the game, but Justin Fields, who I was a fan of, looked good against them. But they had him ahead of Lamar Jackson. That was not the case. Watch these games. Jordan Love, I thought, was really good. They have him 13. One spot ahead of Joe Burrow. The Bengals had 7 yards in the second half. 7 yards. How does this... I wish that we could get a further explanation, and I know that we've had plenty of people from PFF on our airwaves over the years, but I almost don't want to give them the time of day because they'll find some sort of excuse to tell me why that Aaron Rodgers was a bottom 5 quarterback in the league in week 1. Just laughable. Now, the guys behind him, I agree with. Absolutely. Bo Nix was the worst, by the way, Austin. So that might be something we can bring up to Joe on Friday.
Or maybe don't.
Jared Goff was very bad. Tua and Zach Wilson, both bad. Russell Wilson, 1 spot behind Aaron Rodgers. 1 spot behind, and their grades, it was 54.5 to 54.1. Russell Wilson was horrible in that game.
Country. Let's ride.
I mean, Joe's boy Jackson Dart is likely going to take over before the month is over. That's how bad Russell Wilson was in week 1. And Aaron Rodgers, he just gave us a performance that has us asking, can this guy take the Steelers to heights we haven't seen in almost a decade?
Well, under PFF's logic, Donnie, Mason Rudolph should be warming up in the bullpen. He should be getting the call soon if this is what PFF thinks of Aaron Rodgers and his performance. 5 incompletions, 4 touchdown passes.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that guys like Baker Mayfield and Aaron Rodgers are on the hot seat after week 1 because I thought Baker, even though he didn't play quite as clean of a game as Aaron Rodgers did, he still had a pretty good one. He led a pretty good game-winning drive, too, for Tampa Bay. They had him 25th. Something else very funny about all of this, I kept referencing that 54.5 grade for Aaron Rodgers. We've had a lot of calls in the first 90 minutes of the show about Broderick Jones. You know what his grade was in week 1? Broderick Jones, the guy that looked like a turnstile for the Steelers on Sunday, he had a grade of 54.5. Yet 2 of the biggest takeaways from this game, one of them was what I just said. Can Aaron Rodgers take this team to heights we haven't seen in nearly a decade? The next one was, is it time we officially call Broderick Jones a bust? They gave these guys the same grade. The Steelers' best player on offense and the Steelers' worst player on offense got the same grade from Pro Football Focus.
This is the number I was referring to when I said 5 incompletions. Aaron Rodgers from a clean pocket. PFF put this out here. 20 of 25, 196 passing yards, 3 touchdowns. So why is Aaron Rodgers being punished from that? And PFF's even putting that number out there to highlight.
Well, and then if he has a guy open, it can't be a big-time throw. But he certainly made more than 0 big-time throws in the game, I would argue, but I don't know. And he also had a better run grade than pass grade, which was pretty comical to me. The pass grade is what actually brought down his day. 412-928-9370 if you want to sound off on that or anything that we've discussed over the first 90 minutes or so. The Mike Tomlin press conference coming up in about a half hour. Up next, Stephen Fabian from Inside Edition, a Pittsburgh native. He will join us to talk some Steelers and a story that he's been working on. You can also hit us up on Twitter at 937 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Stephen Fabian joins us next. Mike Tomlin press conference at the top of the hour right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe, you have a message for the people.
Let's talk a little FanDuel, shall we, Limits? I think I told people, and this wasn't exactly going out on a limb, that Baltimore-Buffalo just take the over on everyone in sight. And the only guy who may not have lived up to that was James Cook. The rest of the people sure did. What a game. I mean, what a great game. I thought the local game and that game were the two best yesterday. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is getting you ready for kickoff for tonight and next week with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? You can ask that about one of these quarterbacks tonight for sure. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Orioles will play today in Baltimore. It's the first of a three-game series. 6:35 is when the game is scheduled for the first pitch from Kyle Bradish of the Orioles, who will oppose Mike Burrows for the Pirates tonight. And our coverage begins at 5:45, all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage the young players out there with our youth football showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Bellman Electric, Living Treasures Animal Park of Laurel Highlands, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Travis Hunter's debut got major hype. The final results, 64% of the snaps on offense, just 9% on defense, and finished with 6 catches for 33 yards. The Jags say they're easing Hunter in after a preseason injury, but let's be honest, they gave up 2 firsts and a second for a two-way star, not just another wideout. I'm Maggie Gray.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
When your drain is clogged, and I mean really clogged, call my friends at Sullivan Super Service. The heroes at Sullivan have been helping homeowners with stubborn drain clogs for more than 60 years. And right now, get Sullivan's hydro jetting service for $200, guaranteed to blast away clogs and grime, leaving your pipe sparkling clean. And after the hydro jet, Sullivan does a free camera inspection of your pipes to make sure that clog is totally gone. So when you've got a clogged drain, call Sullivan Super Service and ask for the Hydrojet. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown hero.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now is the time of the year to buy new windows. Whether you got old drafty windows or cheap builder grade ones, September's the perfect month to protect your home from cooler weather. And right now, Window Nation's offering their most popular offer. Buy 2 replacement windows, get 2 for free. Plus, you won't pay any interest, monthly payments, or down payment for 2 years. Hurry, Pittsburgh. The sale won't last forever. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today to get your free quote.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. Life moves fast, but planning ahead doesn't have to be complicated.
Exactly, Bill. That's why NSS Life offers affordable life insurance and reliable annuities you can count on.
It's the peace of mind you've been looking for.
Because you're not just planning for tomorrow, you're building a future that lasts a lifetime.
NSS Life. Secure today, confident tomorrow.
NSS Life, where family matters.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
From kickoff to crunch time, when you expect more from your drive, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. During the Big Drive sales event, every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Real question. What if the MVP at your tailgate was the food that actually helped you lose weight? Not the sad veggie tray. Real wings, chili, meatballs, sausages. Nobody calls it diet food. They just ask for seconds. That's the point. Losing weight doesn't have to taste bad. I dropped 35 pounds with Waken 180 and haven't put a pound back on in 2 years because the plan fits real life. If your weight loss plan can't survive Sundays, it's not a plan. This one does. Awaken 180's Tailgate Transformation gives you structure, coaching, and hundreds of client recipes built for game day. You still show up, you still eat, and the scale still moves. Travel, late nights, kids' schedules, fine. You don't sit out the season, you play in it. So here's the take. You can keep the tailgate and you can lose the weight. Tailgate Transformation doesn't pull you from the huddle. It puts you right in the middle of it, feeling better every week. Start your Tailgate Transformation now at Awaken180weightloss.com.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
At twomeninajunktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. And September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 75.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Football in for Joe and Bob. Joe will be back tomorrow, and for the rest of the week, a very fun Football Friday in store for us. Bob is always off on Tuesdays because it is a Tomlin Tuesday. We will hear from the Steelers head coach just past the top of the hour. But right now we use the Fan Hotline to welcome in a Pittsburgh native from Inside Edition, one of these seemingly millions and millions of success stories from Plum High School. Stephen Fabian is with us here on 93.7 The Fan. Stephen, I just want to get your first initial reaction to what Aaron Rodgers pulled off on Sunday. 4-touchdown performance, and the Steelers offense putting up 34 points in a win.
Donnie, it's a good question, brother. And I got to say, for the first time in my coherent, conscious life, I am not watching the Steelers this season. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. I've been watching them every Sunday since first grade. I'm just fed up. I'm just fed up with Tomlin, and I'm fed up. I'm not a big Aaron Rodgers guy, so I literally did not watch. I was at the U.S. Open all day.
Man, and you're not going to watch them. You said you're not going to watch them all season?
All season, yeah. I'm taking a year off. I'll die. I'll go to my grave with the Buccos, but I'm taking a year off. So I'll be back in 26. I'll be back in 26 when we draft a rookie quarterback.
Do you mind if I ask why you're taking the hiatus here?
Donnie, I'm kind of done with the Tomlin shtick. I feel like the time has come to have a new regime here. 18 years is a long time to coach a team. I'm tired of no playoff wins. I'm tired of sort of the same diva behavior that we've had on this team for, I feel, a long time. And I just didn't feel like I know Aaron Rodgers did well, and that's great, but I just didn't feel like it was money well spent for a one-year contract on a guy who's as old as me or older than me. And, I don't know. I needed a break. I needed a break.
Is he actually older than you? I mean, I don't like asking people their age, Stephen, but there's a pretty good chance of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 41. Isn't he 41?
Yes, he is.
We're the same. Yeah, I'm 41. So we're the same age. And, I mean, everything hurts on me, even just walking up the stairs. So I wish him luck. Look, for all my friends and family, my friends and family can't believe it. There are people in my life, Donnie, like from previous, jobs and stuff, who know me, and the only thing they'll say, oh, yeah, I know Steven, huge Steeler fan, lives and dies on the Steelers. So, there are people out there who will not be able to believe I'm not watching them this year.
Yeah, apparently not anymore. Now right. you mentioned the Buccos. Now what about the Penguins? I mean, they've done plenty of winning in the last 10 years, maybe not so much in the last few.
Yeah, I'm still in on the Pens. I mean, I think the ship has sailed with our triumvirate there, but I still love the Pens. And for some reason, I can't quit the Buccos. It's like I'm in an abusive relationship. They just reel me right back in.
50-minute mark on the Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. A few minutes away from that, we are about 15 minutes away from the Mike Tomlin press conference. But right now we have Stephen Fabian, Pittsburgh native from Inside Edition, on the Fan Hotline, which is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Well, how do you feel about another Pittsburgh native, Don Kelly? How do you feel he's done so far, Steve?
I like him a lot, to be honest. I like him a lot. I think his in-game decision-making is a lot stronger than Derek Shelton's. I like the way he handles the, bullpen. I like the way he's handling the lineup and being somewhat consistent with the lineup. And I just feel like the players like playing for him. He showed some fire. And, I mean, he's one of us, right? So how can you not like him? I remember I interned for Bob back in the day at KDKA, and I remember watching Donnie Kelly at PNC Park playing baseball. So it's cool. It's a cool thing for him to come full circle. I hope they bring him back. I really do.
Now, I posed this question last week to Bob Walk, and he really could not find an answer for me. Now, you're a little bit older than me, Stephen, but not too much. I mean, you have a little bit more than a decade on me. Have you seen a Pirates pitcher as good as Paul Skeens in your life?
No, absolutely not. I mean, absolutely not. The numbers tell you all you need to know. The numbers stand for them. I mean, he's breaking. Let's take Pirates out of the equation. He's breaking Major League Baseball records. I mean, he's incredible. What else can be said about Paul Skeens? I just hope they build the team around him and give him some firepower to win some ball games before he's gone. And I hate that us as Pittsburgh fans are just so resigned to the fact that he's going to be gone, right? But we're realists. We know it's going to happen, so we just need to put the pedal to the metal now. I'd love to see them bring in two hitters and give this team a formidable lineup so they can win some freaking games, because this pitching staff is really good. This pitching staff is so good. I just keeping my fingers crossed for the offseason.
And, Stephen, it's my understanding that you just got done working on a Pirates-related story, more of a stadium-related story, and what was a kind of a sad situation, a scary situation from earlier this season.
Yeah, man, I know you know the story. I know Austin knows the story, and all the listeners. Remember in April 30th, when a young man fell over the Roberto Clemente wall and fell 21 feet down to the field. I think we all saw the Twitter video. We all saw everything on social media. We saw the players' reaction. I mean, for one, Donnie, I was watching that game. I thought we just watched somebody die. But the good news is, his name's Kevin Markwood, which we know now. I met with Kevin a few weeks ago in Pittsburgh, right across from PNC Park at the hotel there, and interviewed him. He's doing remarkably well. Let's remember some of his injuries, Donnie. He broke all his ribs. He punctured his lungs. He broke his neck. He broke his back. He suffered a traumatic brain injury. His left arm is still in a cast. But I'll tell you what, when I met him in the lobby of that hotel, he texted me, I'm ready to go. I went down to get him. I couldn't believe it. He's walking. He's not in a wheelchair. He has no crutches. He doesn't have people helping him. He looks to be still in pretty good shape. We know he was a good high school football player in the Pittsburgh area. And to be honest, during the interview, I couldn't believe I was sitting across from this. I mean, this only happened in April, and I couldn't believe that he was just upright, communicating, talking, walking. Really just a remarkable story of survival. And we also, Donnie, got into, like, what happened that night at the ballpark.
Yeah, Stephen, that was a wild night, months ago when it took place. Tell people where they can find that and where they can get your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so this aired last night on Inside Edition nationwide. It is going up on our YouTube page, the Inside Edition YouTube page, which has something like 14 million subscribers. It's going up momentarily. And you'll hear from him, Donnie, in the story. He remembers nothing. He remembers nothing from the fall or even the moments leading up to the fall. His whole family has passed away, as you may or may not know, his mom, dad, and his brother. He told me that while he was unconscious, he remembers his father coming to him face to face and saying to him, "You're not done yet." And the next thing he knows, he woke up and he was in the hospital. So believe what you want, but that is a crazy story that gave me chills. He also talks about he's just an excitable sports fan, right? When he watches football or baseball in his living room, he jumps up and down. And that's what he did that night, except he landed on the railing and flipped over. His head went first. Momentum took over. So it's just to see that video and then to see this guy walking and talking. We brought him back to PNC Park, and he walked around. It was really incredible. You got to check it out, especially if you're a baseball fan, especially if you're from Pittsburgh. Definitely a meaningful story.
Stephen Fabian, Pittsburgh native from Inside Edition. Stephen, thanks for hopping on for a few minutes.
Thanks, guys. I listen all the time. Keep up the good work.
There we go. Long-time listener, not a first-time caller, Stephen Fabian from Inside Edition, and one of the many Plum products out there in the media. Join Malsey. He'll be at the Verizon store in Monroeville on Thursday from 4 to 6. Verizon is registering customers for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Steelers-Seahawks opening game, along with a basket of black and gold merchandise. Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Just a few minutes away from the Mike Tomlin press conference. We will carry that live here on 93.7 The Fan. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny today and a high of 75, low of 46. The Mike Tomlin press conference is on the horizon right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Moments away from Tomlin addressing the media. What will he say about the likes of injured Steelers like Nick Herbig, who did not play, Joey Porter Jr., who came out of the game, and Deshaun Elliott? More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe.
When you're ready to sell your home, contact my friend Gina to get you great results. Dawn and her husband have worked with Gina twice and said Gina was able to sell their home in one day on two separate occasions. Last year, Dawn and her husband listed their home in Pittsburgh, but they reconsidered. However, during that time, Gina had a buyer lined up in one day to buy their home. And then earlier this year, Dawn and her husband decided they were ready to move forward and sell. And once again, Gina sold in one day. Dawn said Gina did an amazing job guiding them through the home selling process, which can be very stressful, and said Gina's professionalism, knowledge, and expertise of the local real estate market made it very clear she was right for them. She recommends Gina to anyone looking to sell or buy a home. So do I. Can't lose. Gina sits down with you, agree on a price and a deadline. If the home isn't sold when the deadline passes, Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in Pittsburgh, you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google GM Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors, and through the end of the month, save 25% off your whole siding job with 60-month zero-interest financing. That's until 2030. And your new siding purchase includes Polar Wrap for great energy savings. Save 25% on your whole house siding job, including Polar Wrap plus 60-month zero-interest financing. 877-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Tomlin Presser, brought to you by Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Be part of the growing family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and so are nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is up to 7 convenient locations in our region. Remember, if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties, you're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5, and you'll enjoy the many perks of a credit union. So learn more at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Moments away from Mike Tomlin previewing the Steelers' home opener this Sunday, 1 o'clock, Acrisure Stadium against the Seattle Seahawks. The Steelers at 1-0. Seattle falling in its first game against the San Francisco 49ers. What will Tomlin say about adding Jabril Peppers? What will Tomlin say about Deshaun Elliott's injury? All that and more. The Tomlin Presser next. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomlin Presser is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan will showcase a different community each Saturday through the Youth Football Showcase with a special visit from members of the Fan staff. Do you want 93.7 The Fan to visit your game? Email youthsports@937thefan.com with your group name, your group's main contact info, and potential dates. Details at 937thefan.com now, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Saloni's Italian Bread, and Pellman Electric. Donnie, football in for the guys today. Bob Pompiani, he is on television right now, getting everybody set for the Mike Tomlin press conference. We will go to that live here momentarily. Joe Starkey attending a family matter in Buffalo today. He will be back tomorrow through the rest of the week. We are in for a very fun football Friday. There's been some Steelers breaking news this morning. There has been some injury news as well, both having to do with the secondary safety position, and we'll send it right now to Mike Tomlin.
Kind of get back and be in the grind that is the football season. Yesterday was a really good day. Today is a good day, man. Just feeling the rhythm of the process. Reviewing performance, learning from those reviews, and plotting a course for the next sequence, the planning, the prep, and then ultimately to play. Yesterday we met as a team and we looked at the Jet game. Certainly was a lot to learn from that performance. It's really good to learn while winning, and so I'm thankful that we did enough to win the game, but certainly there were some things that were indicative of week one like football. I thought in some instances we lacked in some fundamentals, some communication, and other things that can cause you to play less than stellar, particularly early in the season. I thought a real positive note is that we weren't highly penalized. I think we had 4 penalties in the game, and we really wanted to respect that component of it. Last week we prepared with an officiating crew at all of our practices. I think we benefited from that. I think we were one of the least penalized groups in the NFL last week. And so, there was certainly some week one things. We absorbed some attrition in the midst of play that kind of created more challenges. Deshaun Elliott being central there. Deshaun being an experienced member of our secondary in terms of being experienced in Pittsburgh. We had some big plans in terms of his usage and his role as a communicator. Certainly was not displeased with the efforts of Chuck Clark, but was highly concerned with a number of new Steelers in an in-stadium circumstance on the back end, having to communicate and some of those things. Offensively, I'd like to see us do a better job of protecting Aaron, particularly on play pass. As I mentioned after the game, you absorb certain risk executing play pass in an effort to get yards in chunks, but that risk should manifest itself in the form of multiple sacks like it did when you're prepared and good. And so as a staff and as a collective, we got to be a little bit better in that space. Certainly would like to run the ball more. We had 0 explosion runs of 10 yards or more. Didn't have enough runs in totality. The Jets had a lot to do with that. They possessed the ball. I think we had 25 minutes of time of possession, and so it affected us in those areas. I look forward to getting back to work in that space. On the defensive side of the ball, I didn't think we whipped enough blocks and made enough tackles specifically, and so those are fundamental things. We certainly will work to continue to get better there. I thought that was just kind of the story of it. We're certainly can do some more things schematically to help the guys and will. But that's an easier endeavor once we gain more experience collectively and some continuity in that space. I did like, as I mentioned after the game, the ability to stay the course, man, and have the emotions and the continuity to make the necessary plays down the stretch. The 3-and-out prior to the last possession might have been the biggest possession. We went on a 3-and-out on offense just prior to that. We had to punt the ball away, and our ability to go 3-and-out right there, particularly with a third down design quarterback run, to win that sequence and give our offense the ball back was as big as the final drive. And so, like their ability to stay the course and deliver in the weighty moments, you're not going to have a good team, and you're certainly not going to have a good defense if they can't do so. I thought all three phases displayed that over the course of the game in a variety of ways. Our ability to move the ball offensively on the front side at halftime, I thought was critical. Certainly our ability to stop them at the end was critical, and certainly we had some timely plays and special teams, first and foremost with Boz doing what it is that he does. And so there's a lot to learn from that. We better learn quickly, as does everyone else, because week 2 is fast upon us, man. Excited about leaning in on prep for Seattle. I'll quickly give you an injury report. Derek Harmon can anticipate it to continue to be out this week with his knee. Deshaun Elliott, the same with his knee. Malik Harrison, the same with his knee. And so those are 3 guys that are potentially scheduled to be out as I sit here today. Joey Porter wasn't able to finish the game with a hamstring. Optimistic about his availability, but I'll let the quality of his work and the amount of his work during the week be our guide there, and really optimistic and hopeful about Nick Herbig being available for us this week. And so, as is always the case in ball, you step into a stadium, you lose some capable men, but we also are going to get some capable men back, and so we'll put together a collective that positions us to be at our best. As I'm sure you guys have mentioned, we have Jabril Peppers in the building. We'll be signing Jabril today and get him up to speed about what it is we'd ask him to do. Highly familiar with him, not only from his time as a Cleveland Brown, but scouted him heavily when he came out of Michigan. He's a football player first, positional player second. He's displayed position flexibility over the course of his career at either safety position, at rundown nickel. He's been a capable guy in the special teams space over the course of his career, covering kicks, returning punts. He's just a good, well-rounded football player. And so glad to add and have him in the fold. We'll see how we divide the labor up as we get into the week. Their ability to communicate and execute obviously will be a major component of how we divide that labor up and go from there. I'll start on Seattle a little bit. Defensively, they're a challenge. They got some talented people on all levels. I'll start first uniquely with their secondary. I think not only is their secondary the strongest position on the unit, but probably their strongest position on the team. They just have a very talented and deep group. I think that was on display last weekend. They play a lot of people. They played as many as 7 defensive backs in the game. There are several that make that a reality. First and foremost is Witherspoon. He plays outside at a high level. He plays nickel at a high level. You can say the same thing about Love at safety. He'll play on the back end at a high level. He's got really good instincts and ball skills. You'll see him down in and around the line of scrimmage. He had a sack this past weekend, particularly in some of their sub work when they get in dime. He's very capable around the line of scrimmage. Kobe Bryant is his safety partner back there. He was a Thorpe Award winner as a corner at the University of Cincinnati. Has made a nice transition to safety, and they form a really rock-solid tandem. Willem at the other corner opposite of Witherspoon is a height, weight, speed guy with some excellent ball skills. He played wide receiver for a couple of years at UTSA. prior to coming in the league, and I think his interception production and ball skills really kind of give you an illustration of that history. At the linebacker level, 1-3, Jones, man, is their defensive play caller. Been really solid for them. They acquired him, I think, at the deadline last year from Tennessee. Got really good C to do and instincts. Gets from A to B, man. Had an awesome interception in that game last week. Is a really good blitzer. Has a real good, well-rounded game, and is a nice hub of communication in terms of tying all of those things together. Up front, man, they got a really talented group. Byron Murphy is a high-round draft pick out of Texas that's in his second year, man. Scouted him a lot. He's really talented. The acquisition of Leonard Williams maybe a year and a half ago at the trade deadline, I think, was a significant acquisition for them. Man, he's super talented. He's good versus the run. He's good versus the pass. They move him around. He'll rush centers, guards, and tackles. They play him on the edge at times even in one-dimensional passing moments. Lawrence is a big-time acquisition in free agency for them, who'll also play on the edge and has a very, very formidable resume in that space. And so, man, they got a good defense. Coach McDonald has been around, former Baltimore Raven, man. He's familiar with us. We're somewhat familiar with him. I see some of the parallels when I watch them play. When I watch Witherspoon play inside and out, it reminds me a lot of Marlon in Baltimore, for example. And so there's a lot of those parallels that you can make schematically as you lean in on this preparation, and we certainly do. But I also see contributions from others, man. Leslie Frazier is a savvy veteran coach in this game on the defensive side, and he's been out there with Coach McDonald as well. And you see some of Leslie's background from a schematic standpoint on their video as well. And so, they got a well-rounded group. They got some really capable coaches. They're doing a nice job of mixing and expanding some schematics to create issues. And certainly at this early stage of the season, this is a concern from a strategy perspective on the other side, because there's always the element of the unknown. And we'll be in that mindset for a few more weeks, as will everyone else, until there's enough video evidence out there for people's comfort. That's just a component of September ball in this league. And so I'll slide to the offensive side of the ball. They got a group, man, that's really committed to running the ball. Coach Kubiak is their coordinator. Dennison is their line coach and kind of run game coordinator. They certainly have a history together. Although they're new to Seattle, they've been together. They were together in New Orleans last year. I think they were together in Minnesota in 2021. But Dennison certainly has a mode of operation. He and Kubiak work well together. There's a commitment to running the ball. They got two really good, capable runners. I think that was on display a week ago. But, there's more evidence of that. Can't say enough about Walker and his pad level, his ability to finish. He's got a real good run posture and run demeanor. As I mentioned earlier, they certainly have a mode of operation. They're very good zone scheme blockers. They have guys up front that are really capable of moving well laterally, individually and collectively. They can capture gaps. They can cut off backside defenders. Their tackle tandem in particular is very talented. Their right tackle, they just redid on the extension. Their left tackle was a first-rounder a couple years ago from Mississippi State. Zabel is a highly regarded rookie guard, probably the best guard in the draft. He's a plug-and-play type. And so they got a real good group up front. They got a mode of operation. They got two really good, capable runners. We certainly have some video on tape from last week that should excite them and create urgency in us as we prepare. In the passing game, obviously they acquired Sam Darnold, man, and this guy's just battle-tested, man. He's been in a lot of systems. In the midst of it all, moving around, he's continually improved over the course of his career. He makes quick and fluid decisions. He's good with the ball. He takes care of the ball. He moves his unit, and that's why they had the type of success that they had with him in Minnesota a year ago, and why they won as a football team. And so he certainly has our attention. His eligibles, Smith Najigma, was targeted quite a bit last week. Not surprised. He's been developing and emerging since he's been in the league, and it's time for him to be that. And certainly the acquisition of Cooper Kupp helps. You talk about a savvy route runner, a guy that's really experienced and savvy at finding spaces versus zone and showing patience and losing people at the top of the route and winning versus leveraging man. He's made a career of that. And so there's a lot of things that have our attention, but more importantly than anything else, man, it's week 2, and it's our first time at that 7-day cycle, and I'm excited about doing it at home in Acrisure in front of Steeler Nation. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
All right, could you go into the Jets game with an aggressive game plan, wanting to use your new toys, or did the flow of the game kind of dictate?
A little bit of both. Certainly, when you acquire talent, it's our job to utilize that talent, and particularly utilize that talent in spaces where it's in their wheelhouse. And certainly that was a goal last week, and that's a goal every week, to be quite honest with you. And then secondarily, we've always got to be willing to adapt and adjust based on how games are unfolding and how matchups may dictate that. Sometimes you might have a mindset about approaching the game a certain way, and a counter strategy might alter that. We weren't certain whether or not Sauce Gardner was going to travel with DK, for example, where it didn't take long to realize that he did. And so you make plans, whether he does or he doesn't. You see what's going to happen, and then you go down the line accordingly.
Mike, building off of that, specifically about DK, you guys got a couple run-after-catch explosions from him throughout the course of the day. Was that by design thinking going in, or is that just kind of the nature of how those plays manifested?
Both, again. DK is big and fast. You certainly want to get the ball in his hands. He's certainly capable of being a tough tackle in the secondary once he does. And so it's our job to get him the ball in spaces where those talents show. And sometimes it's quick hitting passes, particularly early in the game. I think it was the first third down of the season. They pressured us. We were able to distribute the ball to him quickly. He was able to make a would-be tackler miss and go down the sideline for roughly 25 yards. I think those are indications of why we acquired him.
Just sticking with DK for a second, everyone knows he's big, physical, and fast. But what have you learned, or what's impressed you about his practice habits and the way that he works during the week?
Man, he is a professional. But I can't say that I was surprised by it. You do your research. You know, this is a small league in the big scheme of things, and certainly you know about the significant players, not only their talents, but their relationship with their game, their lifestyle, if you will, and all of those things were really positive components of his profile, and one of the reasons why we were really excited about acquiring him.
Mike, how would you evaluate Broderick's performance?
You know, certainly it could be better, but certainly all of our performances could be better. As I mentioned, our quarterback got hit too much, and he was a component of that.
Mike, do you worry about confidence with him at all?
I don't.
Why not?
Because it's football, you know. You don't get to the National Football League by being fragile emotionally. You know, there's a lot of confident guys that I work with. You win some battles, you lose some battles, you come back fighting. That's just the nature of the men that play this game at this level.
On the other side, how do you evaluate Troy Fautanu's first game action?
Just like Broderick, I thought he had some good moments. I thought he certainly could be better. As I mentioned, as a collective, we got a quarterback hit too often for my liking. And so we're back to the lab.
What went into Cole Holcomb not getting any snaps on defense?
You know, we're just playing to win the game. Certainly, if opportunity presents itself from a matchup standpoint, we're open to it. But we don't feel obligated for participation. This is not Little League football. We're going to assimilate a group that we think is capable of winning certain matchups in certain moments. And certainly Cole has had a good process. We're happy to have him back from injury. And I'm sure he'll get an opportunity in the not-too-distant future.
What does Keanu have to do to do better at the nose tackle position? And is there any consideration of shifting around roles as far as who lines up over B-gap versus A-gap on the D-line? Right?
No, there's no real strong consideration of moving people around at this juncture. And, you know, Keanu is expected to get better from game 1 to game 2 like everyone else. I think it's a reasonable expectation. At least it is for me. You know, I think once you've been in the stadium and you've played 60 minutes of football, you know something about yourselves that you didn't prior to going into it. And I think that knowledge, that experience individually and collectively is a catalyst for improvement between game one and game two.
Mike, are either you guys seeing Aaron play for this team in the game? Just how do you assess how he did?
Man, I thought he was really good, man. I thought he was what we needed to be. But again, as I mentioned, I'm not surprised by that. I expressed my levels of confidence, if you will, leading into the game based on what I saw from him in preparation.
Mike, are either Harrison or Elliott candidates for injured reserve?
You know, I haven't even begun to think about that. They're in the building right now getting treatment. We'll make some of those type of decisions later in today or tomorrow, if you will. It's just normal business procedure at the top of the week.
Mike, was the Jabril Peppers signing a byproduct of Deshaun's injury? Or just
yes.
Mike, you talk about wanting to run the ball better. Do you feel like it was problems with blocking schematically, your running backs? Where do you feel like is the biggest area of opportunity there?
You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't compliment the Jets, you know, and their players and their schematics had a lot to do with it. And again, as I mentioned, sometimes it's none of the above. Sometimes it's just lack of opportunity on how a game unfolds. We didn't possess the ball enough. I think we had 25 minutes of time of possession, and some of that time was done in a catch-up-like capacity, which changes your run-pass ratio, if you will.
Mike, you talked about Peppers has made a lot of plays against you guys over the years. Which one stands out to you?
Man, you know, I don't know, to be quite honest with you. I did so much work on him in the draft. I think maybe his Michigan plays probably stand out more than his professional plays. He was just used in a real unique way in Michigan that really highlighted his talents, man. I think he was even a two-way player at one point. He played linebacker-like in some of their bear-structured fronts. He returned kicks. He was just a well-rounded football player in all areas of the game.
Like you talked about protecting Aaron Rodgers. How is Seattle a different challenge with some of their simulated pressures versus a team like the Jets that's more just blitz-centric?
You know, I don't know that they are. I think everyone is still kind of defining who they are at this juncture. You know, the game unfolded uniquely last week in terms of Seattle and San Fran. It became rock'em sock'em robots, heavy run game, and things of that nature. And so I'm sure they had some things from a blitz perspective that they didn't have an opportunity to get off. And so I'll reserve judgment on some of that.
Mike, what specifically are you looking for from your run defense coming in?
I want us to be stouter.
You mentioned some of the physical elements of that in your open, trying to get off blocks better, make tackles better. Are there some pre-snap schematic assignment duties that need to be sharpened up as well? Like, for instance, I don't know, the fields run in the goal line situation.
Yeah, I don't know if it's schematic duties per se, as it has to do with recognition or anticipation. I just think there's an element of the unknown early in the season that slows you down from a collective play speed perspective, from a communication perspective, and I think it's reasonable to expect all those things to improve.
You've talked a lot about whipping blocks, the importance of that, but as far as sometimes absorbing blocks when it's like a double team, it's keeping other guys clean, what do you guys have to do better at that to help?
It's all wrapped up in the same discussion.
Would you have drafted Peppers?
I don't want to take picks that high. That requires you to lose a lot of games.
I think he was picked 45th, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't know. I just assumed it was earlier than that. Okay.
Mike, Roman had a big preseason, only 10 snaps on Sunday. Was that more of just a byproduct of what you guys were just,
And lack of possession of the football and, agenda relative to that day. As I mentioned after the game, I got no intentions of explaining the minutia of rep distribution week in and week out. We got a really good collective, in some instances highly specialized skill sets, and so in some weeks those skill sets are going to be highlighted and utilized. Some weeks they're going to be minimized. It's just a component of winning football games in today's NFL and really don't require a whole lot of explanation.
Mike, Carl Dunbar talked about this on draft night. He really thought YA could do well over guards and tackles as opposed to nose. What is it about his game that why is it that way, and can you envision him someday taking on snaps at nose?
Certainly. He could play snaps at nose because he's a big man. He's able to absorb double teams and not be moved. He's capable of playing at further distances, greater distances from the ball because of his length and his ability to cover spaces with that length and keep people off of his body and play the backside of runs and things of that nature. And so that's what Dunbar was talking about when he highlighted his levels of excitement.
Do you have a sense that this game has any extra significance for DK going against his former team?
I haven't talked to him about it whatsoever. I don't know that I've seen him since we got off the airplane and got back here in a one-on-one like capacity. But common sense would tell you that it certainly does. They drafted him. He played there a number of years. Whether or not he will acknowledge it is up to him.
The season opener is one thing. The home opener is a different. What are your thoughts just on Steeler Nation being able to first see, this offense for the first time in this season?
I'm always excited to play within the comforts of Acrisure in front of our fans. They're a source of inspiration for us. They're certainly a source of challenges for those that we compete against, but we also respect the challenge that it creates for us. From a defensive perspective, we have to work with crowd noise this week to make sure that our communication and so forth is on point as they create a hostile environment for our opposing offense.
Mike, you talked about the length of Wyatt Black, but what can Broderick Jones do to better use his length? He's one of the longer-armed, bigger body guys in your offensive line, especially when it comes to pass protection.
I don't think that length is an issue in terms of his game, in terms of the areas of get better. It is an asset.
I was hoping to get a clarification, a better understanding of that rule that Ramsey got flagged for. In theory, is a player in open space like that supposed to be able to go through a blocker to get to a ball carrier? Is he allowed to do that, or is it incumbent on him to avoid?
If we're talking about the rule is obviously you can't cut in open grass. In regards specifically to the play, I've had zero communication with the NFL office in terms of their interpretation of the rule. I understand the rule. I just simply didn't think it applied to him in that circumstance. I thought he stepped around it, that would-be blocker, and skinned himself and went in for a low tackle. And so that's why I disagree with the call. But I've had zero conversations with the league office regarding their interpretations of the play.
Mike, with so many first-year acquisitions making a huge impact in the game against the Jets, what were your conversations like with Omar after the game, and was there a little bit of extra chest bump because of these new guys playing such a...
I'll keep communication between Omar and myself, between us. I don't know that it helps us to be transparent in that way, but our communication was normal. Assessing what transpired in the game, particularly from an injury and player availability standpoint, and making some initial decisions about how to move forward for this week's challenge.
Calvin Austin had a touchdown, also a combat catch. Obviously dealt with injury for some of the preseason. Where have you seen him grow into where he is now?
He's grown in all areas, to be quite honest with you. He's a guy that was really limited in his rookie year due to injury. And in spite of that, saw dramatic improvement between year one and year two. And he's such a good professional, has such a good relationship with the game. It's reasonable to expect that to continue. DK gets a lot of attention, schematic attention, personnel attention, and so it created some real opportunities for Calvin, and I know he's game and ready for that.
Like, what was the thought process behind the competition committee allowing the kickers to process or manipulate the kicking ball beforehand, and do you think that will help or has helped the boss?
I have zero idea, to be quite honest with you. I'm certainly not a kicking specialist. I'm certainly not a ball treatment specialist. I leave that between Boz and our equipment personnel. I'm aware of the rule that you mentioned, but I've been in this league long enough that I've seen it evolve and come back. When I first got into the league, the guys used to handle and treat the balls and so forth, and then we kind of moved away from it, and now we've kind of moved back to it. And I think that's with a lot of discussions in the National Football League, having been in the league a long time. Things happen in cycles, schematic concepts, get really trendy, and then they go away, and then they come back. And same thing with the points of emphasis and rules at times. And that's just the lens through which I see it, because I've been on the committee a long time and certainly have been in the league a long time.
Mike, when you brought in Kenneth Gainwell, did you envision him being as kind of a big part of your offense, and why is he such a good fit for what you did?
We did, and we did because we had real evidence, you know. We've played against him, and he's made some plays against us. We played him in Philly a year ago, man. Those third down conversions that he made were a significant component of the game. They were. They threw the ball to him on swings with very little risk. He won some one-on-one circumstances and converted. Allowed drives to stay alive, put points on the board. He was also a very viable special teams player for them. A year ago, I think he had 6 or so tackles on their kickoff unit, and so I wasn't surprised by that playmaking component of his game. You know, maybe his talents were minimized because of the talents of those around him. I mean, he did play with Saquon. And so, you know, those are some of the things that went into the excitement around his acquisition.
Mike, when it comes to you guys' run game, you didn't get to test it out too much with the full first team in the preseason, and then, as you said, circumstances kind of limited what you guys could do in week one. How do you chart as a coach the path forward for this group to find its footing in the run game?
You know, it's business as usual. It is. We look at the teams that we play against. We see what they do well individually, what they do well schematically. We formulate a base plan and we build from there. Nothing changes. Certainly in week 2, there's less speculation in some of that. But we have a process, but everybody has a process that leads from preparation, planning to preparation to play.
Anyone else? All right.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
There we go. Mike Tomlin with Steelers Media. That was a good little 30-minute session there of Mike with the media. Seemed a few minutes longer than what we are used to, probably because Mark Cabali came booming in with that question about Chris Boswell and the balls. Austin, he had to ask about the balls that were being used.
The K-balls, very important.
Mike Tomlin, who said, I'm not a ball treatment specialist. I don't know how you treat the balls. I guess you have to ask Boswell and the equipment guy.
I've handled dozens of balls.
That was Kaboom's big question of the day. We will break down what Mike Tomlin said over the last 30 or so minutes with Steelers Media coming up next. Also, something he said about Calvin Austin that made me wonder about a certain receiver on the Steelers roster. We will get into that coming up next. We also have Brian Batko to break things down from the Tomlin presser at 1 o'clock. Michael McHenry will help us preview Pirates and Orioles at 1:30. You can join the conversation at 412-928-9370. That is the number of the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can also hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So we break down what Mike Tomlin said coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Regarding Steeler injuries, Mike Tomlin confirming Derek Harmon is once again going to be out for this week. Will not make his Steelers debut yet. Deshaun Elliott also out with a knee injury. Malik Harrison out with a knee injury. Mike Tomlin confirms Jabril Peppers will be signed by the Steelers because of Deshaun Elliott being hurt. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Rodgers Report. After completing 22 of 30 passes for 244 yards and 4 touchdowns, you have to be happy with what our new quarterback delivered. The 41-year-old found 7 different receivers, including the first touchdown that went to Ben Skoranek, who, Rodgers jokingly told reporters, got an even bigger head. Following the game, Rodgers said it felt good to beat everyone associated with his former team, and we couldn't agree more. Rodgers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycle on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. John Mateer wasn't perfect, but he delivered when it mattered. The Washington State transfer led number 18 Oklahoma past number 15 Michigan with 270 yards, a touchdown, a pick, and 74 yards on the ground, including a clutch 8-minute drive to seal the victory. He's now the Heisman favorite, and the Sooners' playoff hopes are riding on his fearless, fast-paced style. It's not always pretty, but it's working. I'm Maggie Gray.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College class of 2006. Westminster College means a lot to me. I learned from great professors and received hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. At Westminster College, every student accepted for fall 2026 is guaranteed a scholarship, making exceptional education genuinely affordable. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more and to find out if you're eligible for a $1,000 visit grant.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Red 42. We're kicking off the Big Drive sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty, and you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details. Ends 9/30/2025.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
Football's unpredictable, but there's always a few guarantees. Like a team everyone hyped will fall apart, guaranteed. Some team will punt on 4th and inches to everyone's disappointment, guaranteed. And a ref will blow a pass interference call, guaranteed. But here's another guarantee. Fanatics Sportsbook has the best offer this football season. Introducing the Fanatics Game Day Guarantee. Every single game day from now until October, if your football bet loses, you'll earn up to $100 back in fan cash. We're talking college, pro, day, night, weekends, and weekdays. Even those late-night West Coast games with weird kickoff times. All games are on the table. If you bet on football with Fanatics, you're either winning or winning money back in fan cash. Guaranteed. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook this football season. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Explore the legacy of Pitt football legend Bobby Greer on September 17th at the Heinz History Center and Western Pennsylvania Sports Museum. Learn about Greer's impact on and off the field with an all-star panel featuring me, Thorne Dickerson, Brandon Myree, and more. Tickets at HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Waterworks, and Collier Township.
Hey Steelers fans, Verizon's kicking off big savings. Scoring a touchdown with low prices locked in for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan. Save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. It's a deal that'll have you doing an in-zone dance. Huddle up at your local Pittsburgh Verizon store today. You'll be tackling savings in no time. Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
This is the Bird, and on Wednesday, September 24th, the City of Champions is the home of professional wrestling as AEW presents Dynamite.
Are you ready for some Dynamite tonight?
Be there live for every unforgettable moment just
after going all out and feel the real as the greatest professional wrestlers in the world deliver an unforgettable night. AEW Dynamite live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh. Wednesday, September 24th. Tickets on sale now starting at $20 at AEWTIX.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
50-minute mark on The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Brian Batko will join the show just after 1 p.m. Michael McHenry right around 1:30. Those guys will hop on the Fan Hotline, which is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, reacting to the Mike Tomlin press conference that just took place. There was something that was said in there, Austin, that had me thinking about a current Steelers wide receiver. Now, he had the question about Calvin Austin, who, if you recall, missed his first full season due to injury, had very little production in that second year, 2023. Last season emerged as, I would say, a legitimate third target in a good offense. And now, after week 1, he looks like the definitive #2 wide receiver, and the snap counts would also show that. But it made me think, in the midst of his answer saying that he grew in all areas, he was limited as a rookie, and now look at where he's at, 4 catches, 70 yards, a touchdown. He hauled in the big pass right before halftime that ended up being the pop pass to Jonnu Smith, or the shovel pass to Jonnu Smith. It made me think, Austin, if that could be a blueprint of sorts for Roman Wilson. Not that these guys are the same player, but we're already starting to cast aside Roman Wilson. Played about not even a dozen snaps last season. He played 10 snaps in the opener, and you didn't even know he was out there, really. So it could be like a second year where we see very, very little production out of this guy. Who knows? But we see what Calvin Austin is now able to do. And not that he's some superstar player, but he is at least somebody that can be of use. He is somebody that does provide some production to you. Do you feel as if there is some correlation here? Like, okay, let's not completely write off Roman Wilson. The guy ain't going to be a superstar. That's okay. But he could be another Calvin Austin.
Yeah, I noticed him as much as I noticed Keanu Benton in the game, which isn't necessarily saying much. You would hope that the blueprint is there for that, yeah, because Calvin Austin basically did not have a first year. It was basically like a redshirt year for Calvin Austin. So when I think about it for Roman, and with Aaron Rodgers, who's going to trust veteran guys have been more around the block, at least at first, it's going to take some time. But I do think that Roman Wilson is also in a good situation where, sure, the Steelers might still be #2 receiver hunting, even though Calvin Austin might actually emerge into being something similar to that. Where was Scotty Miller on the field? Like, we were told all offseason about Scotty Miller, all preseason, Scotty Miller. Oh, well, we made his way onto the team. He was Rodgers' favorite target. He didn't catch a pass. He was barely even out there on the field. So Roman Wilson at least is receiving some snaps where Skoranek did make the most of his limited ones, but Roman Wilson is out there more than those two guys. And when I think about it, Roman Wilson last year really didn't have the ability to go through an actual game. Like, he had 5 snaps. If we even want to consider that as his one game last year where he got on the field and was a participant in the performance, this was basically like a rookie year first game for a guy. So it's going to give Roman Wilson a little bit of a chance to get his feet wet. And I am a little bit optimistic, I should say, that he is going to be able to slowly but surely build his way into something.
Yeah, so Roman Wilson had the same number of snaps as Skoranek in the game. They both did have more than Scotty Miller, but I mean, it's a good point to bring up Miller because after his preseason, we heard a lot about him as well, and he was out there for 9 snaps. And it was very clear that DK was the number one. We all knew that. And then Calvin Austin looking good as the second wide receiver. And Calvin Austin, who did not play in 2022, 2023, he had 17 grabs for 180 and a touchdown. He also had a rushing touchdown, if you recall that game right before Christmas against the Bengals when Jaylen Warren hit the best block of his career. Then last season, we see Austin emerge a little bit. He had nearly 550. He had 4 touchdowns, 36 grabs. He was a useful player. He had that punt return. He was able to be a multi-talented guy out there. And now through the first game of this season, 4 for 70 and a touchdown. And he had some of the more impressive plays any receiver in that game had. I mean, DK had the nice catch and run, and he had another play on that first drive that got them a third down conversion where he simply ran around the Jets defensive back, and it looked like a high school play of sorts. But Calvin Austin, he had he went up and got it, that catch right before halftime, and then he had the touchdown to give them the lead late in the game. I mean, he has something in him, and you just kind of hope that Roman Wilson can maybe follow suit there. Some of the other big takeaways I had from the Mike Tomlin press conference, and you can listen to this show, Pomp and Joe, on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen back to the Mike Tomlin press conference a bevy of ways, but he mentioned Jabril Peppers. So the signing is all but official, and he called him a football player first, a positional player second. We are seeing that with more and more guys in the defensive backfield, specifically, as the NFL continues to evolve. We've kind of gone down that road with Jalen Ramsey because he was lining up all over the place. He took some snaps at corner, outside in the slot. He took some snaps at safety in that first game. Jabril Peppers, maybe not so much at corner, but he can play sort of a hybrid role where he's, is he a linebacker in a certain package? Is he a safety in a certain package? He is somebody who can move around. He is somebody that can add some versatility. Tomlin calling him just a good all-around football player. He loved watching him at Michigan. He was very bright-eyed talking about his days as a Wolverine. And then there was even that funny moment with the media when he said, well, we don't pick that high to draft a guy like Jabril Peppers, who was selected 25th overall by the Browns a handful of years back. So that created for a funny moment. But I do think, all jokes aside, that this guy can add some versatility to a talented group. And they brought him in as a byproduct of the injury to Deshaun Elliott, but it doesn't sound like Elliott will miss all that much time. Now, maybe not. He gets thrown on the short-term IR. Mike Tomlin didn't want to get in all of the specifics there, but they bring in a player that I'm happy they kicked the tires on. I thought it would have been a good idea at the moment that he was cut, and I'm not worried about the wannabe rap career that Jabril Peppers has. If he can add to this football team, that's a win for the Steelers. If he can be a player that contributes to a defense that already has high expectations and already failed its first test, a defense that did not look good in week 1, I'm all for it. He's played with a lot of different coaches, both head coaches and coordinators, and he seemingly makes an impact everywhere he goes. So we will ask Brian Batko about that and everything else from the Mike Tomlin press conference. We will continue to react to that with Brian Batko. Up next, Michael McHenry will join us at 1:30. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. A beautiful day. It is sunny and a high of 75. Brian Batko joins us next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin did mention Broderick Jones needs to be better and that he does not want to see Aaron Rodgers pressured as much as he was. Kind of said similar things about Troy Fautanu, and that there were good things and there were also bad things in the overall performance. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Let's talk a little FanDuel, shall we, Limits? I think I told people, and this wasn't exactly going out on a limb, that Baltimore and Buffalo just take the over on everyone in sight. And the only guy who may not have lived up to that was James Cook. The rest of the people sure did. What a game. I mean, what a great game. I thought the local game and that game were the two best yesterday. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is getting you ready for kickoff for tonight and next week with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? You can ask that about one of these quarterbacks tonight for sure. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Hi, I'm John Henney, 4th generation owner of Henney Jewelers in Shadyside. When it comes to shopping for a diamond engagement ring,
Be sure you're getting the very best value. Before you think about purchasing a ring anywhere else, please stop into Henny Jewelers to compare. Our friendly team will make you comfortable and never pressure you. We are confident we'll help you find or create your dream ring at the absolute best value. Stop into Henny today or go to hennyjewelers.com to make an appointment. Henny Jewelers, we're your jewelers for life.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The power of Bowser Family and Dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start September 17th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package. 130 MPH wind rating. Lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection? More color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package. 150 MPH wind rating. Lifetime pipe boots. 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin confirming that Deshaun Elliott is going to be out this week against the Seattle Seahawks. He's a knee injury. Malik Harrison's also out with a knee injury. Derek Harmon also remaining out this week as well. But optimistic that Joey Porter Jr. and Nick Herbig will be able to give it a go this week in the home opener. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Brian Batko joins us next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Austin, I love our YouTube comment section.
Oh, boy, what'd they say this time?
I tend to follow along when I can. Like, I'll check during the breaks or even sometimes during the middle of a segment, see how the conversations are going. And there's a lot of mainstays in there, and those guys know who they are. But it is always funny when a new person pops up and they eventually get to the question of, is Donnie's accent real or fake? And then there are a few that will jump to my defense of, yeah, that's just simply how the guy speaks. And it is. I've gotten the question before, though. I think people are finally coming around to the realization this is just how I sound.
Yeah, there was somebody that I met at high school football on Friday that saw I was wearing my fan hat, and they said, okay, start talking so I know who you are. And they said, you sound exactly like you do on air in person. And I'm just like, yeah, that's just... It's just how I talk. I mean, I don't change anything up whenever I go on the air. Like, we change, like, sometimes, like, our tone and stuff like that. But we don't, like, distort our voice at all and make ourselves sound different.
Yeah, I mean, if I was able to just go into an extremely fake Yinzer accent or really any accent for 4 hours at a time, I'd probably be working in Hollywood and not in Greentree. But, yeah, I always think those comments are pretty funny. Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone, he's back in a new original hit series, The Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. I mean, you want to talk about somebody who can be difficult to understand. That's Sylvester Stallone. Rocky, Rambo. The man has a very tough accent to work with, but, I mean, we all understand The Rock.
Don't pick a fight with him, Donnie. Don't pick a fight with him.
No, one of the great southpaws of our time. Philadelphia's own Rocky Balboa. The Fan Hotline, that's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where we find the one and only Brian Batko, Steelers reporter from the Post-Gazette. Brian, Sean Myers is covering my shift today since I am in for Joe Starkey, and he had some compliments to your athletic prowess, my man. And I feel like that's a common theme. I always hear people say what an athlete Brian Batko is.
I don't know about that, Donnie. Try hard might be more like it, more hustle than sheer athleticism. But yeah, I've been playing softball, beer league softball with Sean this fall, and yeah, we've been doing all right. So he had a heck of a scoop, I think, the other day at first base. So you love to see that out of him.
Yeah, he said you guys have a softball game tonight or maybe tomorrow, I think. I don't know what your schedule
tonight
is, but I mean, I always hear about the hoop exploits of Brian Batko. Like, hey, Batko's a pretty good basketball player. I hear that all the time.
Yeah, that was the only sport I really specialized in high school, so I should be decent at that. But Pony and I were playing together a couple weeks ago down at the usual Shaler Park, and our team was running the court pretty well, but I think we lost the last game, so you hate to go out on that note.
Brian, let's get into some of the notes from the Mike Tomlin press conference. The injury stuff, we can go to Deshaun Elliott because that leads to some of the news that broke around 10:30 this morning. So Deshaun Elliott not going to be out all that long. He may go on short-term IR, but he is not out for the season, and that drove the Steelers to sign Jabril Peppers this morning. How do you feel about that signing? What do you think he adds to the defense?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does make sense from a scheme and personnel fit standpoint when you're swapping out a guy who can really bang against the run and be a sure tackler in Deshaun Elliott, and Jabril Peppers, same kind of profile and reputation. What I immediately went to, though, Donnie, to try to gauge my thoughts on this was, why would the Patriots let him go on cutdown day? You know, he's a veteran. They are, not exactly the Patriots of old, the 16-0 Patriots. They need good players pretty much anywhere they can get them on both sides of the ball. They've been picking high in the draft the last couple of years, and I stumbled upon some New England reporters, media folks talking, and their speculation was that Peppers started to clash with Mike Vrabel at some point, either over how they were using him or probably more likely where they were using him, and that was not as a starter. They were going with a little bit of a youth movement. So I don't know if he wanted to be cut or if it just became a matter of, okay, we don't need to keep around someone, a hostage instead of a volunteer, if you will. But he hits the open market, and at least for a few weeks or more, maybe he might have a more prominent role here with the Steelers if Elliott's out.
Well, Brian, I was made aware, Troy in Mount Washington, who is one of our notable callers, he told us about Jabril Peppers, the rapper, under the name J Pep. He put out a song back in June called Point 'Em Out, which got over 500,000 views on TikTok in just 72 hours. That sounds like a Ben Tenuta video. But
I'm going to have to check that out. Might use it as my walk-up song tonight for softball.
Yeah, my question was, could he form a group including Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown, two notable Steelers rappers of past?
Oh, buddy, we can go down this rabbit hole. Terrell Edmonds was dabbling in the rap game while he was here. Melvin Ingram's got some tracks. I can send you those.
Did he just have like hate tracks on Mike Tomlin?
No, he did have one about moving to Miami, which really was foreshadowing, I guess, when you look at how his career wound down. But
that was just the Dexter theme song.
Another one in this bucket, Mike Tomlin's younger son, not Dino Tomlin, but Mason Tomlin. He makes music and produces and raps. So they could form a super group just with current and former Steelers at this point. Associates of the Steelers, I should say.
If you had to form a group among Steelers media that had, let's say, 3 other members, so there's 4 of you, it's you and then
Mount Rushmore.
three guys to pick from. Yeah. Who are you going with? Who has the best musical sense?
I'm going to put Chris Carter in there for sure. I think Jim Wexell, he's got pretty good music taste, and I'll round it out with Noah Strackbine from over at All Steelers on SI. Noah and I listen to a lot of the same stuff.
Huh, okay. There's some interesting choices. I thought you might throw DeFabo in there because sometimes you guys are thick as thieves.
We are. We listen to a lot of good tracks on the road together on our driving road trips, but I don't really know if Mike's a huge music guy, so that's the only reason I steered away from him there.
So there's another musician tie-in to the Steelers. That is Kenny G, not to be confused with the Jazz legend, but Kenneth Gainwell playing a good bit of snaps in week one. He had the big play on the kickoff that really turned the game around, the fumble that was recovered by Ben Skoranek. Should we expect more and more of this guy as the weeks go on? Because I didn't expect to see quite as much Kenneth Gainwell as what we got.
Well, I think in my chat on Thursday before the game on the Post-Gazette site, somebody asked me, what's an under-the-radar thing that we'll be surprised by Sunday? And I said Kenneth Gainwell's involvement. So at least I got something right. I thought the Steelers would be not exactly moving the ball too fluidly, and Aaron Rodgers was going to look rusty. I was dead wrong on that. But, yeah, Gainwell is someone he's just been heavily utilized by them in practice. And I remember even talking to him, I guess it was probably OTAs, like when everybody first gathered, all the vets and the rookies, and said, well, what does this mean for you now? They just drafted a back in the third round. And he sounded pretty confident. He was like, he's like, I don't want to get too much into the specifics. I'll keep that in-house, but I'm pretty sure they brought me in for a very specific role. And I think we saw that on Monday. I think there's somebody, Sunday, he's somebody they trust when they're, going tempo or picking up blitzes and catching passes, running the right routes from Aaron Rodgers. And I think that's another really key thing to keep in mind about this receiver group that a lot of people continue to rag on is, I think with Rodgers, it's more so about knowing where you're supposed to be, carrying out your assignment, and having the confidence of him under center than it is your pure talents at receiver in a vacuum.
Do you have some fear that Caleb Johnson is already in a doghouse early on? He had that fumble that fortunately was recovered by the Steelers on the kick return, and then just 2 snaps on offense.
Well, I don't know if I'd say doghouse, but I did get the vibe that they were less than blown away by how he looked in the preseason, or else you're probably not playing deep into games as a third-round pick, right? So I think that alone was sort of one of those, signs there, or foreshadowing. And when I tweeted that or whatever, people were like, no, it has nothing to do with that. He's a rookie. He needs to play. They want to see more. I'm like, yeah, they want to see more. They're not at the point where they say we've seen enough, stash him on the bench and put him in bubble wrap until the season begins. And the fumbling, I mean, that's not a running play, but it's ball security. And Mike Tomlin always tells those guys, you are running with our hopes and dreams. So a lot of stock is placed into that. I know Jaylen Warren's got his own track record on that front too, but he's at least got 3 years in the league, and Caleb Johnson hasn't done anything yet in the NFL.
Talking to Brian Batko, he covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette. You can hit us up at 412-928-9370 on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike Tomlin was also asked about Calvin Austin and talked about the growth that he has had over the last couple of seasons. Given the snap counts, Brian, it seems pretty clear who the wide receiver 2 is on this team. It seems pretty undisputed.
Yeah, no doubt. And he went out and showed why in his first opportunity to do so. And remember, he didn't get to play at all in the preseason because of that oblique injury. So, it was, I feel like a little bit of steam was forming for Calvin and what we were seeing from the practices, and then came to a screeching halt because he wasn't healthy. So really encouraging, not just what he did in putting up the numbers, but how he did it. A contested 50-50 ball down the sideline against, a 6-foot corner in Brandon Stevens. It's not like he was picking on another little guy himself. And, just drawing the PI calls too. It's like George Pickens, sometimes that was his best contribution to games. He wasn't coming down with the pass, but he was getting the flag to advance the ball. So that speaks again to Calvin Austin playing bigger than he is. And I asked him point blank, Donnie, after the game in the locker room, was it a little more satisfying for you to come out and start that way with all the outside chatter about the receiver group? And he just shook his head but smiled, and that grin said it all. He's like, it was a good win. I'll just say that. It was a good win. I'll keep it short and sweet. So he would have loved to speak his mind a little bit, but I think he's too classy for that.
You expected the Steelers' offense to look rusty, as did I. I don't think we were alone in that either, Brian. So how blown away were you by the offense that was cooked up by Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I mean, as I tweeted, Donnie, like, I think that was the best game that I can recall Arthur Smith dialing up for the Steelers since he's been installed as their OC. I am not trying to take anything away from Aaron Rodgers and what he did. You still have to put the ball out there, put it in a guy's chest, lay it in the breadbasket. He did that effectively on all of those touchdown passes. But every one of them, I think you could argue, was probably a little more scheme-centric than just threading a needle and dropping a dime. I mean, Ben Skoranek wide open off the play action. Both guys did their job there. Jonnu Smith with the little pop pass goes in the box score as a touchdown pass, but it effectively a run or a handoff, and he got to the corner. Jaylen Warren wide open. Calvin Austin wide open in the sudden change. Perfect time to call that play. So, I mean, that was it sort of reminds me a little bit of, you remember that Super Bowl a couple years ago with the Chiefs beating the Eagles, and it wasn't so much Patrick Mahomes going superhero. It was those whip routes that Andy Reid was calling at the exact right time, and the Eagles couldn't do anything with it. So Arthur Smith was in his bag, and I think the most encouraging thing there is, yes, Aaron Rodgers made the throws, and those two might have some sort of synergy between play caller and quarterback that simply wasn't there last year.
Has your expectation for him and or the team changed after seeing how he played?
Yeah, I'd say a little to the good there. My expectation for the season hasn't necessarily changed. I have them 10-7, and I always thought the Jets were going to be one of the more gimme wins of the season with a new team trying to figure things out in week one. But yeah, I mean, I'm still a little concerned with, the escapability from Rodgers, and it's, it wouldn't be as much of a worry if you had a line that wasn't getting whooped here and there the way the Steelers did in week one. I'm not ready to call Broderick Jones a bust. I'm not writing off that unit in front of number 8, but it's not necessarily a great combination to combine an iffy O-line in pass protection with a 41-year-old who doesn't give you that same agility and athleticism that we saw across the league in some of the more exciting games over the weekend.
How about the billion-dollar defense and getting shredded by the New York Jets, kind of picking up where they left off in 2024? Some of those guys just had some really brutal days at the office, Brian.
Yeah, very much so. And, I mean, we can talk about how the Jets O-line is good and it has a lot of first-round investments, but, like,
it was a makeshift offensive line.
Right. They already lost the first rounder at guard and had to shuffle guys around. Credit to them for the depth they've assembled there, because the center who came in, Josh Myers, has been there, done that. And, Tippmann was fine moving to right guard. But my point that I'm making here is there's a lot of teams with guys like that on the O-line. So, hey, maybe we'll look back at the end of the year and say the Jets have one of the best groups in the NFL. No shame in getting whooped by them to that extent week one when you didn't know what was coming. But I think it's more so that group just did not play well. Cam Hayward didn't look like himself. Keanu Benton. I had somebody from the Steelers recently tell me they think Keanu Benton's breakout can happen this year. He's going to get a lot of one-on-ones because of the attention paid to other guys, and he's going to beat those one-on-one matchups. Well, so far, not so good for him. And obviously, Derek Harmon will help when he comes back, but you can't expect a first-round pick to be even a first-round pick, but a rookie to be a game changer. So they need to figure out something there, whether it's schematically or just guys stepping their game up week 2 and beyond.
I did want to ask about the PFF grade for Aaron Rodgers, because we've been poking fun at that during today's show. They had him ranked as one of the worst quarterbacks from week 1, Brian. Like, it makes it difficult for me to ever look at that as any sort of source or tool ever again.
Yeah, I mean, people have their issues with PFF, and they try to be objective in the gradings, I suppose, and, subjectivity, just natural human bias is going to creep in there at times maybe. But I guess I'll say this, I don't sit there and study PFF grades because, like you said, I think a lot of times you have to take it with a grain of salt because they don't have the context of whose assignment was what, if there was a bust elsewhere that made a play break down and made a player look worse and grade out worse. But from what I understand, they try to go beyond the stats in the box score. Of course, they're looking more at big time throws that maybe somebody dropped and you should have had 40 yards from your quarterback and instead you got an incompletion or a near pick. Doesn't go in the stat line as a turnover, but it very well could have been if the defender made the play. So perhaps there was some of that with Rodgers, but I didn't watch all 15 other games and try to analyze 31 other QBs.
Yeah, I mean, I can just give you a bit of a synopsis there, even just going through some highlights of the other games. And yeah, maybe some looks at the box score. He was not the 26th worst quarterback in the league. So I think
they have below him.
Actually, you want to know who was right behind him, directly behind him, just 0.3 points worse than what Aaron Rodgers was on Sunday?
Yes.
Russell Wilson.
Oof.
And then Tua was below Bo Nix and Jared Goff.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
So let me get this straight. Spencer Rattler played better than Aaron Rodgers in week 1, according to Pro Football Focus?
Spencer Rattler in the top 12. They had Bryce Young in the top 16. Guys who had brutal days. Joe Burrow barely threw for 100 yards. I know he's Joe Burrow, but they had him like the 14th best. They had him like right behind Lamar Jackson. I don't know how any of that makes sense.
I know they break it down to like more specific. Is that offensive grade or just sheer passing grade? Because obviously Aaron's not giving you anything.
It had both. And oddly enough, Aaron Rodgers had a better run grade than he did pass grade.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense because he looked like he was moving in mud out there anytime the pocket started to collapse. But okay, sure.
Brian Batko covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette, has a very big beer league softball game tonight. Brian, thanks for hopping on.
Huge. Thanks, Donnie. See you, man.
There we go. You can also follow us on Twitter. That is at 93.7 The Fan, and that is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Pirates are in Baltimore. A series against the Orioles begins tonight. We will talk to Michael McHenry. His weekly visit is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are in Baltimore tonight, and you can listen to the game right here on the Fan. 6:35 is the first pitch. Our coverage begins right around 5:45, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Mike Burrows is on the mound for the Pirates. Kyle Bradish will go for Baltimore. Buccos are 64-80. Baltimore 66-77. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Aaron Rodgers Report. After completing 22 of 30 passes for 244 yards and 4 touchdowns, you have to be happy with what our new quarterback delivered. The 41-year-old found 7 different receivers, including the first touchdown that went to Ben Skoranek, who, Rodgers jokingly told reporters, got an even bigger head. Following the game, Rodgers said it felt good to beat everyone associated with his former team, and we couldn't agree more. The Aaron Rodgers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Buffalo Bills are used to historic comebacks. In 1992, backup Bills QB Frank Reich led a then-record 32-point comeback in the AFC wildcard game. Last night, they became the first team in NFL history to overcome a 15-point deficit in the final 4 minutes to beat Baltimore. The amazing thing, it didn't feel that shocking. They have Josh Allen at quarterback, which means for them, nothing is impossible. Maybe even finally winning a Super Bowl. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Your local convenience store has brought back your local favorite. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and get one of their family recipe pepperoni rolls. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Oscar Wilde said, "Who, being loved, is poor. You may be rich in love, but thin on dollars." Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. An engagement ring is not only an emotional purchase, but it's a big investment. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we will help guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design with natural or lab-grown diamonds, all at a price you can afford. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. Check us out online at PittsburghDiamonds.com.
Attention sewer techs. If you got jetting and cammering skills, we want you.
Join our family-run plumbing company. Competitive pay, full benefits, company vehicle, and no on-call. Apply now at metsplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Red 42, hike! We're kicking off the Big Drive sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty, and you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details. Ends 9/30/2025.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Schlage Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Schlage Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5. If it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Noticing a trend in a game? You can hop on it right away. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The start of football brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back at an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't fumble away your season. Call New Flow Men's Health at 412-784-9000.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. Ends September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
Hey, it's Scorin' Dorn for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel who are giving back to the community in a big way. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so get all your pink apparel right now through the Keystone Custom Apparel online store. Check and see if your local team has one set up at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. If not, start one. You'll receive 20% off all pink apparel, with 10% going back to local charity, Pittsburgh Hearts of Steel. Awesome stuff. Act now. Think pink this fall with Keystone Custom Apparel. KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fly ball to left field. Michael McHenry, the fourth! Oh, baby! Your Buccos lead it! Unbelievable! Wow! His first in the big leagues! They're going to bring the house down!
50-minute mark on The Fan. We're about 10 minutes away from that. That is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. By the way, a happy 59th birthday to Adam Sandler, a legend. Sarah and I sent him a save the date, and either him or his team, I don't care who it was, they sent back like a little signed postcard.
That's sweet, Donnie.
Yeah, I was
That's
buzzing.
really cool.
I was buzzing. What's Cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And What's Cooking is a Pirates series in Baltimore, Buccos and Orioles, and you heard by that great intro there from our pal City Limits. It is Michael McHenry here on 93.7 The Fan. The Pirates go to Baltimore. That's one of the few parks outside of Pittsburgh that I have been to. I got to say I'm a pretty big fan of Camden Yards, so I'm wondering where it ranks for you with the Buccos there this week.
Well, first off, you're a legend for sending a postcard to Adam Sandler for his birthday. That is incredible. Huge fan. If you have not seen Happy Gilmore 2, you are missing out. You need to go see it. Brings back all the childhood feels all in one. Camden Yards one of my favorites, man. The rich history, thinking about, who all has played there, what all has been done there. That young, talented team that just kind of fell off. Really, Mount McKinley this year. It's kind of been remarkable what has happened to them. I don't know exactly how to explain that outside of their pitching. It really struggled, but you think about all the talent there. They just could not seem to put it together, whether it be injuries or whatnot. I'm excited about the Buccos getting a chance to go there. Some of the guys that are young, I hope they take a little time just to walk around, understand what Cal Ripken did, and the just remarkable history at Camden Yards. I'll never forget walking underneath and seeing the real brick. It looked like real old-timey brick, down underneath the tunnel. It was just a special type of place.
Yeah, 66 and 77. The Orioles are fifth place, last place in the very competitive American League East after what was a very good multi-year stretch with this core group of players. Could that be a team, Michael, that once we reach the offseason, I know this is asking to go a couple of months ahead of time here, but the Pirates have that surplus of pitching. The Orioles, one of those teams that has a surplus of hitting. Could they help each other out maybe in the offseason and work out a deal to help both sides?
Yeah, I think it'd be a great trade partner. We've gone that direction before with them, and I could see it happening again. I think if you look at what they were able to do in the draft this year, they had 3 potential first-round picks. They had 2 supplemental picks, but they had 3 or 4 picks in the top 100 because of kind of how the new rules fall. So they just bolstered everything they have. They still have a really good farm system, and most of their talent at the big league level is 25 or younger. So they have the ability to make some moves. I think they can help us. We can help them. It'd be interesting to see. I think we're going to double down on pitching and defense. And I think the only way we're going to acquire any type of offense, just looking at the free agent market, is via trade. Maybe something like the Cubs did last year. They went out and got a Tucker. Do I think we're going to go out and get a Tucker? Probably not. But I think that's how we're going to acquire the most ability and the best talent is via the trade. It's not going to be free agency.
Talking to former Pirates catcher, current Pirates analyst, Michael McHenry here on 93.7 The Fan. Going back to that Brewers series this weekend, Milwaukee comes into Pittsburgh. They sweep the Pirates. And on Sunday, I felt kind of bad for Bubba Chandler going into the game, Michael, because I thought, man, he's making his first start the same day as week 1 of the NFL season. How many people are going to watch that in Pittsburgh? Unfortunately, it's probably a good thing that not many people in Pittsburgh watched that. He got roughed up. What did you see from him, and how would you like to see him bounce back from that outing against the Brewers on Sunday?
There's a couple different ways to look at it. The first thing I would say is they're going to have to go to the drawing board and see if he was tipping his pitches. The way that they were swinging the bat, the first 4 hits were on fastballs. They did end up breaking ball for that 5th hit, but they just looked like they were just locked in on that heater. So the first thing you do is, was he tipping? If he wasn't, man, they had a game plan that really worked. They meshed it well together. That's hard to do in the big leagues. Most teams, they kind of individualize everything. Seems like the Brewers have a team that they can mesh well together and come up with a game plan and fight together, which is very different in today's game. But they seem to have that one team that could do it. So you look at that as well. But I think this is an opportunity for him to grow. It's an opportunity for him to learn. Every guy that's ever pitched in the big leagues or pitched in general has had a game like this outside of Paul Skeens. Somehow he's only given up 5 runs. It's the worst outing he's had against the Brewers, weird enough. But it's going to be exciting to see how he bounces back. I do hate that it was on a Sunday, a football Sunday opening weekend, but you're right. I think it's really good for him because maybe now he can have a bounce back start where everybody's watching, and it's a game that really matters for him, maybe not for the Buccos or for the other team, but it will matter for him, and I'm excited to see how he shows up for it.
Speaking of Paul Skeens, you brought him up there in the midst of that answer. Is he set to run away with Cy Young? I feel like the guys that were right up there with him in that race, a couple of guys in Philly either got injured or had some rough starts, and he has just been a motor down the last stretch of this season.
Yeah, he's a slam dunk for me. I don't with Wheeler being out, you can make the argument winning team in Philly, Wheeler being their ace, maybe he had a chance, but he got hurt. So now I think without a doubt, he's the odds-on favorite to win the Cy Young. And if he doesn't, I'd be shocked.
Where does he rank? I mean, it might be number one. It very well could be number one. I asked Bob Walk this question last week. When it comes to guys that you have seen pitch for the Pirates, where does Paul Skeens rank? It has to be very close to one, if not number one.
Yeah, he's number one for me. Obviously, Bob Walk has seen some different. He saw Candelario. He saw some guys that had some Cy Young type seasons. He's seen Draybeck. But when you just put stuff for stuff, none of those guys that I can think of. I mean, maybe you go back all the way to Bob Friend or somebody else that was electric. But nobody's had this type of stuff. I mean, it's hard to look back outside of Nolan Ryan. I mean, nobody came to the league and just shocked everybody like Paul Skeens has. But Nolan Ryan, I mean, he had his lumps. I mean, Dwight Gooden, maybe there's names you could throw out there, but then you get in some of the best pitchers of all time. And that's kind of where he sits right now for me. He's one of the best all time. The numbers prove it. He's proved it. And I think time will tell how great he can be. But he's already put a mark on this game that'll never be forgotten.
How do you see this rotation looking going into 2026? It's led by Paul Skeens, but then it's a mix of a lot of names that could work their way into it.
You know what's cool about what they've done this year? I don't know if it was by design or if it's just kind of the way the season kind of fell into their laps. The fact that Bubba Chandler's pitching the bullpen, Burroughs is pitching the bullpen, Ashcraft, all these guys have had the ability to do different things, which makes our team absolutely electric if we get in the playoffs because these guys will be super adaptable. What that does for us next year is I think you can look at three guys and they are 1,000% into that rotation. That is Paul Skeens, Mitch Keller, and Oviedo, assuming neither one of the last two get traded. Those guys are going to be in the rotation. The reason why I say that is they have innings. Oviedo's thrown 173 innings. Paul Skeens get up above 180. Mitch Keller's thrown over 200. And you're going to need that to sustain a full season. I could see them go out and get a big-name starter, or at least better than a mid-range, to add to this mix and then just enhance that bullpen of arms. Because if you put Ashcraft in the bullpen or as a starter, or if he's a guy that kind of flips back and forth, Majinski, same thing. They've all played out better that way than just a starter. Ashcraft's kind of on a run right now, so I don't want to speak too far ahead for him. But it does give you a weapon to protect these guys and get the best stuff out of them. And I've always been told it takes 8 to 10 guys to start an MLB season that you feel like are bigly ready. I think we're right there. We may need one more, and then we're going to be set. But the guys aren't starting. You throw them in the bullpen because they have the best stuff. You're talking about electricity from top to bottom. And then we also have some arms that people aren't talking about in the minor leagues that could jump out and be a part of next year's staff.
Michael McHenry, you hear him, you see him on Sportsnet Pittsburgh, Pirates analyst, former Pirates catcher. Fort, thanks for hopping on, taking the time, man.
Absolutely, thank you. Have a good one, brother.
There we go. The Fort, Michael McHenry. Pirates and Orioles tonight, 6:35 first pitch. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:40. All brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Mike Burroughs gets the ball for Pittsburgh, the 25-year-old right-hander, 2-4 this year, an ERA just above 4. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny today, a high of 75, low of 46. Tonight, want to thank the folks who joined the conversation, either calling in via the text line, the YouTube chat, that is always popping. Want to thank the guys who hopped on, Stephen Fabian, Brian Batko, Michael McHenry, Austin Bechtold, great work behind the glass as always. Joe Starkey should be back tomorrow through the rest of the week. I will be with him on Friday for a football Friday. The PM team is next on 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football signing off.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin confirming earlier today that Deshaun Elliott is going to be out in this game against the Seattle Seahawks. Steelers also will be without Derek Harmon for a second consecutive week, as he is still yet to make his NFL debut with the knee injury that he suffered in the preseason. Malik Harrison also out with a knee injury. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Stallone's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day is the Phillies at -130 at home against the Mets. Philly starter Ranger Suarez has been fantastic this year. Over his last 3 starts, he's given up just 1 run over his last 18 innings. Philly has been great in this spot as well, going 46-23 at home and 68-44 as favorites. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone would talk you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Everybody out there, listen up. New customers, if you've never played on FanDuel before, You can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win now that the NFL is back on FanDuel. Week 2 action. Steelers going to host the Seahawks. It's a revenge game for DK Metcalf. I bet he wants to have a big one. You can bet his receiving yards prop or anytime touchdown reception for DK Metcalf in this game. And if your bet wins, you bet $5 and it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all over the FanDuel Sportsbook app. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the FanDuel app today and get started. 21 plus in Pleasanton, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier local option for shredding and document management. We make it convenient with on-site shredding at your business or quick drop-off at our Strip District location. We also offer hard drive destruction, e-waste removal, plus new scanning and digitizing services to eliminate the clutter and boost security. Steel City Shredding, trusted, convenient, and 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin addressed the media today and said that Derek Harmon and Deshaun Elliott were both out for Sunday's game against the Seahawks, the home opener. Jabril Peppers signed today as insurance. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
You know, certainly it could be better, but certainly all of our performances could be better. Our quarterback got hit too much, and he was a component of that.
Do you worry about confidence with him at all?
I don't.
Why not?
Because it's football. You don't get to the National Football League by being fragile emotionally. There's a lot of confident guys that I work with. You win some battles, you lose some battles, you come back fighting. That's just the nature of the men that play this game at this level.
As Mike Tomlin likes to say on a Tuesday, good afternoon. It is a Tomlin Tuesday. There's a lot to talk about as the Steelers get ready for the Seattle Seahawks to fly into Pittsburgh on Sunday for the annual holiday that is the Steelers home opener. 1 o'clock kickoff at Acrisure Stadium. The Steelers 1-0. It'll be Aaron Rodgers against Sam Darnold, who Mike Tomlin spent almost no time talking about today. We are not just a quarterback town. You know, there are a lot of football towns in America where the conversation is quarterback 24/7, 365, because their fans, I hate to say this, don't have the depth of knowledge that Steelers fans have. And Steelers fans love, maybe more than any fan base, getting into line play and the intricacies in the depth of line play and how important trench play and line play is. And that's
Why do you think that is?
I think that's what ball knowers, they look to. They don't just concentrate on one guy. They look at the blocking and the play inside, and they get really in the weeds there. Many of our listeners were high school players themselves, and many of them can relate to the guys up front. And so that's why we can have a conversation about Broderick Jones that's probably better and deeper than a lot of other places. You've got Tomlin saying it could be better from him. No crap. That was the understatement of the year, the leader in the clubhouse from Mike Tomlin. Of course it could be better because it can't possibly get any worse. The guy gave up 3 sacks and 4 pressures. He was horrible. And Tomlin gets asked about confidence and says he's not worried. Well, I'm raising my hand in the air as someone who is saying one game in, I am very, very worried. You know who else is worried? Trey Essex, who won Super Bowls with the Steelers, who went on his podcast and said the following: it didn't look like Broderick Jones belonged in the NFL. It didn't look like he belonged in the NFL. This is a make-or-break year for him. The Steelers have to make a decision in part based on how he plays this year on his future. This is his 3rd year as a starter. He's now 24, 3rd year in the NFL. He's 24 years old. Come on now. You're back at your natural position. I don't know if I expected you to be Anthony Munoz on Sunday. I didn't. But I was hoping the conversation wasn't, it looked like the Steelers played with 4 offensive linemen instead of 5. And that's where we're at here. And you've already got Steelers fans and some media saying the backup who they signed 15 seconds before the season started, Pete, might be better because it can't get any worse, and we can't allow for a guy that can't move, an Aaron Rodgers, to play behind this guy. So, yes, there were many positives that came out of the Steelers game. Rodgers' great performance. The fact that they won. Boswell making a 60-yarder. Jalen Ramsey made big plays. Calvin Austin looked like a wide receiver, too. The biggest negative, I think, is Broderick Jones. And he's going to get another crack at it. They're not going to give up on this after one game, Chris. But I don't have patience for the entire season. They can't have patience because Jones will go out before, or Rodgers will go out before Jones does in that case. If they give him 17 games and he looks anywhere close to the guy he looked like on Sunday.
I'd hate to be somebody who danced around their workplace singing the Rocky theme when they drafted Broderick Jones. Could you imagine being an idiot who did that, who believed in Broderick Jones to that extent? It would be horrible to show up to work every day if that was your Broderick Jones initial reaction. I would say I'm obviously worried. I like to believe that I'm an honest broker, and I was crushing how bad he was during the game. I was just appalled at what I saw. I did not like, let me put it this way, I'm not giving up on him yet. I think that they're going to at least go to the bye week, probably beyond it, though, because it would be actually hard for him to be worse than he was in that Jets game. Like, I expect this game to be better only because I don't think you could play a worse game. You'd almost have to literally just stand still and let the guy run by you. Here is what troubles me the most about his performance so far. Yeah, he gets moved over to his natural position, maybe in-game, real deal, it counts. It's going to be a little bit different. He didn't just get beat on bull rushes by a bigger, stronger guy in Quinnen Williams. He didn't just get beat on speed moves by Will McDonald, a smaller, quicker guy. He got beat every which way. Those guys just took turns running around and or through him. McDonald both spun around him on a quickness move and bull rushed him, just picked him up by his pads basically and shoved him back into Aaron Rodgers to create a sack. Like, you could, it's one of those deals where if in golf they say the worst thing's a two-way miss, you don't know if you're going to miss it left or you're going to miss it right off the tee, so you can't plan for it. He's got a two-way inability to block. You can beat him with bull rushes. You can beat him with speed rushes. There isn't one thing where you say, all right, Broderick, you're not getting beat strength for strength. You are getting beat with quickness. Let's get an earlier pass set. Or the opposite. You're fine on speed rushes. You need to anchor yourself down. You need to plant your ass a little bit lower to the ground to handle some of these bull rushes you're getting. He can't block anybody right now. It is a big worry. It is the biggest worry coming out of that game because it runs concurrently with the biggest reason for optimism. Like, it's doubly bad because I think if Rodgers had looked pedestrian yesterday, say, and they had won like a defensive slog where he looked rusty and Jones looked bad too, you wouldn't feel as like urgent about Broderick Jones. But because Rodgers was so good in spite of Jones being so bad, it feels like an even more urgent problem because it feels like if he's bad, he will end up robbing them of something, judging by the way Rodgers played, that could be pretty fun and pretty special to watch.
412-928-9370 if you want to react to Broderick Jones. Mike Tomlin saying it could be better. Okay, yeah, we get it.
Well, one more thing about that before people and sound off here. I did think, I don't know if anybody else got this impression. I didn't really ask you what your impression was when we were both listening to it. I thought he could have crushed him a lot more than he did. I thought Tomlin gave the answer he gives when he wants to try to keep a player's confidence up and keep a player knowing that, like, hey, the coach has your back. You're still in his good graces. You're not, like, dogging it in practice or whatever. He immediately said, yeah, he could have been better, so could everybody else. We have seen him send messages about players he's really pissed at in the media.
Yeah.
I did not sense that as one of them. That's not how I took it. And believe me, I'm not saying that because I think Jones deserves to be defended. I'm trying to call it down the middle.
It's only one game. That's probably why. But to me, it's a continuation of what his entire career has been to this point. And he no longer has the excuse that they're playing him out of position. If he did this at right tackle, we could hammer the team for it. We can't harangue anybody but himself for the way this went. The thing that is going to constantly be brought up by me until his play changes is the fact that I have heard repeatedly from people. They don't think football is the priority it needs to be for him. They're absolutely people around him, and I would think inside the Steelers organization, that wonder if he's making the best use of his time when it comes to time spent away from the facility that should be used getting better at his job. And it was absolutely a concern, and I'll say the quiet part out loud because it is true, and anybody who denies it is full of it. And I'm not going to go into details here because I'm not allowed to, but believe me, it's a consideration, and it's something that they know about and they haven't been thrilled with in the past. So unless they've got new information on that makes them think, oh, yeah, this guy's doing everything in his power now to make himself the best left tackle possible, I'd be thrilled to hear that because I haven't heard that, and I know for a fact it was not that way the first 2 years of his Steelers career. It's harder for me to empathize with a guy like that, Chris. You don't hear Mike Tomlin throwing around the football justice card with Broderick Jones like he did with Kenny Pickett.
Are you implying, too, in there that there's something specific he does away from the field that they wish he would do less of or anything like that?
I think there probably is, yes.
I think you and I have both heard the same sort of rumblings that we would not be able to say with any certainty, but yes. And I don't know. Here's what I have trouble squaring with Broderick Jones. This is it. Whenever he's out there, and this is like a stupid metric, when it's like time to pick a running back up off the ground or time to dap up the quarterback because something good happened and you're engaged, you're celebrating, you're being team first. When Pickens would lose his mind last year and Jones was on the field, he was trying to separate him. It looks like there's a basic level of engagement and enthusiasm, right? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
He doesn't look like a malcontent on the field, like body language sucks, etc.
Yeah,
and so it's
you brought up the George Pickens thing. Look at the way he tried to get him back.
It's
focused and centered last year.
It's very hard for me to square the fact that guy who seems to give a crap on the field and be very engaged can't get it together and realize off the field that there's more that goes into being a big-time left tackle or offensive lineman than just being a big athletic dude. I would want to believe that he'd see the tape from week 1 here and say, this isn't good enough. I got to buckle down here and get rolling.
What's your level of concern in Broderick Jones? Mine is red alert. Mine's about as high as it can be. 412-928-9370. Here's Zach in New Kensington. Hello, Zach.
Hi, big fan.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm like DEFCON 5 over here with Broderick. I thought Dan Moore was bad, and this was a, slap in the face.
DEFCON goes in the other direction, though. If it's as bad as it can get, it's DEFCON 1, yeah. DEFCON 5 would be not that bad. He just gave up a couple pressures.
Thank you for clarifying the DEFCON rules for us, Malsey.
Yeah,
thank you for being our DEFCON expert.
In a while, so forgive me. I will say I would rather have Will McDonald than him right now. And then my other thought, just tell me what you think. Do you think that with Boswell kicking that 60-yarder, Tomlin's going to feel real bullish and start kicking at the 50-yard line, at the first quarter with 5 minutes left?
So attempting 68-yard field goals? No, I don't think he's going to.
No, it means 60-yarders. I think kicking it actually from the 50. I think Tomlin, if he's smart, should let Boswell decide exactly what he's going to do and when. I don't think Mike should ever say, I might be sacrificing field position if he misses. You should treat it as he's going to make every single kick.
I know this town loves talking offensive linemen, and so here's a chance to weigh in on Broderick Jones. We all watched it Sunday. How worried, how concerned are you by it? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. First caller says he is DEFCON 1. As concerned as you can possibly be. I pretty much co-sign that. 412-928-9370. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here is Sean Myers' first headline of the day.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Steelers bolstered their secondary earlier today, signing safety Jabril Peppers. He was a first-round pick of the Browns back in 2017. 99 career games for him. He played 6 with the Patriots a year ago. They made that move because Deshaun Elliott is out for the foreseeable future with a knee injury. Tonight, Pirates at Orioles, 6:35 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:40 right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Pony.
Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Thank you, Sean Myers. Weather Seal wants to take your old home and make it look like it's brand spanking new. And that's the facelift and the makeover that you can get when you go with new siding from Weather Seal. There are literally hundreds of colors to look at right now. You can get the exact look that you want. And now through the end of September, save 25% off your whole house siding job and get 60 months zero interest financing with approved credit. That's 5 years of no interest at all, not until the year 2030. Let's hope the football team wins a playoff game by then. And your new siding purchase includes Polar Wrap for great energy savings on your heating and cooling bills. This kind of promotion and offer is what makes Weather Seal my favorite home service company, the one I've used whenever I've needed something done to my house. So call today and save 25% on your whole house siding job, 60 months zero interest financing, same-day estimates available, 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Don't delay. Call today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party, a first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. Tailgate. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Micah Parsons played less than half the Packers' defensive snaps, but he made an immediate impact when he was on the field in Green Bay's big win over Detroit. He had 3 pressures and a sack, and he drew double teams to free up other guys as well. He seemed happy to be out of Dallas. We'll see how this ultimately plays out, but after one game, he feels like a potential missing piece for a serious Super Bowl contender in Green Bay. I'm Andrew Perloff.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the Big Cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients.
I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, MedMal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
Celebrate the month of September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res. When your drain is clogged, and I mean really clogged, call my friends at Sullivan Super Service. The heroes at Sullivan have been helping homeowners with stubborn drain clogs for more than 60 years. And right now, get Sullivan's hydro jetting service for $200, guaranteed to blast away clogs and grime, leaving your pipes sparkling clean. And after the hydro jet, Sullivan does a free camera inspection of your pipes to make sure that clog is totally gone. So when you've got a clogged drain, call Sullivan Super Service and ask for the hydro jet. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown hero.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hello, this is Hall of Famer Dick LeBeau, and you're listening to the #1 sports talk show in Pittsburgh, the PM Team, with Pony Mueller and Donnie Football. Go Steelers.
Happy birthday, Dick. I believe 83 years young, still going strong. And we appreciate the shout out. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. In 15 minutes, we are going to be joined by a man named John Costco. Why? Because he is the person responsible for grading Pro Football Focus's quarterbacks in Week 1. And he graded out Aaron Rodgers as one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL on Sunday. So we are going to interrogate the hell out of him.
He did play college ball at Kansas. He's a defensive back.
Well,
got to know how to stop him, right?
Fortunately for him, or for us, I should say, we're not trying to catch a ball over the middle. We are debating him. This is a rhetorical argument. And I don't see how he wins this one.
I have a pretty good idea of how it's going to go. He's going to say, this is my rubric. My rubric is ironclad, or I believe in it.
Your rubric sucks ass. You think that's a good comeback? You like that one, Sean?
That was a good one, yeah. He won't know what to say to that.
What if he just says, that's very juvenile of you. Why should I continue this interview?
And I'll say, you don't have to. And if he hangs up, well, then consider us all winners.
Right? You had a lot of those. You've had some fun ones when you've done national shows with pretty famous people saying obscene things to you and or hanging up. Simeon Rice, I believe.
Yep.
Didn't you have it out with Mark May
James
once?
Harrison's girlfriend.
She called in just as a regular caller, right?
Yep.
Then there was, of course, the late Texas Dolly Doyle Brunson who would just call in to give you takes.
Yeah, rip my picks.
I'd like that, though. That's a big flex for you.
On Twitter, do you think Broderick Jones is a bust? 79% of our listeners say yes. Yes, they do. Already putting him in the Kenny Pickett, Devin Bush, Artie Burns category.
It's trending in the wrong direction, and it frustrates me that a guy who appears to care on the field doesn't seem to think that you're supposed to extend that caring and professionalism off the field.
Do you think he's a bust? 412-928-9370. Here is Dave in Delmont. Hello, Dave.
Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I don't want to be Mr. Obvious, but, you know, as bad as he was getting beat on Sunday, was there ever a thought to give him a hand, maybe a
Kenneth Gainwell actually did that, like, without, I think, it being part of the scheme. He saw Jones get beat to the inside once and had a nice little chip to allow a play to continue.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I get it. You know what you're going to do, but, you know, sometimes you got to change it up. And when you see a guy getting beat that bad and you know Rodgers can't move, what are you doing? Not helping anybody block to help him. I
mean, I think the problem with that, Dave, the problem with that to some degree is, at least this would be my response maybe. One, you draft a guy in the first round at left tackle eventually, and you put him there finally because you expect him to be able to handle pass rushers one-on-one. That's the whole reason he's a first-round tackle. Two, the more you keep guys in to chip, the fewer things you can do offensively.
So think about what Mulsey just said there, Dave. If you count the quarterback, and you should, so that makes 5 offensive linemen plus the quarterback 6. If Darnell Washington stays in to block, that's 7. That would mean you'd have essentially 7 guys to block, maybe 4, which would mean on the passing play you'd have 7 defenders against 4 guys. How's anybody going to get open in that situation?
Okay, well, explain this to me. Down last year, the last 5 games, how were teams able to chip T.J. Watt and have 2 guys blocking him and move the ball on us like there's no problem?
They would say it's because their communication sucked and nobody knew what they were doing and nobody was on the same page.
Okay. Hey, by the way, he's a sumo wrestler. That's what he does. That's what he likes doing, and that's probably what he's going to do in his life.
Thank you, Dave.
Quick jump to sumo wrestler. Wasn't the whole point that he wasn't keeping enough weight on?
I saw sumo wrestling at the McAfee event. They do a lot of false starts. They look like they're ready to wrestle, but then they tap themselves out because they need to get
rehyped.
Yeah. I didn't know that until I actually saw it live. Did you know that, Sean?
Oh, yeah. I'm a big sumo guy.
So
I'll start with Yokozuna.
Wait, are you kidding right now?
Yes, I'm very much kidding, yes.
Could you name somebody other than
Akibono?
Akibono, isn't he the greatest sumo of all time?
I mean, he's my personal
He had the
favorite.
title of Yokozuna, I believe, which is like the highest honor in sumo.
For no joke, for one collision, it might take 15 minutes for them to get ready to do it.
That's not a good action to inaction ratio.
And then that collision probably lasts 15 to 30 seconds tops.
What are the rules of engagement for sumo? Like, do they have to, is it like in football, if you get your hands outside the pads, that's holding? Like, what are they allowed to and not allowed to do? Could you give the guy a Three Stooges eye poke while you're locked up?
No, you can't, but I think you're allowed to wrap up the guy if you can get your hands on him.
There's also, everyone assumes these guys are 600 pounds. Aren't there some dudes who are only 285?
I don't know that much about it.
I think there are some dudes that are very undersized, and they are real technique guys.
The
Low
ones,
man
the ones I
type
saw
of
at
things.
McAfee's thing here had to weigh at least 400 pounds a pop. They were some big men.
I mean, our guy Callis is a big guy, and honestly, I think if Callis went in there, I think he could knock some of these guys around.
Didn't that almost happen at one point?
Probably. He's got dancing.
Callis pursuing
sumo?
No, he did do judo.
He's got the dancing bare feet, man.
And his instructor said that there was potential for him to be a black belt. He called in and said that.
Yeah, on this show.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's Bill in the South Hills. Hello, Bill.
Hi. It's kind of funny. I just waited 12 minutes to talk about Jones, but you guys are talking about sumo. And it's kind of funny. My brother-in-law was just in Japan, and he went to a sumo class and sent us all a picture of him with a bunch of the guys with just that loincloth thing. It was pretty funny. But,
was it meant as a joke, or was he getting serious?
He's just like, these are my sumo buddies.
It was a joke.
Okay.
He's not really athletic. He's just kind of built like a sumo wrestler.
Ah, yes.
So it's kind of funny.
Gotcha.
All right.
But,
what do you got?
What I have is I'm one of the people where the jury is still out on Jones. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because it was his first real start, in a real game at the position he wants to play.
Yep.
And he was going against a high first-round All-Pro, and he gave up a sack on the first play. But he did show improvement. But what I also watched for is there was a little scrum after a special teams play. He sprinted onto the field and was one of the first people or tried to get in front. I don't know if he was looking to hit someone or to hold back players. You can't tell from the tape. But he was very engaged. He also shows that on a sideline.
Bill, I said that kind of, and that's why I, as his biggest supporter, get frustrated. He is engaged on game day. I don't question that Broderick Jones, during the 60 minutes he's playing, wants to be good, wants to help his team win, wants to keep his teammates focused on the task at hand. What does have me anxious, and Pony has alluded to it, and I've heard some of the same stuff, is that he does not have nearly that level of focus, professionalism, etc. outside football.
Former offensive linemen that watch him are just baffled by how bad his technique is.
Right,
and
the
they
stuff
do
that
not
he's
understand how his technique has not gotten better.
Exactly.
Now, this is not something that I am going to pretend to profess to be an expert on because I'm not anywhere close to it. But I know people who are, and they are constantly, chronically bothered by the fact that here he is in year 3, and his technique is no better than it was at right tackle. The excuse there was, all right, maybe footwork, blah, blah, blah. It's not his natural side. The technique is still not up to par.
And that's what, I mean.
And if he's engaged, why is that?
If he's engaged off the field at trying to become a better football player, you would think he could fix that. Honestly, you know what you needed? Dan Moore's want to be great, the professionalism away from the field.
You need a Mike Munchak, Mulsey.
Well, you also need somebody who just can get through one-on-one to Broderick Jones and say, you might have all the talent in the world, so does everybody you're trying to block. You're either going to work hard to figure it out away from, the 60-minute game every week, or you're not.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. The man responsible for Aaron Rodgers' crappy PFF quarterback grade joins us next. But first, a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. Monday Night Football last night went in favor of the Minnesota Vikings, 27-24 over the Chicago Bears. J.J. McCarthy had 3 total touchdowns in the victory for the Vikes. Pirates at O's tonight, 6:35 the first pitch. Kyle Bradish will be throwing it. Mike Burrows opposes for Pittsburgh. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:40 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. If you want to check out more, you can visit 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Mr. Sean Myers. I'd like to tell you about Awaken 180 weight loss, as a matter of fact, right now. And my story was probably like many of yours, actually, when it comes to weight loss. I would lose a few pounds here or there. I might even lose 10 or 15 if I was really diligent, but invariably the weight would creep back in because I was either severely restricting the calories or just generally doing something not even remotely sustainable. It was a complete outlier in my life. Then I discovered Awaken 180, and there's a reason that Awaken 180 is the long-term solution for weight loss, because while you're on the program, after you're done with the program and in the maintenance phase, it just fits into your life. Your coach comes up with the plan, then you execute the plan. By the way, my plan, not the same as Donnie's, not the same as Paul Alexander's. It's unique to you, how much weight you want to lose, the time frame, everything else. You execute that plan. You watch the pounds fall off. You check in every week with your coach while you're on the program for support, for any questions you might have. And you just keep watching that number go down. You keep feeling better. And that just creates this very positive feedback loop that helps you keep going. Worked for me, and I know it can work for you as well. Find out more at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options, to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beautyrest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories. plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. Ends September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
Red 42, hut, hut, hike. We're kicking off the Big Drive sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty, and you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details. Ends 9/30/2025.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your local convenience store has brought back your local favorite. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and get one of their family recipe pepperoni rolls. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, we're just playing to win the game. Certainly, if opportunity presents itself from a matchup standpoint, we're open to it, but we don't feel obligated for participation. This is not Little League football. We're going to assimilate a group that we think is capable of winning certain matchups in certain moments. And certainly, Cole has had a good process. We're happy to have him back from injury, and I'm sure he'll get an opportunity in the not-too-distant future.
One of three nominees for our PM team Tomlinism of the Week. This is not Little League football. Mike Tomlin explaining why Cole Holcomb got no reps on defense at linebacker, while Peyton Wilson was having a horrendous day. One former Steeler player who played on Super Bowl teams told me it was one of the worst games he's ever seen by a Steelers linebacker, and that he was embarrassed for Peyton Wilson watching that game. I'm not sure what Peyton Wilson's PFF grade was for Sunday. Other nominees for Tomlinism of the Week.
So I'm certainly not a ball treatment specialist.
I'm certainly not a ball treatment specialist. And
can't say enough about Walker and his pad level.
Can't say enough about Walker and his pad level. Loving the pad level of one of Seattle's
I think he
running
also
backs.
said that he loved Walker's running posture.
Well, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month, $2.50. That is. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We will get into the Tyreek Hill Steelers rumors later on this hour, but we found this out live on the air yesterday at Pro Football Focus, and we've had great relationships with guys like Steve Palazzolo over the years, came out and gave Aaron Rodgers one of the worst grades by a quarterback in Week 1. 28th out of 33 quarterbacks who played. Chris and I started the show by saying that Aaron Rodgers was the reason why the Steelers won the game. We thought Aaron Rodgers was the Steelers' best player on Sunday. Meanwhile, PFF gave him numerically the same exact grade as Broderick Jones in Sunday's game. John Costco from Pro Football Focus does the quarterback grades, or is part of the team that does, and he joins us right now. John, explain to us why Aaron Rodgers got one of the lowest QB grades on Sunday.
Yeah, he was 26th, not 28th.
Well, I'm getting that information from Mulsey.
John, I was just looking at it today where it had McCarthy and Williams both above him. That's why I put 28th. And then I know Zach Wilson technically got in there and was below him as well in 9 scintillating throws or whatever.
Well, I take it all back. He's 26th. We're all good then, John. We don't have a beef anymore.
Yep. All right. See you later.
Exactly. We're good, right? I think it's good to understand how the grades come about, right? So Aaron Rodgers, I wouldn't say had a bad game, and you can have a bad single grade game without having a bad game, and the way that happens is basically what you're asked to do in the offense that you're running. I think that Rodgers, made all the throws that not all, but most of the throws that he wanted to make. One of the things that doesn't show up on the stat sheet is a dropped interception that he had late in the fourth quarter when they were down by 2 points on their game-winning drive. He was attempting to throw the ball away. It went into the hands of the Jets defender, and he just dropped it. That very well could have ended the game for the Steelers right there. And so that is heavily downgraded, and it doesn't show up in the stat. But you look at what he was able to do, from what they were asking him to do. He had 9 screen passes. They were all caught, went for about 50 yards. And then without the screen passes in there, he was 13 for 21 for 196 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's not bad by any means, but it's obviously, he's asked to throw a lot of screen passes. And when you're asked to do that, and you maybe don't throw anything big down the field and have any sort of a lot of throws that are, beating the second level of the defense, your grade isn't just going to be all that great.
Well,
so
and that's fine. I do somewhat get where you're coming from. I did not expect necessarily one of the touchdown passes was pretty much a handoff to Jonnu Smith. So if you guys said, look, it was not quite Josh Allen-esque or Justin Herbert-esque, I would say, okay, I can understand that to some degree. Where you guys lose me is, how could Cam Ward, who completed 12 of 28 for 112 yards and literally sacked his team out of field goal range in the fourth quarter, how in the world could he have had a better game than Aaron Rodgers? John, I can't reconcile that.
So it's again, I think it's more understanding how the grades come about, right? If Cam Ward makes a dime throw down the field, that's we would consider a big time throw. Maybe he gets a +1 or a +1.5. I don't think he had any 1.5s, but just as an example, but it gets dropped. Obviously, that goes down on a stat sheet as an incompletion, but it goes on to his wide receiver. We saw it happen a couple of times in that game where he made a couple of really good throws, but they were not completed. In terms of the Aaron Rodgers, if you look at each one of his touchdowns, he had the screen pass that went for a touchdown. The touchdown he had. First touchdown he had over the middle of the field, the Jets busted at coverage, and it was a walk-in touchdown. The second touchdown he had was, like you said, to Jonnu Smith, which is a walk-in for him as well. And then even the third touchdown that was down the field beginning of the fourth quarter, a couple minutes later after the Jonnu Smith one, was another busted type of coverage where 21 bit hard on the play action. He was wide open in the end zone. So,
shouldn't he get credit for the play action fake to get the guy to bite in?
So, that play action fake is not. We're not grading how well he does a play action fake. He stuck the hand out there. It's on the cornerback more so to read the offensive line, because if you're reading your keys properly as a defensive back, you shouldn't be coming screaming up when the high hats are for the offensive line. So from a play action standpoint, every quarterback in the NFL is able to make a play action fake. Maybe Rodgers is slightly better than the rest of the league at doing that. And I think there is something to him doing that, but he gets credit for making the throw and finding the open receiver. He's just not going to get as big of a grade in that type of a play as you would say he's throwing it into tight, beating tight coverage and layering it over a couple of defenders. So he gets a positive grade per play. It's just not a big time throw type of throw in that case.
John,
like I said, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I have a couple quick hitter questions before a more expansive one. Is it fair? Would it be fair for me to say that if you were handing out or credit for how the Steelers' passing game performed, you'd almost say credit goes to Arthur Smith for drawing up some good stuff, and then almost discredit goes to the Jets secondary then for biting on fakes, things like that. Is that fair? Just kind of yes or no thought?
I mean, yeah. I think as a quick hitter, yes. I think also Rodgers executed the game plan really well. The throws that he had downfield, a couple of them were really easy. He missed a couple downfield. And then the way we grade, if you're throwing short of the sticks, generally giving, like we kind of say that quarterbacks, if they're throwing short of the sticks, are expected to make those throws or be at least accurate with those throws. He was accurate with them. They generally don't get a big positive grade, which is part of the problem there. So.
John, can a big-time throw be like a fairly short throw? Like if he zips one in down the middle to Freiermuth early in the game to convert a 3rd and 10, for example, and I know like DK Metcalf had just converted or later converted one on a catch and run, but he rips one into a tight window where maybe it's 9 yards beyond the sticks. Can that even by PFF grading be a big-time throw, or is it not a deep enough throw into the second level of the defense to qualify?
It can. So I can't remember off the top of my head that specific play. So when it comes to a big-time throw, multiple factors come into play. How good is the coverage? How deep is the throw? And how difficult kind of that throw is. Okay. If the coverage, kind of busts it and it's wide open, sure, it's harder to get that big time of a throw, right? If it's threading a needle and it's, you're saying, like you said, it's 9 yards past the stick, generally that would get a big time throw if it's tight coverage and you're that far down, that far past the sticks.
Question about the dropped interception. I mean, we all saw the play, but this is something I'm legit curious about. And for the record, I am a premium stats subscriber, so you were talking to a largely friendly voice here, and we do use the PFF stats. So he's getting pressured on that ball that he throws away. Like he's under pretty heavy duress. Does that not get the quarterback, I don't want to say absolution here, but does that not help the quarterback or lessen the negative grade if he's very much under duress on a throw that ends up being a turnover-worthy play? Like as opposed to, say, Cam Ward drops back and throws it just right at a guy and the guy drops it for an interception instead of taking it to the house, for example.
Yeah, so let's talk about the J.J. McCarthy pick six last night, right? That gets the absolute worst grade that we can give to a quarterback. Because he went right to the cornerback, and the guy just basically walked it in for a touchdown. That, regardless if he would have caught that or dropped it, he gets that same grade. So that's the lowest of the low that you can get for a grade from a quarterback. Rodgers, on the other hand, is not going to get that severe of a downgrade on that type of play. Partially, he is under pressure. There is a decision that he can make to throw this more out of bounds and not make it leave it into the field of play. Part of it is, he's actively trying to, I don't know if he was actively trying to throw it to that receiver that was behind him, or he was trying to throw it away, but he could make a better attempt to throw it away and keep it safe. So I think the what you have to kind of juggle there is that pressure affecting him so much that he couldn't throw it away? Or was it just affecting him a little bit where he still had an opportunity to throw it away safely versus leaving it into the field play right to a defender?
John Costco with us here from Pro Football Focus. They had Aaron Rodgers rated out as the 26th best quarterback in Week 1, even though Aaron Rodgers led the Steelers to victory with a horrible offensive line in front of him and absolutely no run game to speak of. John, you guys think Bryce Young played better than Aaron Rodgers, huh?
So, again, I would say, individual game grades are it depends. It always depends on, what you're asked to do in that game and what happens with the defense, right? So
by that logic, using that rubric, he did, because he did what he was asked to better than Rodgers did, no?
Yeah, right. I would say so. Part of it is did this player make turnover-worthy throws? Was his team also on top of making their catches downfield as well? So, there's an aspect of, is he taking bad sacks versus not? I don't think Rodgers took any sacks that were really his fault. I think it was all four of those that he took were his offensive line.
Yes.
Again, I'd have to Bryce Young's game to see on an individual basis what he was doing that maybe was good versus bad. He, obviously wasn't a good outcome for the Carolina Panthers, but you don't when you grade an individual player on every single play. Is he executing the throw that he's being asked to make? And if it's yes, generally, you then grade it based off of that. And if it's no and he's going outside of structure, then you kind of
So if I'm going to put this in kind of layman's terms, the throws that were there for Rodgers Sunday against the Jets were basically so easy because guys were open and the Jets secondary, either the play call was good enough or the defense was bad enough, that the vast majority, if not all, NFL quarterbacks would have had similar success, if not better success in that offense. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair. That is fair. Now, it doesn't take into consideration Rodgers maybe adjusting the play at the line of scrimmage and checking into that play because we don't know, we're not trying to predict, the audibles that are going on out there, right?
Yes.
Sometimes they're dummy calls. You just never know, right?
Yes.
I would say that Rodgers probably gets you into better plays on a more consistent basis than Bryce Young does or Caleb Williams or Michael Penix, et cetera, right? I would have to imagine that Aaron Rodgers is much better at doing that and getting you into the right play.
But if the Steelers had Spencer Rattler, let's say at quarterback, it would not have been unreasonable to expect him to have 244 yards and 4 touchdowns as well.
If they're having the same exact plays, correct. I would think you'd have a different kind of game plan with Spencer Rattler than you would with Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Right. So you knew Rodgers could execute this game plan, and he did. Right. I would say he did. He had one. This bad throw. He missed a handful of throws that were downfield.
Did you guys have him for any good throws?
No. We did not have him.
No good throws.
Any big time throws. We didn't have him for any big time throws. He got a lot of positive throws. That ones that he was able to complete downfield. But we didn't have him as a specific big time throw. And the one that you're talking about, the Freiermuth, I can't remember it off the top of my head. I'll have to go back and look.
How about back shoulder to Calvin Austin inside the 10-yard line? No?
So that one he left. I remember this one specifically because he left it low and Calvin Austin had to reach over the helmet of the defender that was right there. And so if he doesn't do that, that's bouncing off the back of the helmet of that guy.
So better catch than throw there.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, John. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for letting me come on and try to explain.
John Costco from PFF.
Do you get the sense that John, the little laugh at the end there, does he get a call or two every single Tuesday in an NFL city? And
Sean, he's out of his mind.
And the expressed purpose is, what the hell is this grade?
He just said, I could have put it this way. If you put Kenny Pickett in that offense Sunday, it would have been reasonable to expect him to throw 4 touchdowns against that defense.
Here's my problem.
Those plays.
Here's my problem with the grade. You are grading it saying the Rattler question's a great one. If you drop him in, you can expect that he would have had 244 and 4, and he had to point out, well, the game plan's different, and maybe he wouldn't check into certain plays. When you evaluate it based on, okay, what was the play and did he execute a throw, that doesn't give Rodgers any of the credit for perhaps checking into that play, executing, getting to a play that's going to work.
So he gets no credit for his
example,
brain.
Here's something I would give Rodgers a ton of credit for, and maybe we're just scarred here because we've watched some really bad quarterback play. The play Skoranek scored on and the play Calvin Austin caught for a touchdown are the exact same play. The first time, they didn't go with Skoranek underneath, Rodgers hit him. The second time, they were going with the underneath man in that route, and they left Austin alone. Because if you look at the Skoranek touchdown, it's the exact same play, and he knew where to go with the ball each time.
So,
to me,
you're right.
That is a big, high-level quarterbacking play.
So to paraphrase there, he basically said the 2 biggest reasons why Rodgers had a good afternoon was Arthur Smith's play calling, the Jets having a sucky pass defense. Then the third reason, there's a huge drop-off, and then you get to Aaron Rodgers, right? Arthur Smith, Jets suck, drop off Aaron Rodgers.
I didn't think that the back shoulder to Austin was the best back shoulder ball I've ever seen, and Rodgers is a specialist at it, so fine. I'll live with that. But, man, I didn't want to go further down the rabbit hole because the YouTube comments here are a mix of, please don't do that to us again, and Mulsey, why are you being so nice to this guy? But I would love to know if they have some sort of empirical, analytical way to determine a big-time throw. Because honestly, for a site that is very much crunch the data, and I do like it, and honestly, it's worth the money that I spend on it just to have talking points for the show, Pony. way too many of the big-time throw designations or lack thereof are just like on vibes.
Did he say he made no good throws?
No big-time throws. That is a graded metric by them.
Did he say good or did he say big time?
Big time throws.
Okay.
He said no big-time throws. He had lots of positively graded throws, but like there's a grading threshold where a throw ceases, Pony, to be good and elevates itself to big time.
Can listen to us on demand if you want to hear that interview back on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast at the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Can listen to Pop and Joe tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 93.7thefan.com podcasting page. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. What do you know? The high here today is Broderick Jones, 77. All right, we're a few minutes away from the big Steelers trade report. Is Tyreek Hill coming to the Steelers? We'll break that down with new information. But first, I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook betting partner of the NFL. The lines are out for week 2. Off the top of your head, what do you think the line is for Steelers Seahawks? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Time's up. It's only a 2.5-point spread. Steelers 1-0. Seahawks 0-1, going to be a 10 a.m. start for the Seahawks. And the Steelers are not even a field goal favorite. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. If you win on FanDuel, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the FanDuel app today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You finally did it. You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford and from a local, family-owned business that has been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
It's game time, Pennsylvania. The playbook for this season's action is on DraftKings Casino. Play thousands of popular slots for a shot at jackpots. Over $400 million has already been awarded. New players get 500 spins on Huff and More Puff over 10 days. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And claim your spins after your first $5 wager. Get in the game with DraftKings Casino, home of the largest jackpot win in online history. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for a featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends October 5th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Gurgling noises from sink drains, recurring clogs, backups, and bad odors from your main line drain shouldn't be ignored. These can be a sign you have a problem in your sewer line. You need to call the honest sewer and drain experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. McVeigh fixes your problems fast and fixes it right. Already know you have a sewer problem? Call McVeigh for a free second opinion or any sewer line repair or installation. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today. That's McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit callmcveigh.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, big Steelers news today. Mike Tomlin announcing that Deshaun Elliott and Derek Carman will miss Sunday's game against the Seahawks. To make up for the loss of Elliott, the Steelers signed former Brown, former Giant, former Patriot Jabril Peppers today. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
He's grown in all areas. He's a guy that was really limited in his rookie year due to injury, and in spite of that, saw dramatic improvement between year one and year two. And he's such a good professional, has such a good relationship with the game. It's reasonable to expect that to continue. DK gets a lot of attention, schematic attention, personnel attention, and so it created some real opportunities for Calvin, and I know he's game and ready for that.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hour 2 of the PM team. That is Mike Tomlin singing the praises of Calvin Austin, who made all kinds of plays against the Jets, caught a touchdown pass. He drew a pass interference penalty on that final drive that got the Steelers close to field goal range, and then he probably drew another one that went uncalled. However, that is still not stopping the endless churn of Steelers wide receiver speculation. Mike Florio, who joins us every Wednesday, Pro Football Talk, NFL on NBC, reporting that there is new trade chatter about Tyreek Hill exiting Miami, and the two teams that are front and center in all this are Hill's former team, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we've already seen the Steelers go to the Dolphins and fleece them. They got 2 for 1. Jonnu Smith caught a touchdown. Jalen Ramsey broke up a pass to win the game. Micah Fitzpatrick's debut in Miami had the Colts scoring on every single possession. The first time that had happened in a Week 1 game since 1977.
Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck literally have never done that with the Colts.
And Daniel Dimes did it in Game 1.
So things are going great with the Dolphins is what you're saying.
And the Steelers might want some more, according to this report. Now, there's a lot to talk about with Tyreek Hill. He has not had a big catch. I don't know how PFF grades what constitutes a big-time catch, but he has not had one of those statistically since Week 1 of last year. That's the last time he's caught a ball that's either traveled 30 yards in the air or was a catch and run of 30 yards. But the advanced metrics on this, we know we love those. ESPN said last year that Tyreek Hill was the 8th best player in the NFL at getting open. Now, why didn't he have better numbers? Tua missed 6 games.
Tua also sometimes underthrows him when he's wide open.
Yes, Tua got hurt and played at less than 100% in several other games. And in the games he didn't play, Tyler Huntley, who's not on an NFL roster, and the Steelers' camp arm turned preseason.
Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley you're talking about
camp
and besmirching?
Arm turned preseason darling. Skylar Thompson was the other guy who started games there last year. In those 6 games, those 2 quarterbacks threw 3 touchdowns. So they had a major quarterback problem that Jonnu Smith took advantage of because they got rid of the ball fast. Tyreek Hill was not able to hit those big plays. So I think he still got it. I don't think he has it quite like he used to, but I don't think he's washed by any means. The other thing that I just feel obligated to point out is the story that's on ESPN.com today that says the following. Tyreek Hill accused of domestic violence by estranged wife. Dated September 9th, that's today, 10:08 a.m. Tyreek Hill's estranged wife has alleged in court filings that he committed domestic violence, which the Dolphins receiver has vehemently denied. According to documents obtained by TMZ, she alleges 8 separate incidents of domestic violence in filings related to the couple's divorce case. Hill's lawyer called this a shakedown and said it was an attempt to generate bad media coverage. Unfortunately for Tyreek Hill in this situation, he doesn't have a sterling track record. That's why he was a 5th-round pick, and that's why he played college football at like a NAIA school and not one of the best college football factories in the country. So
he also, at the end of this ESPN story, it just points out Hill, 31, was also in a physical altercation with a Haulover Marina employee in June 2023, and a separate lawsuit alleges he broke a social media influencer's leg that same month. Busy June, allegedly.
His house also burned down.
He also had that detained after he was stopped for speeding that went very viral.
So there's a lot of things that have happened to Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
We saw him lashing out during the Colts game. He wants the same thing Jalen Ramsey got, which is a one-way ticket out of town. So, look, I mean, there's a lot to consider here. The Steelers have won Super Bowls with guys who aren't exactly going to go into the Good Guy Hall of Fame or win Walter Payton Man of the Year awards. So we sacrifice, and we don't always pick teams based on our scruples. The guy can still play, and he's probably available for a lot less than he's worth. Because the other thing with the Dolphins is they might look at this like our team morale blows. And as crazy as this sounds, maybe we can repair that by getting rid of this guy. Because he's got a horrible relationship with our quarterback. And he's the one right now that is like the face, as far as players go, of the discord and malcontentness that exists with the Dolphins. So I would expect Tyreek Hill to get traded, just like Devontae Adams last year with the Raiders, Chris, where it was a foregone conclusion that he wasn't going to finish the season there. And I believe he would make the Steelers better. I mean,
how much would you give up for him?
Well, it's not a great contract. There's a chance you'd want to get out of the contract after this year, and I think the dead cap hit is $15 million, which is not like too onerous.
Cap hit for the rest of this year is $27. For this year total is $27 million. The cap hit.
The cap hit for them is that because of signing bonuses. I don't know if it is for the Steelers.
$10 million base, 6.5 signing, 6.2 restructure. So 1.8 roster that's presumably already been paid out. So it's closer
10.
to the 10.
Yeah, it's 10. They can afford that. Prorated over the rest of the season whenever he gets moved.
How much would you go up in a trade?
I said on Twitter 4th round because that's the easy one for me to just say I'd do it. It's once you get into the day 2 picks when you don't have a future quarterback yet that makes it harder for me. Plus, I'm not a capologist, even though I stayed at a blank Express last night. I feel like some of those comp picks are tied to how much these free agents who left the Steelers play. And it looks like Dan Moore is going to play the whole year. And it looks like there's a good chance Justin Fields is going to play the whole year.
Moore with a worse PFF grade yesterday than Broderick Jones.
Oh, my God, really?
Yep.
I don't know about Russell Wilson. I don't know about Najee Harris.
Ain't looking good for Russell Wilson.
And it's not looking good for Najee either. He was the third running back that came into that game on Friday.
Correct.
So the free agent math in terms of these extra picks might actually not look as good, which would make me want to hoard some of those picks even more. So that's my way of saying...
You wouldn't want him here, ultimately.
Nah, you could twist my arm and I'd probably do it
But only on your terms.
Yeah.
It sounds like you'd only want him, which means if you're only saying I'd do it only on the terms that I am completely comfortable with, you don't really want him here.
Well, hold on. A first-round pick is out of the question. Complete non-starter. Everybody knows that. A second-round pick for me is a non-starter. I'm not trading what I gave up to get DK Metcalf for this guy at 31 years old with all the baggage that we just pointed out. So a third-round pick, and if you feel confident about the Steelers that it's going to be a late third, I could probably sign off on that. I wouldn't be like feeling like we got another one over on the Dolphins, but I could live with that, a third-round pick.
I mean, answering this from the perspective of they've won Super Bowls with, frankly, bad guys playing pivotal roles on their team, I'm not going to sit here and clutch pearls and say, how could they bring in Tyreek Hill? They've had probably equally bad or worse people play for this franchise. In fact, I think I can almost unequivocally say that they have. That having been said, one of the things I said that I felt like was nice in yesterday's game was that I didn't have to worry about the sideline cameras catching a Steelers wide receiver ready to have a complete meltdown because they were open and didn't get the ball. And I think Rodgers' reputation is a big reason for that. But I also think they just excised a player in George Pickens who probably would have done that regardless of who his quarterback was. I don't know. I would probably pass unless it was for like a fifth. Like if the Dolphins were just desperate to get rid of him. But here's the thing. I think the team that probably feels like they need him even more because they feel closer to a Super Bowl and they have absolutely nothing right now in terms of wide receiver playmakers, also knows him better than anybody else.
But
kept him happier.
I agree, but the difference there is Rashee Rice is going to come back, and the Worthy injury isn't as bad. So you've got Rice, you've got Worthy, you've got Kelsey there. Here you've got Hill, you've got tight end. I mean, here you've got Metcalf, excuse me. You've got a bunch of tight ends. And you've got Calvin Austin, who's coming off a really good game. But if I'm Tyreek Hill, I'm thinking to myself,
all those guys, etc.
I'm like a great wide receiver, too, who is not going to have to worry about defenses, sending a ton of attention my way because I've got DK Metcalf on the other side.
Or vice versa, he still has the fear factor and people send the attention his way, and then DK Metcalf.
Ultimately, I'd rather play with Mahomes again because there's proof of concept, as you like to say.
He has no choice in the matter.
But exactly, but what I'm saying is, off of one game, I would not feel like Pittsburgh is another Siberia. I would feel like there would be a role for me in that offense.
Rodgers has juice with players because he's got 4 MVPs, the bottom line. Do you think he ends up here? Because I don't, for the record. I think the Chiefs still feel like they're just a Tyreek Hill away from being potentially loaded on offense if they're all healthy.
If you make me decide yes or no, I'm going to say no because I do think Kansas City will do more. But I'm also not going to poo-poo this because of the way the Steelers have acted when it comes to acquiring players in the last couple of years.
I would love
under
to
Omar
know,
Khan and Mike Tomlin.
Having just obviously greenlit, because he has to greenlit anything like this, the trade away of George Pickens, and knowing what Hill's off-field dossier looks like, and the fact that on the field he can be pretty demonstrably pissed off when he doesn't feel like things are going his way. I would love to know what Mike thinks of it. Because you would think Mike would look at the George Pickens experiment as a failure that reflects somewhat poorly on him and wouldn't want to go down that road again.
My knee-jerk reaction and gut reaction to what you just said is Mike would look at it like, I'm highly compensated for a reason. He's an immense talent. I can coach it out of him.
Okay.
I think
he's so far heretofore been unable to coach Broderick Jones, another very talented player, into being a good offensive lineman in the NFL.
I think his hubris, though, is that he can always do it. And his reputation in the NFL, and his reputation is the NFL is that he mostly does. So that doesn't
I know.
He hasn't been humbled in that regard, Chris.
By the way, here's a very good point from Steve J in the YouTube comments today. If the Chiefs end up 0-2 to start the season, very real chance that happens.
They play Philly on Sunday.
And they look lifeless on offense against Philly, also a very real chance that happens.
That they trade by Monday.
I think that's a very astute point by Steve. If they're 0-2 and desperate, they will absolutely pick up the phone. What's his name? Chris Greer down there?
Yes.
Call him up, and Brett Veach will say, let me make you an offer you
Who's
can't
the
refuse.
longest-standing GM in NFL history without a playoff win?
Chris Greer?
Yeah.
Would you call him the Marvin Lewis of then? Like, isn't Marvin Lewis longest tenured without a playoff win? Yeah.
Thumbs up or thumbs down on Tyreek Hill? 412-928-9370. That is the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're 2 minutes away from your calls. We'll come back at 3:30 with an insider in Miami who knows Tyreek Hill and knows the Dolphins. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Steelers signed safety Jabril Peppers today, in part because of an injury to safety Deshaun Elliott, who will be out this upcoming week. Pirates at Orioles tonight, 6:35, the first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli is at 5:40 right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you. I would like to tell you right now about Universal Windows Direct. They can help you with the household projects, specifically with your windows at Universal Windows Direct. If those windows are letting in too much of the cold air from outside, if they are forcing too much of the warm air to leak outside So you got that vice versa thing going, all the bad stuff happening. You need to call Universal Windows Direct. You need to get their Super Spacer technology on your Windows pronto, because that Super Spacer technology that Universal Windows Direct has allows their Windows to perform better and last longer. And guess what? They've got an unbelievable offer this September to take advantage of. Buy 2 Windows, get 2 free. There is no limit. You need 20 Windows, you're only paying for 10 plus 0% financing for 3 years. And when you schedule now, how about $500 off your entire home improvement project? Now is the time. Do not wait to do this right now. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Book your free estimate today, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my Windows.
Join us September 14th at 6 a.m. for I'm Listening, an Odyssey event hosted by Carson Daly, featuring some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news, alongside the nation's top mental health professionals. Hear both stories and the reminder that talk saves lives, because you are not alone. Brought to you by Prasad Center, advancing the mental health needs of the region with pride and promise for over 50 years.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
An earlier accident on the Parkway East inbound is backing up the route before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to Churchill. The Parkway East outbound is brake lights from Technology Drive, also heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yo, this is Larry Foote, 2-time Super Bowl champ. You're listening to the PM team on 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, you are. 15 minutes away from a Dolphins Hall of Fame insider on what's going on with Tyreek Hill. Mike Florio said the Steelers and Kansas City Chiefs are front and center here, with Tyreek Hill wanting out of Miami badly after a 33-8 whooping by the Colts on the Dolphins Sunday. The Fan's going to showcase a different community each Saturday through their Youth Football Showcase, a special visit from the members of the Fan staff. All you have to do is email youthsports@937thefan.com with your group name, your group's main contact info, and potential dates. Details are there, 937thefan.com now, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Saloni's Italian Bread, and Pellman Electric. We did get an email from the Pro Football Focus guest we had on, John Costco, the lead analyst there at Pro Football Focus, who broke down Aaron Rodgers' game and said he was the 26th best quarterback in the NFL on Sunday. And the email started with, "Thanks for having me on." So he enjoyed the fact that I was asking him questions like, can you explain to me how Cam Ward had a better game than Aaron Rodgers on Sunday?
It's still like publicity. The old any publicity is good publicity. I always feel like we're in an interrogation room in situations like that.
Yeah, you went good cop on him. Like, you were the guy that was offering him coffee and donuts there.
Somebody's got to be the good cop. If we're both bad cops, he might just shut down and we get nothing.
You were the one that threw him a pack of cigarettes to get him to spill the beans. You thought if you went that route, he might confess in the middle of it. All right, I actually just hate Aaron Rodgers and wanted to give him a good grade. It was personal. It had nothing to do with the game he played.
I threw out there, it would have been the equivalent of my fellow detective here. He gets a little emotional, but I subscribe to your theories. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, you definitely sucked up them. Did you know that I spend money because I think your analysis is that valuable?
Pony, it's all in the name of getting the best interview we can out of the man.
Barber Football Focus, and it was brought to my attention, ranked the following quarterbacks as the best in the NFL in Week 1. This is a new football service that I believe is a veteran-owned business that polls the football opinions of barbers worldwide. I don't know if you've heard about this.
10,000 barbers, as a matter of fact, are used to aggregate football opinions.
They had Joe Burrow as the number 1 quarterback.
Okay.
They had C.J. Stroud as the number 2 quarterback.
Interesting. Tough day for that Texans offense, but
they had Justin Fields as the number 3 quarterback.
Understandable. Didn't Joe Burrow, by the way, only have 7 yards of offense, his Bengals in the second
He
half?
did complete 70% of his passes. Actually, no, he didn't. He completed 61%.
Okay, who else?
And dead last was J.J. McCarthy. They were not impressed by what they saw.
Very interesting,
from him.
as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
I did see PFF. There was a schism between P and BFF.
Oh, is there?
PFF rated DeWanda Jones the worst offensive tackle in the entire league this week.
Yeah, the Browns' mammoth tackle.
As a matter of fact, BFF gave him the highest grade ever received by a Barber Football Focus player.
I mean, I think at this point our listeners would trust Barbers to rank quarterbacks more than they would the people at Pro Football Focus. Here is Joe in Greensburg. Hello, Joe.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I have 2 observations I want to bring up. One of the things
Can you take us off speakerphone? I can barely hear you. You're very muffled.
Is that better now?
Yes,
much better. Much better.
Excellent. Thank you. The first thing I did when I finished the game was I looked at the snap counts, and one of the things I noticed is that the 3 tight ends, there wasn't much 13 personnel ran. They split them up almost half and half and half with the 3 tight ends. So what I was wondering about is that Jones, did he have his most trouble when Darnell Washington was out of the game? And
it's a good question. My rebuttal to that is I think there are enough people who do a good job of watching back and combing through these plays who are former offensive linemen who watch the Steelers that if Broderick Jones performed better when Darnell Washington was helping him, they would have pointed that out and said, hey, let's continue to do that for the next game. But there was really very little to no analysis done on the help or lack thereof Broderick Jones got from Washington on Sunday.
Okay, then in the second follow-up question, which is I think you're going to be talking about over the next couple of weeks, and it'll probably get really annoying after a while. Do you put Darnell Washington in place for Broderick Jones? And where do you which tackle would you put him in?
No, you cannot do that. You can't do that.
You cannot teach a guy to play tackle.
This isn't
right
like O'Neal Cruz moving to center field for the Pirates.
Also, even if you could, hypothetically, Aaron Rodgers, your quarterback, is already on record as saying he's playing the right position now because he purportedly likes throwing him the football.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Visit them at southhillskia.net. One of the biggest NFL insiders, a man who is a Hall of Fame voter, based in Miami, has covered the Dolphins going all the way back to the days of Dan Marino. He has the scoop on Tyreek Hill. Is there really a chance he's a Pittsburgh Steeler very soon? He'll tell us next. But first, a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates return to action tonight in Baltimore against the Orioles. 6:35 the first pitch. Mike Burrows for the Buccos. Kyle Bradish opposes for the O's. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli is at 5:40 right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Pony.
A lot of Pittsburghers out there have an older home, and with that garage, things that drive you nuts, like cracked concrete, peeling epoxy, or paint. The people out there that can fix that lickety-split are my friends at Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. Right now, take advantage of their end-of-year garage sale. Right now, you'll get the best price of the year guaranteed, starting with $750 off. Here's what I love about this company. When you call them to fix your garage, they'll be in and out in one day. This is not one of these companies that subcontracts, where you've got somebody with very little experience who does the job. No, these are certified, uniformed employees. So if you're ready to have a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire again, you need to get in touch with my friends at Comer and Cross. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to Comer and Cross, COMER Cross.com.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all
gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Back to work, school, it's happening. Real life. Routine shouldn't be a bad word. How about winning rhythm? Lose weight every week with Awaken 180 and looking forward each day and every weigh-in. Fast results. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and stories from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird and Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Later this hour, Steelers signed the new safety today, who comes with some rave reviews. We will dive into that. Hear what Mike Tomlin had to say about him. The Steelers have been linked to wide receivers for 2 straight years. They've traded for 2. Mike Williams caught a touchdown pass, and then that was really it. And DK Metcalf this offseason. So far, so good. I thought he had a pretty dynamic start to his Steelers career. Few big plays, a couple big catch and runs. PFF would give Aaron Rodgers no credit for those plays because DK Metcalf did most of the work. Is that right, Malsey? All
that's
Metcalf,
actually
no Rodgers.
I think on those particular situations, I probably would agree with them. He caught a ball at a standstill, juked a guy and ran for 20-plus yards, caught a bubble screen.
I still can't get over the fact that they thought Cam Ward was better than Aaron Rodgers on Sunday.
Yeah, you're struggling with that. I mean, it really messed with you.
He completed 40% of his passes and got sacked twice on the same drive to cost his team the game.
But our PFF guy did say thanks for having me on in his email to you.
He did, yeah.
Do you think that was like I'm trying to do this to be formal and polite, and he actually is very mad that he went on with us?
He didn't just straight up hang up, and that sometimes happens when guests
Well, that's because I was good copying
with
it.
us.
I wanted to keep stringing him along here so he would give you even more.
Mike Florio floats the idea that the Steelers are front and center in the Tyreek Hill sweepstakes. Hill can't wait to get out of Miami. We saw that on full display Sunday in Indy when the Colts blasted the Dolphins 33-8. Our next guest is a Hall of Fame insider from down in Miami. He has voted for Hall of Famers, much like our good pal Ed Bouchette. He's one of the best NFL writers around. Armando Salguero back with us here on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Armando, would you say that it's a matter more of when and not if Tyreek Hill is going to get traded?
I would say to you that it's a matter of when and not. By the way, before I get into that,
yes.
Thank you for lubing me up appropriately with your introduction. I feel totally buttered up. Anything you need, let me know.
Okay.
So that's number one. Number two, look, the Dolphins don't want to trade Tyreek Hill. And why is that? Because they want to win.
Well, they have a funny way of showing it with their coach and their effort Sunday in
I
Indy,
was going to say,
Armando.
that ship feels like it's leaving port and moving very quickly to the horizon right now.
Well, when the Titanic left Southampton, no one knew what was going on until it got three-quarters of the way across the ocean. The Dolphins don't know what's going on yet. And so they internally want this season to be one where they salvage it, even though they look like total, crap on Sunday against the Indianapolis Colts. But I'd say this to you. It's hard to trade Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because of the money involved.
Okay.
Not for the Dolphins. They would save, like $39 million. But who wants to trade for a guy that, number one, is on the wrong side of 30 now? Number two, would cost his next team $36 million next year alone. That's you're going to give up, I don't know, draft picks, third, fourth, whatever it is, for a guy that is arguably on the wrong side of his career, arguably is not producing.
Well, how much does he have left, Armando? Like that begs my next question.
This is a very pessimistic view of Tyreek Hill.
I had
very
written down here.
Picture being painted.
I had written down here. I wanted to ask you, how much do you think he has left? But my God, I feel like you've already started to lean in one direction. So how much does this guy have left as a player?
It depends on where he is, and that's the problem with Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill, in my estimation, is a front runner. And we saw that last year in the season finale. The Dolphins went into the final game against the New York Jets needing to win and needing some help so that they could make the playoffs. Well, in the third quarter, it was already clear that they weren't going to get the help and they weren't going to make the playoffs. Did Tyreek Hill play in the fourth quarter? No. He didn't.
He actually asked for a trade as soon as the game ended, if my memory serves right.
He took himself out of the game and afterwards said, I have to do what's best for me, dog. I'm going to go and see what I can see in the offseason. And, yes, he apologized for that later, and there was a whole tour of Tyreek is a great leader, everything's great, everything's wonderful, until Tua Tagovailoa, the quarterback of the team, said the first day of training camp, Tyreek has a lot of rehabilitation to do inside that locker room. It's not going quite like everybody thought. And so, again, I ask you the question, do you want that guy on your team?
Well, it just feels to me like Mike Tomlin would think he could work miracles with him. You know, he believes that he can get through to guys, that he can be the ultimate player whisperer. I mean, so far so good with Jalen Ramsey one game in. He makes a huge play at the end of the game. You know his personality a little bit, actually very well you know his personality, Armando. So we've seen him coach Antonio Brown. We've seen him coach George Pickens. He might think he could get Tyreek Hill righted with Aaron Rodgers' help here with the Steelers.
Yeah, so Mike Tomlin is amazing in doing things with players and getting them to buy in more than just about anybody in the NFL. He is that. And the Antonio Brown years prove that. I wouldn't put Jalen Ramsey in the same conversation with Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
Because Jalen Ramsey was a problem for the Dolphins because he wanted more discipline, because he wanted more accountability, not less. And so he lost respect for Mike McDaniel and said he wouldn't play for Mike McDaniel. Jalen Ramsey and Tyreek Hill are two different cats. Tyreek Hill, I haven't mentioned the domestic violence stuff yet, have I?
We did because the story came out this morning about that.
Yeah. Again, if the idea is we need someone to come in and just be a mercenary for us for, the December, January, I would say, okay, that I get it. Tyreek Hill is going to, at the very least, scare some defenses. But if the idea is bring in a player because you're giving up a solid draft pick, not a first-day pick, probably not a second-day pick, but you're giving up a solid draft pick and you want to keep him around long-term, that ain't it. That's a disaster.
Armando,
wow, a disaster.
I think we were trying to look this up. It was a stat that might have a nebulous, statistical cutoff, how many yards determines whether this is an explosive play or not. But something to the effect that Tyreek Hill hadn't made a big play in the passing game, like a long completion or long reception, since week 1 of last year. That he's just not been the same Tyreek Hill that people got used to for the better part of the decade. How much of that was him? And how much of that was the situation as far as guys who were, and in this case, were not throwing him the football?
Both, and clearly both. First of all, so last year after he had that run-in with the cop prior to the season opener, right outside the stadium,
yep,
prior to the game, the season opener, he went off in that game. He had a great game, but we learned, I would say 3 months later, that he played most of the season with a wrist injury. And that was what he attributed to part of his problem in producing last year. Number 2, the Dolphins' offensive line was not good. And you can't throw deep, when your quarterback doesn't have time. And number 3, Tua Tagovailoa was hurt a lot, including at the end of the season, and the Dolphins didn't have a good backup plan. As a matter of fact, they were assigning Snoop Huntley off of practice squads, and he became their best quarterback on the roster 4 days after arriving. So it was a bunch of factors and variables that played into Tyreek Hill having, a down year. Understand, he was productive the previous 2 years.
Oh, my God, he was unbelievably productive 2 years ago. He's the best receiver in the league.
Yes. And so that's great. Look, I go back to this. Tyreek Hill played for the Kansas City Chiefs. If you were to ask Tyreek Hill, would he want to go back? He'd probably tell you yes. He'd want to go back to the Kansas City Chiefs because he's hinted at it a couple of times.
Well, then that's a perfect way for us to finish this off, Armando. I'm going to ask you to look into your Hall of Fame crystal ball. On Thanksgiving, which roster is Tyreek Hill on? And if he's moved, what do you think he gets moved for?
So if he's moved, he's, a fourth, a late third, a fourth, a fifth. Something like that.
Yep.
Understand, last year is the next year. Next year is the last year of his contract.
Gotcha.
And as far as where he goes,
where do you think he is on Thanksgiving? Is he still in Miami or is he on somebody else's team?
I have no earthly idea because I know what the Dolphins want to do. I know what the realities look like they're going to do.
Well, then let's deal in reality then.
Armando, here's a different question. If the Chiefs lose to the Eagles this coming week, very plausible, and look offensively impotent and are 0-2 staring down the barrel of the rest of their season, and they call up Chris Grier and say, Chris, how about a third-round pick for Tyreek Hill?
Oh, man.
What are the Dolphins saying?
The Dolphins are saying, how are you going to fit him under the salary cap?
Yeah, good question.
Because they've only got $2 million of space.
Fair point, Armando. That's why you're a Hall of Famer, because you know facts like that. That's very good. We've got more cap space here than Kansas City, but like you said, I guess Miami's still in the la-la land where they think they can salvage this thing, even though their coach keeps saying they're one day closer to death.
Well, they are. He's accurate in that regard, and he's one day closer to the unemployment line.
There you go.
But there's that.
Armando, you're the man. We'll call you again soon. Thank you.
All right, guys.
There you go. Armando Salguero, good friend of Ed Bouchette's. I could see those two having a few pops together.
Yeah, so could I.
Let me tell you, I love Danny Marino, Armando. Do you?
Armando, let's deal in reality, Ed.
Seriously.
I remember, why did the name Don Strock just come into my head?
I think Bouchette's two favorite quarterbacks of all time are Marino.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I
Roethlisberger.
remember Don Strock filling in for some of those 70s Dolphins teams. Larry Zonka and Jim Kick.
Don't forget about Mercury Morris. He was a Western PA guy.
The pride of Avonworth before it blew
Did you
up.
know that? Did you know he went to Avonworth?
I
Sean?
did not.
Oh!
You know where George Bland is from?
Youngwood.
Is he the greatest Westmoreland County athlete of all time?
No, we talked. Malsey had the correct answer.
Who is it?
It's Arnie. But
who's on the Mount Rushmore?
Terrell Pryor's on there. And if you're speaking
Terrell Pryor,
pure
one.
athleticism.
Arnold Palmer.
Pure athlete Pryor.
Pryor,
Yes.
Palmer, Blanda. Who's fourth?
Do you guys know Greg Meisner?
Should
NFL
I?
player.
No.
Denora's in Fayette County, right? Or it's not in
Yes.
Westmoreland. It's not like at the southern tip of Westmoreland,
Correct.
right?
Yeah, because I think that's
Griffey.
now part of Ringgold. Yeah, Montana obviously was there as well.
Montana, other guys.
But they don't count because they're not in.
No, I know. I'm trying to think of like another Westmoreland.
I say
County
put
person.
Donnie Football as the fourth guy.
Isn't there some wrestler
Palmer?
from Derry
Well,
who probably...
Spencer Lee's from Franklin Regional. You count him? I mean, he's a
Didn't he
world-class
throw his
wrestler.
silver medal in the trash or something
Yeah,
like
and I
that?
think his mom snapped her glasses in half or something. But one of the best wrestlers this
That
country's
seems
ever
like
seen.
that seems like a little bit of sore loser type behavior. A little bit.
Man.
Threw
All
it
right.
in the trash.
That's
the
what
last
I
time
heard.
that happened, it was the WWF Women's title, and it was Alundra Blaze doing
Medusa,
that.
darn right.
Medusa, that's right.
You know, Shaq did that with a gold medal.
Threw it in the trash?
He threw it out his car window.
For what?
He was so mad that he didn't play more on the 96 Dream Team, Dream Team 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yes.
And he lived in Atlanta, and the Olympics were there.
So he just chucked
That he
it.
was just driving home, and he just threw it out the interstate
Imagine
window.
just like before that, though.
Did you
honey,
know
what
that,
what are
Myers?
you up to? Oh, I'm driving over to the Olympics
just
to
friggin'
play.
tossed it. Threw it right out the window.
We got a Willie Thrower nomination for Westmoreland County.
I don't mind that.
Think maybe he was a Ken High, perhaps?
Ah, yes, Ken High.
Are you guys aware of this other Olympic story? Roy Jones Jr., all-time great boxer, got robbed in like one of the all-time worst judging decisions in '88.
I did know
Speaking
that.
of
And
boxing,
the dude who got the gold medal, who was South Korean because it was in Seoul, was
Did he give it to him?
He gave him his gold medal, and even in the moment, it sucked for the guy from South Korea because like everyone knew, including him, that he didn't win the fight.
Yep.
And he was like weirdly a pariah, but I guess he gave Roy Jones symbolically his gold medal and essentially said, "You deserve this."
you mentioned boxing. I believe Michael Moore is Manesson.
Manesson, he is.
Was he a world champion briefly?
He was. And
Is
then
it
George
Michael Moorer or Michael Moore?
More
Yeah, not
with an R
not
on
the
the
guy
end.
who did
Moorer.
those documentaries.
No,
yeah.
not the Fahrenheit 9/11 guy. The guy who unfortunately got knocked out by a very short inside right hand by George Foreman.
Bit of breaking Steelers-related news that I won't make you guys wait for. Bill Burr's lookalike has found a new home. Cameron Johnston signing with the Buffalo Bills.
Talking proud.
Per Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. I was waiting for him to latch on and find a home.
Craig
And it
Riley
took
loves
all
Bill
of
Burr, by
one
the
game.
way. Do you think it's because he looks like him?
Craig Riley also loves what we like to call the HGQ factor.
Oh. Yeah.
Which is you know what that is? Mr.
Something
Myers?
guy quotient.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I've heard the promos running for that.
In context, you could probably guess without too much difficulty what it is.
And anytime we can appeal to that
HGQ
factor.
man. We just try to send that HGQ through the roof.
There was an interview done on this station not too long ago by the morning show that Craig was raving about for that reason.
Oh, there was. Yeah, definitely. And it was, whew. I think if he had an actual meter to measure the HGQ, it would have broken. It would have been like the Flacco Elite meter in the playoffs in 2012.
Would Callis also be off the charts with that meter or not?
No, it's not the hefty guy quotient.
All right. 50-minute mark on the fan coming up is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. The fan weather report is brought to you by Myers Law Group. High of 77, good old Broderick Jones. Brought to you by Pittsburgh's Choice for Affordable Legal Solutions. Okay, the Steelers did make a signing of their own. I'll tell you why I think this could be a very underrated, savvy pickup by them. One that we could be talking about all season long next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team, and I'm here to tell you right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the Yes, I am doing that right. The NFL. Let's make sure I was looking at the right thing here. Okay. I already asked you guys to predict the spread for Steelers-Seahawks. Now I'm going to ask you guys to predict the total, as in the total points scored in this game. I will give you time again to ponder it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Here we go again, as they say. 39.5 is the number. It is the lowest total in the NFL this weekend. We just watched the Steelers play a 34-32 game. And now the odds makers think they're going to go right back to playing 18-17 games. Get to FanDuel right now, and new customers who bet $5 get $300 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Rodgers Report. After completing 22 of 30 passes for 244 yards and 4 touchdowns, you have to be happy with what our new quarterback delivered. The 41-year-old found 7 different receivers, including the first touchdown that went to Ben Skoranek, who, Rodgers jokingly told reporters, got an even bigger head. Following the game, Rodgers said it felt good to beat everyone associated with his former team, and we couldn't agree more. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. That wasn't just a magical win for the Vikings last night. That was a coming out party for J.J. McCarthy, being the first player in NFL history to account for 3 touchdowns in his debut in the fourth quarter means McCarthy could actually lead the Vikings where they were last year or beyond. I'm Bill Ryder.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. And bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
When your drain is clogged, and I mean really clogged, call my friends at Sullivan Super Service. The heroes at Sullivan have been helping homeowners with stubborn drain clogs for more than 60 years. And right now, get Sullivan's hydro jetting service for $200, guaranteed to blast away clogs and grime, leaving your pipes sparkling clean. And after the hydro jet, Sullivan does a free camera inspection of your pipes to make sure that clog is totally gone. So when you've got a clogged drain, call Sullivan Super Service and ask for the hydro jet. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown hero.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is the Berg, and on Wednesday, September 24th, the City of Champions is the home of professional wrestling as AEW presents Dynamite.
Are you ready for some dynamite tonight?
Be there live for every unforgettable moment just days after going all out, and feel the real as the greatest professional wrestlers in the world deliver an unforgettable night. AEW Dynamite, live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh, Wednesday, September 24th. Tickets on sale now, starting at $20 at AEWTIX.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up week 2, Pro Football Sunday, the Los Angeles team in the NFC visiting Tennessee. LA a 5.5-point road favorite, total in the game sitting at 42. And I thought LA's quarterback, despite barely practicing this offseason with a back injury, I thought he looked good in week 1 against Houston, and I did not love what I saw from Tennessee in their game against Denver. I like LA a lot to cover the spread, and I think LA has a huge advantage in head coach in this game. So coming up on Sunday, I want to lay 5.5 with LA on the road in Tennessee. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneummonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Catch every game at Shiloh, Plate and Pour, food, drinks, and football on Mount Washington.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
On Thursday, September 11th from 4 to 6 p.m., stop by the newly located Monroeville Verizon store at 4100 William Penn Highway and explore the latest phones and accessories, plus your chance to win a $1,000 Samsung gift card. In-store giveaways from Verizon while supplies last. No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. 18 plus in PA. Ends September 11th, 2025. See gift card contest rules at 937thefan.com/rules. Sponsored by Verizon.
This evening, beautiful sunny skies with temperatures in the low to mid 70s, mostly clear overnight with lows around 50. Patchy fog early Wednesday, then becoming sunny in the afternoon with highs in the upper 70s. Mostly clear Wednesday night with temperatures in the low 50s and patchy fog again for early Thursday. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
An earlier accident is backing up both sides of the Parkway East. On the inbound, it is slow moving from Wilkinsburg, and on the outbound, it is bumper to bumper from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers will be without Derek Harmon and Deshaun Elliott versus the Seahawks on Sunday in the home opener. However, they did find a replacement for Elliott, signing Jabril Peppers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
He's a football player first, positional player second. He's displayed position flexibility over the course of his career at either safety position, at rundown nickel. He's been a capable guy in the special teams space over the course of his career, covering kicks, returning punts. He's just a good, well-rounded football player.
That is Mike Tomlin on the newest Steeler, a guy that you remember watching probably in college at Michigan when he was a hugely hyped player there. And then when he was suiting up for the Browns during the Killer Bees era. And that is Jabril Peppers, who at 29 years old, still going strong, was cut by the Patriots. It seemed from those around the team, and we're going to talk to somebody who has watched up close every single one of his games in New England in about 15 minutes, like he was the casualty of a culture shift there.
He wasn't making so much money where they thought, like, maybe we're not going to be good yet, we're going to cut loose. It was, it did not seem like it had anything to do with finances or anything else. It just seems like
a send
Vrabel
the message move by Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
Now, Jabril Peppers only played 6 games last year because he was on something called the Commissioner's Exempt List. And he was on that list because he was charged with domestic violence, and he was charged with cocaine possession. Now, both of those matters got resolved, and that's why he was allowed to play again, and that's why he was in good standing when he went to camp and played for the Patriots in the preseason. If you guys really remember back in the day, Sean, do you remember a guy who played for the Patriots with Ty Law named Lawyer Malloy?
Yes.
They did a similar thing with Lawyer Malloy, where he won a Super Bowl, and the very next year, days before the season started, Belichick thought his team had kind of gone a little soft, so he cut Lawyer Malloy to send a message to everybody. And he got picked up by the Bills, and I think Buffalo shut out the Patriots in Week 1 that season. New England got the last laugh and won the Super Bowl. But the point there was Lawyer Malloy could still play. Jabril Peppers can still play. In 6 games last year as a safety, he gave up 44 receiving yards total. Targeted 10 times, gave up 44 receiving yards. The metrics, the people that do the stat mongering and gathering, the analytics people, proclaimed in 2023 that he was the best run-defending safety in the entire NFL. He is considered what you would call an elite box safety.
PFF agrees, 90.7 run defense grade in 23. They love him the last couple of years.
That is what Deshaun Elliott's good at. So
Wouldn't you know?
You found a facsimile of Deshaun Elliott, and you gave up nothing to get him.
And Mike Tomlin made it very overt that this is because Deshaun Elliott got hurt.
Yes.
There is no other reason that Jabril Peppers is here.
You've played 2 games, the last game of 2024 and the first game of 2025, in which your team has given up almost combined 500 rushing yards. And for free, the Steelers just picked up one of the elite run-defending safeties in the entire NFL. Yes, please.
It's good business.
I mean, I watched what happened to the Bills on Sunday Night Football against Derrick Henry. I am shocked, having played in the same division as this guy, that they did not sign him. Instead, they signed the Steelers punter who looks like a comedian today. I mean, this...
God, and look what Henry did to, what was it, poor Taylor Rapp trying to tackle him. That was humiliating.
He made him look like Taylor Swift.
Cole Bishop got his head basketballed.
He made Cole Bishop look like Bishop Zubik in that game.
I'm trying to think if there's any other Bills secondary.
He made DeMar Hamlin
look like Harry Hamlin.
Who's that?
Or no, Hannibal Hamlin. That's who I was thinking of. Wasn't he a vice president?
Hannibal Hamlin?
I think that was an American vice.
We've done PM team name game vice presidents, and I don't remember.
Former vice president of the United States, Hannibal Hamlin,
Sean, did you know that?
Abraham Lincoln.
Did you know that, Hannibal Hamlin?
Oh, I think that's common knowledge. Yeah, he served under our
I'll tell you
president.
what, Hannibal Hamlin looks like he could have done a better job on Derrick Henry than the Bills did, other than the fumble that they caused, which cost the Ravens the game. Anyway.
So he was a first-term VP, and then they switched off of him?
Yeah, he was the first term, yeah. They did. They got him the hell out of there.
It done.
Well, you got to. Okay, we don't need to revisit.
Wasn't this back in the day? They would elect him separately or something. There was some weird.
No,
rule?
it's just there's a lot of like revisionist history after the fact. But Lincoln was kind of in trouble. He was not a lock to get a second term. And
Bovada was really given tough odds, man.
And so he needed to do some wheeling and dealing there and some shifting around of things.
He needed to freshen things up. Basically, Hannibal Hamlin was his Lawyer Malloy. This campaign's gone soft. We need to send a message here.
Peppers has played for 3 teams. He's played for 6 defensive coordinators in his career. So I'm going to spin that as a positive and say he is like he's able to adjust. He's able to take on a new system and adapt in it and play well in it. So, look, when Deshaun Elliott got signed for the first time, not when the Steelers gave him an extension this offseason, that was not looked at as a big move. He ended up, in my opinion, being the Steelers' best free agent pickup last year.
He was one of their 3 or 4 best defensive players
in a free agent class that included all the money they gave Patrick Queen. I thought he was better than Queen.
He was.
I want Elliott to get back in play, but if he can't, You
Pretty
have
damn good
somebody here
insurance
who
policy.
can do that. The other thing I'll bring up is I don't think it's out of the question that he'd play some at linebacker, and let me explain. Peyton Wilson was terrible against the Jets. If you want someone who's kind of a hybrid player, who can play the run and tackle, but is athletic enough to not be a complete liability as a pass defender, you could probably get away with playing Peppers some there. He's done it in his career. Tomlin said that today when he was talking about loving him out of Michigan, that he saw him do those things.
So in 2023, just to throw this out there, Pony, he was a box safety the majority of the time. He played free safety a lot too, wide corner, slot corner. They even line him up as a defensive lineman. Not on there is linebacker, and PFF is pretty good for this, telling you where guys lined up, but he was all over the field. By the way, Adrian heard us talking about Hannibal Hamlin. Quote in the YouTube comments from Adrian, who hates us but always listens, "We don't care about your great college education. Talk football."
But then he gets mad when we talk football because he disagrees with us.
Because he says we don't know anything about football. We only know the skill positions. And then he throws in, I went 14-2 on my picks last week, to which somebody immediately said, no, you didn't. Adrian has managed to not only become like the villain of this show who really hates me, the chat I don't think likes him either.
I went 10-6 against the spread, and I wanted to puff my chest out, but apparently I just suck in comparison to Adrian and Pittsburgh.
I went 0 in our picks. And also Adrian is a long-haul truck driver, I believe, who said that yesterday's show, which he called a positive Chris for once, caused him to nearly run his semi off the road because he felt I was being complimentary of the Steelers.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person at your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A man who is from the area, who moved to New England and became a Patriots analyst. He used to do a show with Ringgold's own Scott Zolak. So you had two transplanted Western PA guys in Boston doing Patriots radio together. Did the Steelers just make an unbelievably underrated pickup in Jabril Peppers? He's going to tell us next. But first, a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. In Monday Night Football, the Minnesota Vikings edged the Chicago Bears 27-24, making his first start. J.J. McCarthy accounted for 3 total touchdowns. Baseball tonight, the Buccos are in Baltimore to play the Orioles at 6:35. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:40. That presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar. Great place to get together with the fellas and recap all the football action. Great place to go out and watch Thursday Night Ball. If you don't get the app that it's available on, you'll be able to watch it over at Mike's. How about this weekend? If you're going to the home opener, instead of putting out a tailgate, breaking down a tailgate, go over to Mike's, have something to eat, watch the games, take the T or walk over to the stadium, go back to Mike's, and then watch the late afternoon games there. They'll have them all on at Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Heisman hopefuls on the move. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Garrett Nussmeier is the current favorite, but John Mateer could lead the way soon. Mateer did it all in Oklahoma's win over Michigan, and a 5-0 start is a strong possibility for the Sooners. Then come the high-profile SEC games. Grab Mateer at 10-1 while you can. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
When we're talking football, it's presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King, which also includes appearances, no joke, from my dad. He is on that show.
Speaking role?
I don't know. I have not talked to him lately. I don't think he's allowed to tell me.
Speaking roles are a big deal because your rate for residuals is way higher if you have like one line, basically.
This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet.
Wait, his character's name's Dwight?
No, this is what they're telling me on here.
Is Stallone
yes,
Dwight?
I believe
That's
so.
My point. Okay.
He does not look like a Dwight.
No, I don't think of like, oh yeah, it's Dwight Smith.
Forcing Dwight to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King and keep my dad gainfully employed on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Malsey, two great things have come out of Uniontown. The Big Mac and our next guest. He is up in New England. He's been burrowed up there for years. He quit the Steelers and became a Patriots fan. He has talked Patriots there for decades. He's been a part of the Patriots Radio Network. He did a show with another Benedict Arnold, Scott Zolak, who was at Ringgold, where his dad was the athletic director and head football coach. And now Zolak big times everybody back in Pittsburgh whenever he's in town. I'm talking about the great Andy Gresh, who you hear on places like Infinity Sports Network and Mad Dog Sports Radio, who's here to tell us
Tony,
that, yes?
I do have a question. Why'd your dad get out of porn? He made the switch.
My dad actually was naked in that movie with The Rock and Ryan Reynolds. Did you know that?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and they gave him a sock to wear.
Wait, I thought it wasn't full frontal. I thought it was tasteful ass.
It was just ass. And he had to sit down with my sister to tell her that he was going to be in the movie with his ass out.
So he just called you and said, "Hey, Andrew, my ass is in the movie," and you were like, "Fine, Dad, whatever."
No, this is how he did it.
Would have been devastated that Dad ass was in the building.
He called me to say, "What should I say to your sister about my ass being in this movie?"
What did you say to him?
I said, "You're on your own here, pal. I don't want to be complicit in this."
Isn't that one best addressed by, "Hey, honey, my ass is going to be in this movie," and then you kind of move on from it?
Own it, baby. Yeah, I mean, that's you just own it. It's a part of the art form of creating cinema. Right?
And I think it's a flex for him because he's in his 60s.
Oh my God, I'm 50. I wouldn't want my ass in a movie or anything like that.
Yeah,
so no,
he embraced it.
That's good. Well,
now,
good for Papa Pony.
Now, let me say this, Andy. I've been talking to some people like you who digest a ton of Patriots, and they are all bamboozled and perplexed as to how Jabril Peppers ended up here for nothing, saying that Peppers was unbelievably good in 2023. There were some things off the field that kept him off the field in 2024. But just could not make heads or tails of this. Apparently, his replacement gave up an 88-yard touchdown on Sunday against the Raiders. So how did we get in Pittsburgh Jabril Peppers for nothing?
Yeah, honest to God, Pony, I don't know why people are so surprised at this, because for me, knowing what Terrell Williams and Mike Vrabel did in Tennessee, I didn't think that Jabril Peppers was the kind of safety that really fit their defense. Now, the guy you're talking about is Jalen Hawkins, who didn't stay with a route, and ultimately it was a blown coverage and it led to a wide open touchdown. But we got to remember, Peppers just had his domestic assault situation resolved at the beginning of 2025, and there still is civil litigation. Now, civil versus criminal is very different because the NFL doesn't do anything for civil, but it still didn't look good. It was a bad situation, pled guilty to cocaine, whatever. Every team could wake up and say, "Ooh, I don't like your number," in a situation like that, and find a way to be able to cut the number down. I also think that, guys, we got to remember, in 2023, it was Bill Belichick who brought in Joe Judge, who was the one who convinced him to bring in Jabril Peppers. And then in 2024, since they were just going to run the same defense except way badly with Gerard Mayo, this guy fit. When Mike Vrabel came in, completely new slate, you knew what he was as a player. But look at it this way. They talk about him being able to play in the slot until that slot guy that lines up is Tyreek Hill. Then you're kicking your number one corner outside and you're putting him outside.
But, Gresh, you've seen the Steelers. This team can't stop the run. This is what Peppers does best, right?
No, well, supposedly, yeah. I mean, he'll fire himself in there. I don't know personally if he is the most consistent tackler.
Okay.
You guys might remember from back in the day, there was a safety who played in New England named Lawyer Malloy.
Yes,
Lawyer
I
Malloy
brought him up.
He was always going in there with shoulder shots instead of wrapping people up. Peppers will kind of get caught up into that every once in a while. Listen, guys, he can play, okay? But he's not going to change your defense. Let me tell you that right now. He's under the nice addition category, just like he was here in New England. He did a really nice job, but this isn't somebody who is playing 90 snaps at a very high level. He's someone you're rotationally gonna mix in to your safety room. Now, maybe he ends up playing more right away. I know the safeties situation is a little different in Pittsburgh than it is in New England. But you're right. I think for you guys, after that week one, anybody on the back end of the secondary is going to come in and be able to provide some level of assistance.
Andy, this guy has played Peppers on teams where the best overall record, I believe, of any of his teams was 8-9 or 7-8-1. He was a rookie on an 0-16 Browns team. Is he somebody that you could see being the best version of himself if he's on a Steelers team that pretty much is contractually obligated to win at least 9 games and seemingly 10 every year?
No, I think he does help you win, but he is not going to be the reason you win or the reason you stop people or anything like that. Again, I think when I think of him, he's a nice addition, but I will say this. He, at least in New England, he wasn't a turd in the locker room. He was a leader. He was somebody who's been through some tough situations. If anything, you can look at it and say, well, maybe he's never been on a team.
Well, that's what I was getting at, Andy. Like, maybe you'd get the best out of him if he came to a team that has a bit more of a winning culture than, say, Hugh Jackson's Browns.
Oh, no question. Listen, I was big on Aaron Rodgers, and Pony, you and I were going back and forth on Twitter a little bit this summer.
Yep.
I'm bullish on Aaron Rodgers because he is now in a fully mature organization. I think what Jabril Peppers will find is that even though it was a 4-win season for Bill Belichick in 2023, look at what happened in 24. And I think you're going to get a guy who's going to come in there, and the way Tomlin runs it will not be far off from Belichick just in terms of the positioning of the coaching and the voice and stuff like that. And I think Peppers can thrive there. He to me, I think Vrabel and crew, they like the bigger safeties. And even though this guy can stop the run and can play in the slot and he will mix it up, he's not the biggest guy. And I thought just on that alone, he was going to have a hard time maybe making the Patriots. That and whatever else could be going on legally and all that whatnot.
Is to say he can be like a 2008 version of Ryan Clark. Is that going too far, Andy, or is that perfectly reasonable or possible?
No, I think that's reasonable because the one thing I think the Steelers will do is they'll figure out the best way to use this guy. Let's also be real. The business of the game also got in the way. If you weren't guaranteeing contracts for vested veterans in week 1, Peppers would have been on a roster in week 1 and probably would have been somewhere. So he's just in another group of guys who now get caught up in a numbers game and a money game. Like him sitting out week 1 wasn't because the guy couldn't play. Him sitting out week 1 is because the general managers play the game of they don't want to have to guarantee that money to those guys. And that's why a bunch of people, I'm sure, in that sort of Peppers category, right? Like this is the off day. So I'm sure by the end of the day today, there'll be some teams who will fortify their roster with the veterans that were out there, but they don't want to guarantee all the money to.
Andy, where did you play college football?
I went to the University of Rhode Island.
Just like Pat Narduzzi. Did you play with Pat?
Oh, no.
No.
Let me tell you, listen, you want to hear about Pat Narduzzi, and I love the guy. I say this with love, okay? You want to know how soft athletes have gotten?
Okay.
Pat Narduzzi was the defensive line coach at URI for the time that I was there. When we would line up in these drills, I would line up against this guy, Frank Ferrara, who played for the Giants for a couple years. And Narduzzi would walk by, and I had a big mullet. Like, I had hair flowing out of the
And you
back,
played what
bro.
position?
Like, I was an offensive lineman.
Okay.
So it fit perfectly. Narduzzi would walk by when we're getting ready to do the pass rush drill. He would pull my hair. Pull my hair out of the back of my helmet and say, "When are you going to get a real haircut?" Now I see him sending, happy birthday to, Chud Bumpkins or whatever on Twitter because they'll get their feelings hurt if you don't wish them happy birthday.
What was that player's name? Chud Bumpkin? I have to make sure I wish Mr. Bumpkin a happy birthday myself.
He got a big NIL deal.
and you know what? My teammates and I sit back and laugh. One who played defense, my buddy Sherrod Williams, he got thrown out of URI a couple times. Those documents are sealed.
Twice?
However.
Wow. Good for him.
Oh, dude. Hey, if you guys go back and look, in 1996, we had to forfeit a game because we went in and beat the crap out of a frat house. I'm not kidding. The president.
This sounds like the movie The Program, but it's real life.
No, seriously. In 1996, there was an issue between a lad on our team and another guy in a fraternity over a lady. And
oh God!
The next thing you know,
yeah,
there just happened to be a bunch of football players running away from mass beatings in a fraternity house. They figured us out. They made us forfeit the UConn game.
Ooh,
and
that's
the
a big
president
rivalry.
And the president of the university, this guy Bob Carruthers, got on with Larry King to talk about how we were out of control and stuff like that. Well, I called in and was waiting on hold, and the guy wouldn't take the call. The president of the university, who has since gone, I think publicly, like, MF me in a press conference or something like that, because I was razzing the hell out of the guy. Oh, my God. Yeah, it made the New York Times.
I was just looking, Pony. U of Rhode Island is shaken by players' assault on a fraternity.
Gresh, let me ask you this on the way out here. So you're from Uniontown originally, right?
Well, I was born in Bronzeville, and then we moved to Carmichael's, and then we moved to Fairchance.
So you were just doing a tour of Fayette County, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I took my kid on that tour 2 weeks ago when I dropped him off at Pitt. I said, "Come on, you want to see if I killed someone, where we would go?" And he said, "Yeah,
all right,
sure."
So
I brought him there.
So you, like the Big Mac, are from Fayette County. When you were in high school or junior high and you were training to become this college offensive lineman, what do you think was your personal record of Big Macs consumed in one sitting?
All right, Pony, I'll give you one here, brother. I'll tell you mine. Now, listen, I'm not anti-Big Mac. I was just a Whopper guy for a while, right?
Yep.
Flame broiled,
No word of lie has been confirmed. Before every home game in high school, I used to go to Burger King and get 2 Whoppers, onion rings, and a milkshake, and then go play a football game. And, yep, there was one time against Narragansett, the first time we played against them, I was the kicker. So I kick it off, and they had some little guy run from, like, L1 to, like, take me out because you could do the wedge buster thing then.
Yeah.
And he hit me, and I crapped my pants on the opening kickoff. And I have video, Pony, of the huddle moving away from me during the first half because I was literally chafing like crazy because I had a dump. But I played through it, though. I played through
it. It was different. Yeah, today's players wouldn't ever do that, Andy. That's right.
No, you're right. You're exactly right. They go in and get hosed off and wait for their accolades on Twitter, for God's sake.
Happy birthday, Andy Gresh. Remember when you pooped on kickoff coverage?
Yep, that's right. Well, if we had anybody who could kick other than a 300-pound lineman,
I'm hoping your kid at Pitt heard this conversation, Andy, and he can play it back for all his friends in the dorm room.
I'm hoping that he doesn't ever meet you because he could tell you the good stuff.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll consider his internship for this summer. Thank you, Andy. We appreciate it, man.
Guys, you're the best. I think you got one in Peppers. Have a great year.
We
will.
See you, man. Yep, we'll see you next week when the Steelers go to New England to play the Patriots. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Peters Township. Their Kia location there. Visit them, southhillskia.net.
Corey Smith, I am assuming this man is overweight.
Yeah, that contained multitudes, that conversation. Did that... you said Starkey would just go off the rails, Sean. Did you feel like that interview did at times?
Yeah, that was good. It was enjoyable. I didn't know where it was going to go next. I didn't think that's where we were going to finish, but that's how it turned out.
Well, Sean's big football segment in the Donnie Football Debrief is next, but first a headline.
Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. Pirates in Baltimore to play the Orioles tonight at 6:35. Mike Burrows for the Buccos. Kyle Bradish opposes for the Birds. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:40, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Sean. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Guys, I'm a huge Weather Seal guy because... when somebody does right by me, I want to reciprocate and say right by them. And that's how I feel about Weather Seal, given the experience I had with them with my old home and my new home. I've told that story several times about how I had a roofing problem. They fixed it with the old house, and if not for that, I wouldn't have been able to sell that home for over asking price. Well, right now they're offering up a great deal for siding. If you've got an older home like I had, you can get new siding with Weather Seal, 25% off your whole siding job, whole house siding job. And get this, 5 years of no interest payments when you do financing with approved credit through WeatherSeal. That's nothing owed until 2030. Also, they have something called a Polar Wrap that provides great energy savings on your heating and cooling bills when they install that siding today. So get it from WeatherSeal, 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Got a new obsession during snack time, especially when I'm watching the games. It's Daisy French onion dip. I love it. Corn chips. That's a big one for me. Pretzels. Vegetable trays. Oh, you put the Daisy French onion dip out, your carrots, your celery, your cucumbers, your little broccoli, all that stuff. It gets so much better because Daisy French onion dip is as delicious as homemade dip, made with real herbs and spices, made with the kind of ingredients you'd find in your kitchen. You want the game day snacking experience to be top-notch? Then look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie filled in for Starkey. He will be back tomorrow. We're excited about that because you get to hear Joe and we get to have Donnie back with us. Now, that is not a shot taken at all at one Sean Myers, who's filling in here, a man whose favorite number one moment in the history of his life as a sports fan was watching Steve Young dominate Bobby Ross, Stan Humphries, Natron Means,
business,
in the San Diego Chargers.
Wasn't Tony Martin on that team back then?
In Super Bowl 29.
Alfred Papunu.
Sean Jefferson.
Dennis Gibson.
I hate to disappoint you, Pony.
Yeah.
I was like 2 years later when I became a Niners fan. I missed it. I've never seen him win a Super Bowl.
Wait a minute. So who are you rooting for in those years?
Steelers.
And then you just jumped to the Niners after the Steelers lost an AFC title game and lost a Super Bowl? You were like, enough of this?
Yeah, I think it was probably right around the season where they lost the Super Bowl where I started. It was Quarterback Club, man, on Super Nintendo. That's what did it for me.
It was a great game, yeah.
I think all your fan loyalties are based on Nintendo.
Except for Penn State, where I went.
You like the Mariners because of Nintendo.
That's
Ken
right.
Griffey Jr. Major League
like
Baseball.
the 49ers because of Nintendo.
Quarterback Club.
Yes.
Favorite basketball
team? Do you like a hockey team because of NHL 94 or something?
95.
Colorado Avalanche.
No. I don't even think they're on that game.
No, 96 I think they made it on there.
Detroit Red Wings.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sergei Fedorov was my top guy.
Your Igor Larionovs, things of that nature.
And then basketball was a few years later with the Lakers, but it was some sort of game. It was beyond Super Nintendo at that point.
What do you have for today's football topic, Sean?
September 9th, 2025, the debrief. So I know we talked a little bit about PFF already.
Yes, we did.
But I found a few things pretty interesting because PFF released their Team of the Week. Did you see this?
I don't think I did.
So you know who the quarterback is.
It's like the all PFF team,
Matt
right?
Stafford on a team that scored 14 points.
Yes.
Is it just like the highest graded players at each position?
Right.
Now,
they have 2 running backs, they have 2 receivers, things of that nature.
A little birdie told me, and maybe this birdie had bad information, that Jalen Ramsey graded out as their best corner in week 1.
He is not listed on here.
Okay, then I guess he did not.
I'm not going to go through every person. We don't need to talk about some of the linemen and whatnot. But there's some guys that I think are significant because there's no Steelers on here.
Uh-huh.
But there is myriad Jets on this list.
Okay.
So, first off, there's 2 running backs. Breece Hall, the highest rated running back from week 1 at 81.5. Are you surprised at that? Did you think he was the best running back in the NFL watching that game?
I'm now going through my head to try to figure out running backs.
Henry was
who
really
I
good,
thought,
but the fumble is going to cost a ton in
Correct.
PFF metrics.
And it should.
Right.
And also when it happened.
Right. Henry, if he doesn't fumble, is a clear shoo-in for me.
The number 2 running back you will not get.
James Conner.
No.
R.J. Harvey.
You're close with that one.
J.K. Dobbins?
No.
Who?
I believe this player is also a rookie. Crosby Merritt.
Yeah, Big Bill.
I'm okay with Hall being there. I mean, I feel like a lot of it was their blocking, but
he had a couple cuts against the grain that,
I'm fine
that made
with that.
big runs, bigger runs. Also, Ramsey was the 5th-rated cover corner in football by PFF.
Thank you.
Number 1 receiver was Puka Nacua. He had a monster game.
Even after he was bleeding from the eye.
The number 2 receiver was Garrett Wilson. At 86.1.
I've got a hard time with that because he didn't hold on to the ball on that last play.
Ball was on the money.
Yeah, hold on to that thing.
I would count that as a drop. Now, do they count that as like some sort of? I'm trying to look at Jalen Ramsey right now. Do they have it? It doesn't count as like you dislodge the ball. I've never even seen a stat for that.
Did John Koss go back and see if he can defend that one? The number 1 tight end. Any guess on this? There's a reason why I'm bringing it up.
Bowers, even though he only played like half a game, was still ridiculous.
It can't be Mason Taylor for the Jets, can it?
No.
Wait.
There's a reason why I'm bringing this up.
Oh, Tyler Warren.
That's right.
There you go.
Do you think he was? I know he got a lot of targets, had a pretty good game.
I think it should come with a caveat because the Dolphins were Keystone Cops and didn't look like they were really all interested in playing football.
I don't know much about the Jets lineman, but A. Membu was
rookie from Missouri. He's the guy that matched up with T.J. Watt for most of the game.
He was the top-rated offensive tackle in the NFL.
Holy crap.
Ronnie Stanley was second.
Do you know what, though? Do you remember the Steelers pretty much getting any pressure on Fields? Until very late in the game, they started to get to him in like zone read situations.
I'm going to say yes because I honestly think if it was flipped, if Aaron Rodgers is the Jets quarterback on Sunday, I think the Steelers have 4 or 5 sacks in the game. I think Fields' mobility allowed for him to get out of there and either just take off and run or
does Fields get sacked
avoid
on
the rush?
On the play where Jones gets pushed back but doesn't technically disengage and Rodgers stepped up into the left right into Will McDonald? Or does Fields find a way to avoid that? I don't think Fields gets sacked there. I do think there are 2 or 3 plays I can think of where Fields did avoid the rush. You're right.
There are a couple of Jets defensively as well, and I found this particularly interesting.
Guy who lined up, it just says, did he line up against Broderick Jones? And the guy
Will McDonald is one?
He is not.
Quinnen Williams?
Quinnen Williams. He was the second highest rated D tackle behind Ed Oliver. Now, this, to me, kind of negates what they said about Aaron Rodgers. The top-rated cornerback, Sauce Gardner.
Man.
So you can't make the argument that the Jets secondary was garbage when you give a PFF rating of 90.3, the highest amongst all cornerbacks, to Sauce Gardner.
Of the Jets corners, he got a 90.3. The other 3 rated Jets corners got 51, 53, and 54. They hated Michael Carter, Brandon Stevens stunk.
I'm happy you guys brought that point. I'm happy you brought that point up because in Tomlin Takes in a few minutes, which is when we take 25 minutes of Mike Tomlin and we give you the greatest hits. There's an album that your favorite band puts out. There's 15 songs on there. 5 are good, 10 are fillers. So we just take the 5 good songs, the good stuff from Tomlin, so you don't have to listen to the whole thing. He talked about Roman Wilson and why he didn't play a lot. And the point you just made is going to be a good discussion point for that in a few minutes. Is that the last Jets guy?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. No Steelers, all Jets.
I was going to ask,
they lost.
Who would you have as the Steeler representative if you were to pick one person? Would you say it's Rodgers?
Do kickers count?
I don't think that they had no specialist on here, so I'm guessing they don't.
I would have said Rodgers. Even though they thought Cam Ward and Bryce Young were better.
Just to be different, I'll say Calvin Austin, I think, had a case. Drawing what should have been another penalty. Like, I thought Austin was very good. I thought that was kind of a nice little subplot
By
to the
way,
Rodgers thing.
If longtime Patriots radio voice Andy Gresh is right, that Jabril Peppers can be 2008 Ryan Clark, for a second, don't pay attention to the things that have made football fans ticked off at Ryan Clark lately. His TV commentary and social media commentary, and remember him as a football player.
Killed Willis McGahee.
I mean, if that's the kind of, like...
He may have killed Wes Welker,
Once in a while, he's going to take it across the line and get flagged and push the envelope too far. But if that's the dude they're getting for nothing right now, a week into the season, yes, I am very excited.
I would be bullish.
About Jabril Peppers.
I would be bullish.
Sean, thank you for that debrief.
You're very welcome.
Are you guys peppers guys in general, the food?
Yeah. Bell peppers, shishito peppers.
How about jalapeno peppers?
Yeah.
Sean, you seem to me like a guy that just eats plain food, so I'm guessing
That's
you're not a
very
pepper
accurate.
guy.
Yeah, if I have a pepper, it's just the basic pepper.
What color?
The basic pepper.
What color
I'm
is the
basic
most
pepper guy.
Like, you know, you like peppers are obviously brightly colored.
Yeah.
What color?
He doesn't
is
have
the
a
most,
color preference.
No. Is the most common color of food you eat? Like, do you eat brown foods? You know, just kind of bland-looking foods.
Brown food sounds not that great.
Well, when you say you eat plain foods, I just think of like very
I think
blasé
a
stuff on
decent
a plate.
amount of greens.
Okay.
I would say so.
A decent amount of greens.
All right.
I'm a broccoli guy, believe it or not.
Wow.
Didn't
putting
see
it
that
out
one
there.
coming.
No, I did not.
Coming up next, we have Tomlin Takes. We are going to give you the greatest hits from Tomlin's press conference, his explanation for why they struggled in the trenches in the Jets game, what he said about Roman Wilson's lack of participation in the game, all that good stuff coming up. Also, we have the PM Team Name Game next hour, back by popular demand. Quick timeout, then a little commercial-free segment. First, I'm going to tell you guys,
Yes.
Is it my turn to talk or is it Molson?
It is your turn to talk and only your turn to talk this time. Ignore the sheet.
What sheet?
There's a sheet that
We've
has
made
all
an
the
amendment.
Yeah,
Oh,
we made an amendment to the sheet.
I'm good, guys. Here we go. All right. Hey, if you are a Pittsburgh homeowner and you got a garage that has a garage floor with cracked concrete, peeling epoxy, and or paint, I finally have the answer to your prayers. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. They have their end-of-year garage sale going on right now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Best price guaranteed, starting with $750 off. If you finally want that garage floor that you can eat off of, where it looks good, it's never going to chip, crack, or show any chips again, Comer and Cross is here. They can get the job done in one day. They'll even take all of the crap you have in the garage out and do that job for you perfectly the first time. No subcontractors, no temporary employees. These are all veteran certified employees who are going to do the job. So give them a call right now and get that best price of the year. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making a switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, give me your attention right now. Do not, I repeat, do not
Let the chimney or masonry project wait until next year because summer is over in the blink of an eye. Call Precision Pointing and schedule your free estimate today. Longer that you wait, more it will potentially cost. More damage it can potentially do. So if you have a masonry project, Precision Pointing and Restoration is the place. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net. That's brickpointingpittsburgh.net. Stop procrastinating. Call Precision Pointing.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Clear with some fog tonight, the low 46.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
Small fixes to big upgrades. eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Ben Johnson talked a lot of smack this offseason. He first took a shot at Matt LaFleur and then laughed at the tush push because he claimed it isn't an explosive play. Well, in Ben Johnson's debut as Bears head coach, he didn't manage his timeouts correctly, then didn't handle the last kickoff correctly, and blew a double-digit lead at home. I know it's only one game, but Ben Johnson failed at his coaching debut, and if I'm being honest, it was actually nice to see him get served a slice of humble pie. I'm Zach Gelb.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Now, for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Hey, Pittsburgh, right now, Window Nation has a buy two windows, get two for free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The start of football brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back at an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't fumble away your season. Call New Flow Men's Health at 412-784-9000.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Real question. What if the MVP at your tailgate was the food that actually helped you lose weight? Not the sad veggie tray. Real wings, chili, meatballs, sausages. Nobody calls it diet food. They just ask for seconds. That's the point. Losing weight doesn't have to taste bad. I dropped 35 pounds with Awaken 180 and haven't put a pound back on in 2 years because the plan fits real life. If your weight loss plan can't survive Sundays, it's not a plan. This one does. Awaken 180's Tailgate Transformation gives you structure, coaching, and hundreds of client recipes built for game day. You still show up, you still eat, and the scale still moves. Travel, late nights, kids' schedules, fine. You don't sit out the season, you play in it. So here's the take. You can keep the tailgate and you can lose the weight. Tailgate Transformation doesn't pull you from the huddle. It puts you right in the middle of it, feeling better every week. Start your Tailgate Transformation now at awaken180weightloss.com.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Football is on at Rival Sports Park.